The action figures clutched in our tiny hands, the names we screamed, the heroes who made us believe anything was possible. They filled our Saturday mornings with magic and made our childhoods unforgettable. But somewhere along the way, history moved on without them. The Hall of Fame calls never came. Their names faded while others became immortal. Today we're giving them their flowers. This is for the WWF's forgotten legends, the wrestlers who made us who we are. First up, Hercules.
In 1956, Ray Fernandez Jr. was born in New York City. Long before he was known as Hercules, Ray's life started with deep sadness. When he was only 6, Ray lost his mom to cancer, a pain that would shape his whole life. Looking for a better life, Ray's dad moved the family from the busy streets of New York to sunny Tampa, Florida. There, Ray found what he was meant to do. The wrestling room at his high school became his favorite place. He was a natural, strong, quick, and better than most kids he faced. He won match after match, and people started to notice just how good he was. After finishing high school in 1974, Ray joined the Air Force. For 3 years, he learned what it meant to be tough. The military didn't just train his body, it made him mentally stronger too. Then came the meeting that changed everything. Hiro Matsuda was a famous Japanese wrestler known for being one of the hardest teachers in wrestling. But instead of breaking Ray, Matsuda saw his potential. Under Matsuda's tough training, Ray started to become something special. In 1979, he stepped into the ring for the first time as Hercules Hernandez. Florida and Texas were where Hercules learned the wrestling business. In small gyms and packed arenas, he showed everyone just how powerful he was. He could lift guys much bigger than him and move faster than anyone expected. Night after night, city after city, Hercules made a name for himself. He wasn't just another big guy in the ring, he was becoming a star, and everyone could see it. 1982 was the year Hercules really started making waves in wrestling. When he walked into the NWA Central States territory, nobody knew he'd soon become one of their biggest stars. This wasn't the WWE or the big leagues yet, but Central States was where many wrestling legends cut their teeth. Picture this. Hercules teams up with a tough guy named J.J. Robertson, and together they become an unstoppable force. Not once, but twice they grabbed those shiny tag team belts, beating up every team that stood in their way. But Hercules wasn't done. He also won the TV title, the belt you had to defend almost every week on television. For 6 long months, nobody could take that belt from him. Then came the feud that would change everything. Harley Race wasn't just any wrestler. He was a former world champion, one of the meanest and toughest men in the business. When these two giants of the ring started fighting, people couldn't look away. Every match was like watching 2 trucks crash into each other. The crowds got bigger, and wrestling fans across the country started hearing about this new powerhouse named Hercules. But the story gets even better. Enter Oliver Humperdinck, a manager known for controlling some of wrestling's best heels. He stuck his nose in Hercules' business, and things got personal real quick. The tension built and built until there was only one way to settle it: inside a steel cage. The cage match was something people still talked about years later. Imagine being locked inside a metal cage with 2 angry men who want to hurt you. That's what Hercules faced when he stepped in against Race, with Humperdinck lurking outside like a vulture. The match was brutal, with both men bleeding and battered. By the time it was over in early 1983, everyone knew this wasn't the last they'd hear of Hercules Hernandez. The cage match was more than just his goodbye to Central States. It was like a graduation. Hercules had proven he could hang with the best, and bigger territories were calling. As he walked out of that Kansas City arena one last time, bloody but unbowed, the wrestling world was starting to realize Hercules Hernandez wasn't just another muscle-bound wrestler. He was a force of nature ready to take over the sport. In late 1983, Hercules took his talents across the ocean to Japan, where All Japan Pro Wrestling fans got their first taste of his raw power. Japanese wrestlers were known for hitting hard and showing no mercy, and Hercules fit right in. Night after night, he proved he could hang with the toughest wrestlers in the world. But America was calling him back, and Jim Crockett Promotions had big plans. They paired him with the legendary Jody Hamilton as the Masked Assassins, one of wrestling's most feared tag teams. Hercules became assassin number 2, and at the very first Starrcade, wrestling's biggest night of the year, they beat Rufus R. Jones and Bugsy McGraw in a match that had fans on their feet. The mask wouldn't last forever, though. Jimmy Valiant, the Boogie Woogie Man, had other plans. In a wild match that had the crowd going crazy, Valiant ripped off Hercules' mask, exposing his identity to the world. But Hercules wasn't done with masks just yet. Moving to Bill Watts' Mid-South Wrestling, he became Mr. Wrestling 2. Big shoes to fill since the original Mr. Wrestling was a legend in the South. But soon enough, Hercules went back to being himself. And that's when things really got interesting. He started picking fights with the biggest names around, including the tough-as-nails hacksaw Jim Duggan. His next stop was Devastation Inc., where he became more dangerous than ever. In championship wrestling from Florida, he proved just how dominant he could be by winning not 1 but 2 titles. He was on top of the world until a real-life fight with Wahoo McDaniel changed everything. Wahoo wasn't just any wrestler. He was a former football player known for being one of the legitimately toughest men in the business. After the dust settled from that fight, Hercules needed a change of scenery. He headed to the beaches of Puerto Rico, joining the World Wrestling Council. The island fans were about to see what this powerhouse could really do, and they had no idea what was coming their way. In Puerto Rico, where wrestling was treated like a real sport and fans took everything seriously, Hercules found a new playground for his intense style. In late 1985, the biggest wrestling company in the world had its eyes on Hercules. Vince McMahon was buying up all the best talent, and now he wanted the Man Mountain from Tampa. In November, Hercules stormed onto WWF television with the legendary Freddie Blassie in his corner. Blassie wasn't called the fashion plate of professional wrestling for nothing. He made sure Hercules looked like $1 million. Just months after his debut, Hercules found himself in the spotlight at WrestleMania 2, Wrestling Super Bowl. His opponent, none other than Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, one of the most talented wrestlers in the world. The Los Angeles sports arena was packed to the rafters as these two went to war. Though Hercules lost, he proved he belonged on wrestling's biggest stage. But wrestling is a roller coaster, and Hercules was about to hit some bumps. When Blassie retired, a storyline saw Hercules sold to manager Slick. Without the guidance of Blassie, things weren't the same. In the crowded WWF mid-card, where every wrestler was fighting for TV time and fan attention, Hercules struggled to stand out. Then came the moment that changed everything. Late 1986, and the wrestling world was shocked when Slick sold Hercules' contract to one of the greatest managers in history, Bobby the Brain Heenan. This wasn't just a manager change, it was a complete transformation. Gone was the old Hercules with his Roman gladiator outfit and classic wrestling style. In his place emerged something much darker, much more dangerous. Now he carried a heavy steel chain to the ring, swinging it like a weapon while fans scrambled to get out of the way. His body changed too. He got bigger, more ripped, more intimidating. The new Hercules didn't just want to win matches. He wanted to hurt people. Under Heenan's guidance, this new version of Hercules became one of the most feared men in wrestling. The Brain knew exactly how to showcase his monster, putting him in matches where his raw power and newfound aggression could shine. Every time that chain rattled, opponents knew they were in for a long, painful night. The transformation was complete. Hercules wasn't just playing a monster anymore. He had become one. The night of November 29, 1986, wasn't just another Saturday night. It was the moment Hercules Hernandez stood face-to-face with wrestling's biggest star. Saturday night's main event wasn't your regular wrestling show. It aired on NBC in prime time, meaning millions of people were watching. And on this night, they were about to see Hercules challenge the unstoppable Hulk Hogan for wrestling's biggest prize. The energy in the arena was electric. Hogan, with his 24-inch pythons and red and yellow colors, was the hero America had fallen in love with. But Hercules, now bigger and meaner than ever, with that steel chain in hand and Bobby Heenan screaming instructions from ringside, looked like he might just be the one to dethrone the champion. The match itself was a war of power. These weren't technically skilled wrestlers doing flip and rolls. This was two muscle-bound giants trying to tear each other apart. Then came the moment that had everyone holding their breath. Hercules trapped Hogan in his dreaded torture rack. The backbreaker hold that had broken so many others now had the champion writhing in agony. The crowd went wild. Could this be it? Was the immortal Hulk Hogan about to tap out? But if wrestling had taught us anything, it was to never count Hogan out. As fans chanted his name, as kids screamed for their hero, Hogan did what he always did. He hulked up. Fighting through the pain, he escaped the torture rack. Minutes later, the legendary leg drop sealed Hercules' fate. The 3-count echoed through the arena. Yet something strange happened that night. Even in defeat, Hercules' stock rose. Going toe-to-toe with Hulk Hogan, nearly making him submit, proved what many had suspected. Hercules Hernandez belonged at the top. He might not have won the title, but he'd won something perhaps more valuable: respect. From that night on, everyone knew. When Hercules' music hit, you were in for a real fight. In wrestling, some feuds are business, but others, they're personal. The war between Hercules and Billy Jack Haynes was as personal as it gets. These two monsters had been battling across America long before they hit the WWF. And now, they were about to settle things on wrestling's biggest stage. The match that lit the powder keg happened on Wrestling Challenge. Bobby Heenan, always the master of mind games, started bragging that his man Hercules had perfected Haynes' own finishing move, the full Nelson. It was like stealing another man's signature, his bread and butter. Haynes had made countless wrestlers submit to that hold. And now, here was Hercules, claiming he did it better. When Haynes finally got his hands on Heenan, shoving the manager in frustration, Hercules struck like a snake. The clothesline nearly took Haynes' head off, but it was what came next that really got people talking. Hercules locked in that full Nelson right there on television, making a statement that echoed through the wrestling world. Anything you can do, I can do better. Then came WrestleMania 3, the biggest wrestling show in history. The Pontiac Silverdome was packed with over 93,000 screaming fans. While Hogan and Andre might have been the main event, Hercules and Haynes were ready to steal the show. These two bulls couldn't be contained by the ring. They spilled out onto the floor, neither man backing down, neither willing to lose. When the referee counted both men out, it wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. What happened next showed just how dark Hercules had become. That steel chain, his newest weapon of choice, turned the tough-as-nails Billy Jack Haynes into a crimson mask. The sight of Haynes' blood dripping onto the Silverdome floor told everyone this feud wasn't over. The final chapter was written in their chain match weeks later. 2 men, 1 chain, no mercy. In the end, it was Hercules standing tall, proving once and for all who the tougher man was. He hadn't just beaten Billy Jack Haynes. He'd taken his best move, his dignity, and finally, his shot at revenge. In the brutal world of 1980s wrestling, feuds didn't get much more personal than this. The world of wrestling changed in early 1988 when 2 of the most powerful men in the business came face to face. On an episode of Superstars, The Ultimate Warrior, this muscle-bound force of nature painted in neon colors, stormed down to confront Hercules. What happened next became wrestling legend, a tug-of-war over Hercules' trusted steel chain. Picture this moment. 2 human mountains, veins bulging, muscles straining, pulling that chain between them like they were trying to move mountains. The crowd was on their feet. They'd never seen anything like it. Then suddenly, snap! The chain broke clean in half, sending both men staggering backward. While Gorilla Monsoon and the other commentators gave all the credit to Warrior, Jesse the Body Ventura saw it differently. He argued it took both men's incredible power to break that steel chain. And he might have been right. This wasn't just about a broken chain, though. This was about 2 of wrestling's strongest forces about to collide. You could cut the tension with a knife every time these 2 crossed paths. It all led to WrestleMania 4, the biggest stage in wrestling. The match was everything fans hoped for: raw power versus raw power, strength versus strength. 2 unstoppable forces meeting head-on. Just when it looked like Hercules might have had the win locked up with his devastating full Nelson hold, the Warrior showed why he was becoming one of wrestling's fastest rising stars. He powered out of the hold that had finished so many others, turned the tables, and pinned Hercules in a finish that had people talking for weeks. Some said Hercules' shoulders weren't down. Others claimed the ref counted too fast. But one thing was clear. These two warriors had put on a display of strength rarely seen in professional wrestling. Late 1988 brought the moment that would change Hercules forever. The $1 Million Man, wrestling's richest and most arrogant superstar, stood in the ring waving money around, claiming he'd bought Hercules like property. Bobby Heenan, always looking for a quick buck, had sold Hercules' contract without even telling him. But the $1 Million Man was about to learn that some things money just can't buy. For the first time since joining the WWF, something awakened in Hercules. The man who had terrorized opponents with his chain, who had made enemies of fan favorites, found his own voice. Standing tall in the ring, he ripped up the contract and spoke words that had the crowd erupting. "No man owns Hercules." The battle lines were drawn. The $1 Million Man, furious that someone would dare reject his money, sent his bodyguard Virgil to teach Hercules a lesson. But at Saturday night's main event, with millions watching on NBC, Hercules wasn't fighting for just another win. He was fighting for his dignity. The match against Virgil became more than wrestling. It was about a man proving he couldn't be bought, couldn't be owned, couldn't be controlled. The war wasn't over, though. At Survivor Series, one of WWF's biggest events of the year, their paths crossed again. While Hercules might have cost himself a shot at the world title against Randy Savage by letting Ted get in his head, he got the last laugh when his distraction led to the $1 Million Man's elimination. The crowd roared. Money might buy a lot of things, but it couldn't buy victory over a man fighting for his freedom. In the unforgiving world of wrestling, momentum is everything, and by 1989, Hercules was losing his. His feud with Haku, the savage wrestler from the South Pacific, should have been epic. Both men were known for their raw power and intensity, and when they clashed at WrestleMania 5, Hercules walked away with the win. But something was different now. The victory felt hollow, like a peak that came too late. The WWF was changing. New monsters were emerging from the shadows, and suddenly the man who once struck fear into opponents found himself on the wrong side of history. Earthquake arrived like a natural disaster, a 468-pound force of destruction that made Hercules look small by comparison. At WrestleMania 6, the same event where the Ultimate Warrior would dethrone Hulk Hogan, Earthquake didn't just beat Hercules, he crushed him. Then there was Mr. Perfect Curt Hennig, a rising star who represented everything the new WWF was becoming: younger, faster, more athletic. The matches against Perfect showed just how much the wrestling landscape had shifted. Hercules, once the unstoppable force who had gone toe-to-toe with Hulk Hogan, was now being used to make newer stars look good. It was a cruel twist of fate. The same power that had made Hercules a feared competitor now seemed outdated. Wrestling was evolving, and the gladiator from Tampa was being left behind. The crowds that once gasped at his strength now saved their biggest reactions for the new generation of superstars. The mighty Hercules had become what every wrestler fears most: just another name on the card. The story of Hercules in this period wasn't just about losing matches. It was about watching the wrestling world change around you. The same ring where he'd once made legends fear his chain now belonged to a new breed of wrestler. And try as he might, Hercules couldn't find his place in this new era. The summer of 1990 brought one last reinvention for Hercules. Teaming with Paul Roma, a young, athletic star, they became Power and Glory, a combination of raw strength and explosive speed. With the devious Slick back in their corner, it looked like Hercules might have found his ticket back to the top. Their feud with the high-flying Rockers set the wrestling world on fire. At SummerSlam, Power and Glory proved they were more than just muscle, outmaneuvering and overpowering Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty. The win had them eyeing bigger prizes, specifically the Hart Foundation's tag team titles. For a moment, it seemed like Hercules had found his second wind. Then came WrestleMania 7 and the Legion of Doom. In less than 60 seconds, the Road Warriors demolished Power and Glory. It wasn't just a loss, it was a statement. The era of Power and Glory was over before it really began. When Roma left the WWF, Hercules' spiral continued. Once a man who had gone toe-to-toe with Hulk Hogan, he now found himself on the wrong end of matches with rising stars. Jim Neidhart, Big Boss Man, Sid Justice, the losses piled up. Even a promising 40-minute showing in the 1991 Royal Rumble couldn't turn the tide. By 1992's Rumble, Hercules was tossed out like an afterthought. The end came at Madison Square Garden, wrestling's most famous arena. How fitting that the place where so many legends were made would be where Hercules had his last WWF match. Sid Justice, a monster of the new generation, destroyed him with a powerbomb, but Hercules wouldn't go out lying down. After the 3 count, he stood up, stared down his opponent, and stormed off to the locker room. Even in defeat, he kept his pride. It was a dramatic exit for a man who had once been one of wrestling's most feared competitors. Hercules might not have reached the heights some expected, but from that cage match with Harley Race to the chain, breaking with Ultimate Warrior, he'd given fans moments they'd never forget. In an era of larger-than-life characters, Hercules Hernandez had lived up to his mythological namesake, a true titan of the ring. After 7 years in the WWF spotlight, Hercules wasn't done. He was just getting started on a whole new adventure. When he showed up in WCW, fans wondered what this powerhouse would do next. But it was in Japan where Hercules would find his final glory days in wrestling. Japanese fans had always appreciated power wrestlers differently than American audiences, and when Hercules arrived in New Japan Pro Wrestling, they treated him like the force of nature he was. Teaming with Scott Norton, another American powerhouse, they formed the Jurassic Powers, a name that perfectly captured their prehistoric level of strength. This wasn't just another tag team. These were 2 of the strongest men in wrestling, destroying everything in their path. The Jurassic Powers didn't just compete, they dominated. When they captured the NJPW Tag Team Championships, it proved Hercules could still go with the best. Japanese tournaments were known for being incredibly physical, and Hercules showed he could hang with anyone, adapting his power style to match the hard-hitting Japanese approach. As the 90s wore on, Hercules took his talents across the globe. From small gymnasiums to packed arenas, he wrestled wherever the road took him. The independent circuit might not have had the glamour of WWF, but it had something else: freedom. Here, Hercules could wrestle his style, his way, without corporate restrictions. By 1999, after 20 years of body slams, backbreakers, and battles across the globe, Hercules Hernandez hung up his boots. He'd lived up to his mythological namesake, traveling the world like the hero of old, leaving his mark on every territory he touched. From Florida to Japan, from WWF to the Indies, Hercules had done what few wrestlers manage. He'd truly seen and done it all. His career ended, but no one expected Hercules' final battle would come so soon. On March 6, 2004, in his home in Tampa, Raymond Fernandez went to sleep and never woke up. At just 47 years old, the man who had been strength personified was gone, another victim of the unforgiving wrestling lifestyle. Heart disease was listed as the cause, with years of steroid use likely playing its part in stealing away a man who should have had decades left to live. While today's WWE has one of the strictest drug policies in sports, the 1980s were a different world entirely. Mario Mancini's story about Hercules Hernandez paints a vivid picture of just how loose those early drug testing procedures were. Picture this scene backstage: Hercules approaching his fellow wrestler with an urgent request for help passing a drug test. The simplicity of how they beat the system is almost shocking. No officials in the testing room meant wrestlers could easily use clean urine from their colleagues. When Hercules approached Mancini, knowing he was clean, it wasn't even a complex scheme. Just one wrestler helping another avoid detection. The most telling part of Mancini's revelation was about Vince McMahon's priorities at the time. Steroids weren't the main concern. McMahon's real worry was about social drugs. As Mancini pointed out, if they'd cracked down on marijuana, they wouldn't even have had enough wrestlers to run TV tapings. This environment helps explain the tragic toll on wrestlers like Hercules. In an era where steroid use was treated almost casually, where drug tests could be fooled with a friendly favor, many wrestlers paid the ultimate price. The ripple effects of these loose policies would eventually force wrestling to change. But for stars like Hercules, these changes came too late. It wasn't just about breaking rules, it was about survival in a business where size and strength meant everything. The pressure to maintain that superhuman physique, to be larger than life night after night, led many wrestlers down this dangerous path. For Hercules, like many others of his era, the long-term consequences of these choices would prove devastating. The loss hit the wrestling world hard, but it was his family who felt it most deeply. His wife Debbie and 7 children were left to carry on without their hero, their provider, their father. In the harsh world of professional wrestling, where the show must always go on, families often pay the highest price. Hercules had given everything to the business, including perhaps his life. Looking back at Raymond Fernandez's journey, from that young boy who lost his mother in New York to the powerhouse who broke chains with the Ultimate Warrior, his story reads like something out of mythology. Like his namesake, the ancient hero Hercules, he possessed incredible strength but couldn't escape his fate. From the territories to the WWF, from Japan to Puerto Rico, he lived 1,000 lifetimes in those 47 years. The wrestling world has changed since Hercules' day. The steel chains, the torture racks, the raw displays of power, they belong to a different era now. But for those who saw him in his prime, who witnessed his battles with Hulk Hogan, his defiance of the $1 Million Man, his wars with Billy Jack Haynes, they'll never forget the sight of Hercules making his way to the ring, that chain in hand, ready for battle. In the end, Raymond Fernandez was more than just Hercules. He was a father, a husband, a friend, and a wrestler who gave everything he had to entertain the fans. While he may have left us too soon, his legacy lives on in the memories of those who watched him perform, those who shared the ring with him, and most importantly, in the family he left behind. Like all great heroes, his story serves as both inspiration and warning, a testament to human strength and a reminder of human fragility.
Next up, Big John Studd.
On February 19, 1948, John William Minton was born in Butler, Pennsylvania. Before wrestling, he was a military police officer in the U.S. Army, and his massive size definitely helped him keep order. He trained under Killer Kowalski, and this matters because most giants in wrestling could get by on size alone. The fact that John learned from Kowalski, one of wrestling's best trainers, shows he wanted to be more than just another big wrestler. John started wrestling as the Mighty Minton in summer 1972 for NWA Hollywood. A few months later, he moved to the Worldwide Wrestling Federation as Chuck O'Connor, finishing that year with matches against stars like Chief Jay Strongbow and Gorilla Monsoon. John stayed with the WWF until February 1973, took a break from wrestling, then joined Mid-Atlantic in January the next year. When John joined Mid-Atlantic Wrestling, he still used the name Chuck O'Connor. Here, he started doing a lot of team matches. He partnered with wrestlers like Super Destroyer, Ivan Koloff, and Ric Flair. He spent about a year there, doing okay but not great, mostly in team fights. In January 1975, John went to the AWA, still using the name Chuck O'Connor. He had some wins and losses there before heading back to the WWF in 1976. This time, he became Executioner 2, teaming up with Executioner 1, who turned out to be his old trainer, Killer Kowalski. With Captain Lou Albano as their manager, they won the tag team titles in May 1976. The team later added a third member when Nikolai Volkov joined as Executioner 3. John left the Worldwide Wrestling Federation in 1977 to wrestle in Texas NWA promotions, mainly Houston Wrestling and NWA Big Time. During this period, he went by Big John Studd in Big Time Wrestling and Captain USA in Houston. He had several major matches, including a big victory over Bruiser Brody in a Loser Leaves Texas match, where he also won the NWA American Heavyweight title. His success continued as he won the NWA Hawaii Tag titles with Buddy Rose, and when he went back to Mid-Atlantic, he and Ric Flair took the NWA Mid-Atlantic Tag titles from Paul Jones and Ricky Steamboat. John stayed in Mid-Atlantic until 1980 before moving to the AWA, where they booked him as an unstoppable giant who kept beating wrestlers like Dino Bravo and Mad Dog Vachon. After successful runs in Georgia Championship Wrestling and the CWF, where he had some great matches with Dusty Rhodes, Big John Studd joined the WWF in November 1982 for what would become his most famous run. At this time, Andre the Giant was one of the few true giants in the WWF, especially in the early 80s. When John Studd arrived, he towered over most other wrestlers and was booked to crush everyone he faced. Big John Studd made a perfect bad guy. He was huge, mean, and finished matches quickly. Together with his manager Freddie Blassie, he became the perfect monster villain, even bringing a stretcher to his matches for the opponents he would beat up badly. This, of course, would lead to championship opportunities, where Big John Studd would challenge WWF Golden Boy, at the time Bob Backlund, but the matches would typically end via countout or disqualification. This brings us to the Body Slam Challenge. Classy Freddie Blassie and Big John Studd would state that John could not be body slammed. It was an impossible feat that no man could accomplish. Confident in their statements, Blassie and Studd offered 10 grand, later 15 grand, to anyone who could step up and scoop the big man off his feet. Andre the Giant was the one wrestler everyone believed could do it. When Andre tried to slam Studd, Freddie Blassie stepped in to stop him, which started a major money-making rivalry between these two giants. Studd and Andre went on to have many big matches against each other, including battles inside a steel cage. The feud with Andre the Giant launched John's career to new heights. They were bringing in huge crowds, which helped John get more chances to fight for the title. Before the first WrestleMania, Studd had matches against Hulk Hogan that were different from typical championship matches. Usually, everyone knew who would win when Hogan defended his title, but Studd made people wonder if he might actually beat Hogan. John had all the qualities WWF wanted in a villain champion: size, wrestling skill, the right look, and proven ability to draw crowds with Andre. Though he never took the title from Hogan, their matches were solid. They'd actually wrestled before in Japan during a 1983 New Japan Pro Wrestling tour. Funny enough, Andre was there too and even teamed up with Studd, showing how wrestling stories were totally different in Japan than in America. Later, Studd joined Bobby Heenan's group after he and another Heenan member, Ken Patera, got disqualified in a match against Andre the Giant and SD Jones. After that match, Studd and Patera attacked Andre and cut his hair right in the middle of the ring. The haircutting incident was huge at the time. Fans went wild seeing Andre get beaten and humiliated like that. Nobody treated Andre the Giant this way back then, so seeing him embarrassed in the middle of the ring was shocking. To get back at Studd, Andre took on the $15,000 Body Slam Challenge at WrestleMania 1. The stakes were high. If Andre could slam Studd before time ran out and prevent Studd from slamming him first, he'd win the money. But if Andre failed, he'd have to quit wrestling forever. While WWE usually credits WrestleMania 1's success to Hulk Hogan, Mr. T, and the celebrity turnout at Madison Square Garden, and yes, these were crucial in getting media attention, Andre and Studd deserve recognition too. The Body Slam Challenge was a major selling point for WrestleMania in 1985, with fans eager to see if Andre could win the money and get his revenge. The match itself was short but effective. Andre completely overpowered Big John Studd, and when he finally slammed him, the crowd erupted in one of the night's biggest reactions. Andre grabbed the money bag and started throwing cash to the fans. While it wasn't a technical masterpiece, it created a memorable moment that deserves more credit in WrestleMania history. After WrestleMania 1, Studd teamed up with another wrestler from Bobby Heenan's group, King Kong Bundy. Together, they formed one of WWE's biggest tag teams ever. Throughout 1985 and into 1986, Bundy and Studd kept fighting Andre the Giant, who brought in various good guy wrestlers to help him fight back. He partnered with stars like Hulk Hogan, Hillbilly Jim, and Junkyard Dog to battle against Studd and Bundy. The team of King Kong Bundy and Big John Studd seems largely forgotten today, which isn't fair given how intimidating they were as a duo. The issue was really with WWF's booking style back then. They focused on sending fans home happy. Bad guys were there mainly to make the heroes look unbeatable, and Bundy and Studd fell into this pattern. While they had their moments when big matches came around, they usually ended up losing. That's just how it worked if you were a villain back then, and both Bundy and Studd played their parts perfectly. But if they'd won more important matches, they'd probably be better remembered today. It's not that heel teams never won in mid-80s WWF. Groups like the Hart Foundation and the Dream Team did well for themselves. But when you were up against stars like Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan, that was a whole different story. You were there to make them look good. While King Kong Bundy got a main event match against Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 2, Big John Studd was part of the famous battle royal that mixed wrestlers with NFL players. Studd played a key role, eliminating William the Refrigerator Perry, but then got thrown out himself after shaking Perry's hand. Andre went on to win the battle royal, and Hogan beat Bundy, showing again how the good guys always came out on top. After WrestleMania 2, Bundy and Studd got into a feud with a group called the Machines. Some background here. Andre had missed several matches against Bundy and Studd, which led to Bobby Heenan getting him suspended from WWF. The real story was that Andre's health was getting worse. He was filming The Princess Bride in England, and he wanted to slow down his wrestling career. When Andre came back, he wore a mask and called himself the Giant Machine, supposedly a wrestler from Japan. He teamed up with Super Machine, who was really Bill Eadie. Everyone could tell it was obviously Andre under the mask. He was huge and moved just like Andre. Bobby Heenan kept trying to prove Giant Machine was really Andre, but could never officially prove it. Eventually, Giant Machine disappeared and Andre came back as himself. Since Heenan's group never managed to unmask Giant Machine, they couldn't prove anything, making for some great wrestling storytelling. Near the end of 1986, the WWF started hinting at trouble between Bundy and Studd as they began arguing with each other. This looked like it was building to a match between them at WrestleMania 3. But instead, Studd chose to retire while he was still a major star in the World Wrestling Federation. When Big John Studd came back to WWF in December 1988, people had different theories about why. Some believed he knew about his serious illness and wanted to earn good money before having to quit for good. Others thought WWF brought him back because Andre the Giant was planning to retire, and they needed another giant to fill his spot, though nobody could really replace Andre. The true reason for Studd's 1988 comeback remains a mystery. The Big John Studd who returned in 1989 just wasn't the same wrestler fans remembered. WWF had grown into a company filled with giant wrestlers, so Studd's size wasn't as impressive anymore. What made things tougher was that these new big guys were more agile in the ring than Studd. There was no getting around that fact. Making him a good guy was another problem, especially without someone like Bobby Heenan doing his talking for him. Now, Studd wasn't bad at promos. He could talk fine. But after having Heenan speak for you, anything else feels like a step down. Plus, WWF in 1989 was full of over-the-top characters who were great at talking. Next to them, Studd's style felt old-fashioned. Studd made his comeback on Brother Love's show segment. Bobby Heenan was thrilled at first, thinking Studd would rejoin his group. But Studd refused because Andre the Giant, his old enemy, was now part of Heenan's team. This turned Studd into a good guy with the fans. Studd winning the 1989 Royal Rumble was a big moment in his career, though it was an unexpected choice by WWF. Most people thought Ted DiBiase or Big Boss Man would win. Back then, winning the Royal Rumble didn't get you anything special like it does today. But it was still a huge achievement for Studd, one that fans still remember well. His last big appearance was at WrestleMania 5, where he was the referee for a match between Jake Roberts and his old rival Andre the Giant. The match ended when Andre got disqualified for attacking Studd from behind. A few months later, on June 4th, Studd had his final WWF match. He left the company because he felt he wasn't getting paid enough. Some say he just packed up and left during a live event, never to return. There were rumors that Jim Herd wanted to bring him to WCW after he left WWF. But Studd was tired of all the traveling that came with being a wrestler, so he decided to retire completely. In autumn 1993, when life seemed normal for John, he discovered something concerning: a lump in his armpit. Though it wasn't causing him pain, he wisely decided to have it checked by a doctor. That's when he received devastating news. The doctors discovered a large tumor in his chest. It was cancer, news that shattered John's world. This diagnosis came after years of wrestling in an era that demanded larger-than-life physiques from performers. Like many wrestlers of the 1980s, John had felt pressure to maintain and enhance his impressive size to meet audience and industry expectations. While naturally a large man, the demanding nature of wrestling often led performers like him to use steroids to maintain their size and recover from injuries. The connection between his cancer and steroid use was something John himself would later acknowledge. He developed Hodgkin's lymphoma, which doctors linked to his long-term steroid use, a fact he bravely shared as a warning to others. His friend, superstar Billy Graham, later revealed that John had expressed regret about using steroids, believing they contributed to his illness. It was a tragic consequence of an era when even natural giants felt pressured to push their bodies to dangerous extremes. True to his fighting spirit, John faced cancer head-on and began chemotherapy. The treatment was brutal, but it seemed to be working. The tumor started shrinking, and his condition improved. Doctors became optimistic, even suggesting he might return to wrestling within 6 months. It was a ray of hope during a dark time. But in 1994, the cancer returned aggressively. The doctors recommended a bone marrow transplant as the next step, but they faced a critical obstacle. They couldn't find a matching donor for John. With no matching donor, doctors had to deliver devastating news to John. He likely had only about a month to live. Yet even facing these odds, John's fighting spirit remained unbroken. He opted for an extremely risky procedure called an auto-transplantation, which carried just a 7% chance of success. Against incredible odds, the procedure worked. The tumor disappeared and John was able to return home to his family. It seemed like a miracle, and everyone dared to hope he'd beaten cancer for good. But in September 1994, just months after returning home, John suffered another setback when his lungs collapsed, requiring immediate hospitalization. Through it all, John kept fighting with remarkable courage. He returned to the hospital in February 1995 for more chemotherapy, but received heartbreaking news. The cancer had spread throughout his body and treatment options were exhausted. On March 20th, 1995, John passed away peacefully. After fighting cancer with the same determination he showed in the ring, he was laid to rest in Pennsylvania. Big John Studd was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2004, honoring his lasting impact on professional wrestling. Looking back at Big John Studd's career, it's clear why he stands as one of wrestling's most overlooked giants. He played a crucial role in elevating stars like Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. As one of the biggest heels of the mid-'80s, both physically and in character, Studd gave these heroes the perfect opponent to prove themselves against. While Andre and Hogan were already stars before facing Studd, he provided them with some of their most memorable rivalries. Beating someone like Big John Studd meant something. His size and dominance made every victory over him feel significant. Throughout his career, Studd proved his value, from his time with the Executioners to his excellent partnership with King Kong Bundy, and especially his profitable feud with Andre the Giant that drew huge crowds everywhere they went. Though his 1988 comeback may not have reached the same heights, Big John Studd's impact on wrestling deserves far more recognition than it receives today.
Next up, Mr. Perfect.
Growing up around wrestling from before he could walk, Kurt faced the mixed blessing that came with being Larry, the Axe Hennig's son. His father was already a legend in the American Wrestling Association. Larry had made his name as a tough, no-nonsense competitor who could work with anyone and make them look good. He was respected by promoters and feared by opponents. But having a famous wrestling father meant living under enormous pressure and constant scrutiny. Every time young Kurt stepped foot in a gym or wrestling school, people watched him differently. They expected him to be as tough as his old man. They expected him to have that same natural instinct for the business. Most importantly, they expected him to prove he belonged there on his own merit, not just because of his last name. He excelled in football, baseball, and amateur wrestling at Robbinsdale High School in Minnesota, and was widely regarded by coaches as a college-level athlete. His baseball skills were equally strong, with scouts taking notice of his arm strength and batting ability. But it was amateur wrestling where he really stood out. He dominated his high school competition and showed the technical skills that would later make him famous. Teachers and coaches could see he was different from other athletes. He had that perfectionist mentality that pushed him to be better than everyone else. At Vern's training camp, he proved he wasn't just riding his father's coattails. The camp was known for being brutal. Verne would push wrestlers to their physical and mental limits. Many hopefuls quit within the first few weeks. Others were told they didn't have what it takes and were sent home. But Kurt graduated from Verne's famously demanding camp, displaying technical skills that impressed even veteran wrestlers who had been in the business for decades. His footwork was smooth. His timing was natural. Most importantly, he understood ring psychology in a way that usually takes years to develop. The Minnesota wrestling scene was brutal and competitive, with no room for nepotism or weakness. The AWA territory was home to some of the toughest wrestlers in the business. Veterans like Nick Bockwinkel, Bobby Heenan, and Rick Martel set the standard for excellence. If you couldn't work at their level, you wouldn't last long. Promoters had no patience for wrestlers who couldn't draw money or deliver quality matches. Family connections might get you a tryout, but they wouldn't keep you employed if you couldn't perform. Young wrestlers who couldn't cut it were quickly weeded out, regardless of their last name. Verne had seen plenty of wrestlers' sons try to follow in their father's footsteps. Most of them failed because they thought the name alone would carry them. They lacked the dedication and natural ability needed to succeed. The wrestling business has always been unforgiving to those who don't respect it or work hard enough to master it. But Kurt had something special that set him apart from other second-generation wrestlers. He had a combination of his father's toughness and his own perfectionist mentality. He wasn't satisfied with being good enough or just getting by on his name. He wanted to be the best at everything he did. This drive would later become the foundation of his Mr. Perfect character, but even as a teenager, people could see he had that obsessive need to excel. By age 20, he was ready to step into the ring professionally, carrying not just his father's legacy, but his own burning ambition. He had spent years preparing for this moment. The training was complete. The foundation was solid. But the real test was about to begin as he entered a wrestling world where reputation meant everything, and one mistake could end a career before it started. Making his professional debut on January 30th, 1980, at just 20 years old, Hennig stepped into the territorial wrestling system where careers were made or broken. This wasn't like today's wrestling where one company controls everything. Back then, the country was divided into different wrestling territories. Each territory had its own promoter, its own stars, and its own way of doing business. A wrestler had to prove himself in multiple territories before anyone would consider him a real star. He worked in the Pacific Northwest and other territories far from his Minnesota home. He started as a babyface, the good guy that fans were supposed to cheer for. The crowds didn't know him yet. They didn't care about his famous father or his amateur wrestling credentials. All that mattered was what he could do between the ropes. Wrestling promoters were looking for one thing. Could this kid draw money and put on entertaining matches night after night? His brief 1981 stint in the WWE ended quickly, raising questions about whether he was ready for the big time or if he needed more seasoning. Vince McMahon Sr. was still running the company then, and he had strict standards for who could work in his territory. Hennig lasted only a few months before he was sent back to smaller territories. Some people saw this as a failure. Others viewed it as a learning experience. The truth was probably somewhere in between. He had the talent, but he wasn't polished enough yet for the biggest stage in wrestling. Returning to the AWA in 1982, he faced the challenge of proving himself without relying on his father's name. Verne Gagne gave him opportunities, but Verne was known for being tough on everyone, including wrestlers' sons. He had no patience for performers who couldn't live up to their potential. Hennig started at the bottom of the card, working preliminary matches before the main events. He had to earn respect from veteran wrestlers who had worked with his father. They watched him closely, looking for any sign that he thought he was better than them because of his family connections. The territorial system was unforgiving in ways that modern wrestling fans can't imagine. Wrestlers traveled from town to town, working multiple matches a week for small crowds with no guaranteed contracts or health insurance. They drove their own cars, paid for their own gas, and split hotel rooms to save money. If you got injured, you didn't get paid. If the crowds didn't like you, promoters stopped booking you. Hennig worked as an undercard talent early on and learned ring psychology from veterans who taught him the fundamentals that would serve him throughout his career. He studied how veteran wrestlers controlled crowds and told stories in the ring. He learned when to speed up the pace and when to slow things down. Most importantly, he discovered how to make his opponents look good while still getting himself over with the fans. This skill would become one of his greatest strengths throughout his entire career. His technical skills improved dramatically during this period, as he studied tape and worked with veteran performers. He spent hours watching matches from legendary wrestlers like Lou Thesz and Billy Robinson. He picked up subtle techniques that most wrestlers never bothered to learn. His footwork became smoother. His transitions between moves looked more natural. He developed that rare ability to make everything look effortless while actually working incredibly hard to perfect every detail. The grind was brutal, but it taught him how to work hurt, how to adapt to different crowds, and how to carry weaker wrestlers to better matches than they deserved. These lessons couldn't be taught in wrestling school. They had to be earned through years of experience in small towns across the country. By the mid-1980s, he had transformed from a promising rookie into a polished performer ready for main event status. The territorial system had forged him into something special, a wrestler who understood both the art and the business. Wrestling observers were starting to take notice of his work, and bigger opportunities were about to present themselves. The AWA World Heavyweight Championship became the prize that would define Hennig's career in territorial wrestling. The American Wrestling Association was Verne's baby. He had built it from nothing into one of the most respected wrestling territories in the country. Stars like Hulk Hogan, Jesse Ventura, and Rick Martel had all made their names there before moving on to bigger things. Now it was Hennig's turn to prove he belonged in that company. Teaming with Scott Hall to win the AWA World Tag Team Championship on January 18, 1986, was just the beginning of Hennig's rise to the top. Hall was already establishing himself as one of the smoothest workers in the business. He had natural charisma and could talk his way into any storyline. Together, they made a dangerous combination. Hennig brought the technical skills and family credibility. Hall brought the attitude and mic work. Their chemistry was obvious from their first match together. They understood each other's timing and could anticipate what the other would do in any situation. The Tag Team Championship run showed Hennig could work at the main event level. He wasn't just carrying weaker wrestlers anymore. He was working with established stars and holding his own. The crowds responded to his confidence and athletic ability. Wrestling observers started writing about his potential as a singles star. Promoters in other territories began asking Verne about his availability for special attractions. Everything was building towards something bigger. The real test came when he pursued the AWA World Heavyweight Championship, facing the legendary Nick Bockwinkel, who had held the title for years. Bockwinkel was everything a world champion should be. He looked like money in his expensive suits. He could wrestle any style and make it look easy. Most importantly, he understood how to be a heel champion without killing business. Fans hated him, but they paid to see him lose. That's the mark of a great champion. When Hennig defeated Nick Bockwinkel for the AWA World Heavyweight Championship in May 1987, it felt like a genuine changing of the guard. His 53-week reign established him as one of the premier wrestlers in the territory system. This wasn't a short transitional reign or a fluke victory. He held the title for over a year, defending it against all comers. Every defense was a main event. Every match had to deliver because the AWA's reputation depended on their champion being able to work with anyone and make it look believable. Hennig's matches during this period showcased his incredible technical ability and natural charisma. The background research repeatedly praises his ability to adapt his style to any opponent. He could work lengthy technical matches with wrestlers like Bockwinkel, showcasing his mat skills and ring psychology. Against brawlers like Bruiser Brody, he could adjust to a more physical style without losing his technical edge. This versatility made him valuable to promoters who needed a champion capable of working with different types of wrestlers. His feuds with top stars like Jerry Lawler and Greg Gagne drew huge crowds throughout the Midwest. However, the AWA was declining in the late 1980s, which gave Hennig prominence but limited his long-term national exposure. The Lawler matches were particularly special because both men understood Southern-style psychology. They could work a crowd into a frenzy without relying on high spots or complex sequences. The Greg feud had built-in drama because of the Hennig family's history with Vern Gagne. Wrestling observers began to take notice, praising his in-ring psychology and storytelling ability. Dave Meltzer and other wrestling journalists started featuring his matches in their newsletters. They recognized that something special was happening in the AWA. By 1987, Vince McMahon was watching, recognizing that Hennig had everything needed to succeed on the national stage. The AWA had been his proving ground, but the wrestling world was changing rapidly. National expansion was the future, and Hennig would need more than just technical excellence to make his mark on a bigger stage. McMahon's creative team knew they had to build something bigger than just another talented wrestler. When Hennig arrived in the WWE in 1988, the company had big plans for him. But first they needed to create the perfect persona. McMahon's team had watched Hennig's work in the AWA. They saw his athletic ability and his natural arrogance. They recognized that he had the look and skills to be a top heel in their expanding national territory. But the WWE was different from the regional territories. Characters needed to be bigger and more defined. The Mr. Perfect character was a risk that could have destroyed Hennig's career before it started. Claiming to be perfect at everything could easily backfire if fans didn't buy into it. Wrestling fans were smart. They could spot a fake from a mile away. If Hennig couldn't back up his claims of perfection, the character would become a joke. Hennig reportedly did not initially like the Mr. Perfect gimmick and preferred a cowboy character, but he accepted and elevated the concept beyond what anyone expected. Vignettes started airing in October 1988, and Hennig debuted the character on TV as Mr. Perfect in early October 1988. The vignettes, showing Perfect's athletic accomplishments, were groundbreaking for their time, featuring real sports demonstrations that no other wrestler had attempted. His half-court basketball shots, perfect 300 bowling games, and catching Hail Mary passes weren't staged or edited. These were actual athletic feats that required genuine skill and practice. The vignettes even featured cameos from real sports figures, adding legitimacy to his claims of athletic superiority. Hennig would spend hours practicing these shots before filming. He treated each vignette like a wrestling match that he had to win. His perfectionist mentality extended beyond the wrestling ring into every aspect of his character. Those vignettes created the aura that would fuel a year-long undefeated run on television, establishing him as one of the most protected wrestlers in the company. The character worked because it was rooted in truth. Hennig really was an exceptional athlete who excelled at multiple sports. This authenticity came through on television in ways that scripted characters never could. Fans might hate Mr. Perfect's arrogance, but they couldn't argue with the evidence they saw on their screens. The character became believable because the man playing it actually possessed those abilities. His cocky, arrogant personality was the perfect heel character for the late 1980s WWE. The company was transitioning from regional territory wrestling to national entertainment. They needed villains who could generate heat from coast to coast. Mr. Perfect's attitude worked everywhere. Small-town fans hated his big city arrogance. City fans hated his claims of superiority. Everyone found something to dislike about this wrestler who thought he was better than them. Fans loved to hate him, but they also couldn't deny his incredible in-ring ability. This created the perfect dynamic for a heel wrestler. People paid to see him lose, but they also respected his skills enough to keep watching. He could work with fan favorites like Hulk Hogan and make them look good while still maintaining his heel character. The Mr. Perfect character was an instant hit, giving Hennig the platform he needed to showcase his talents on a national stage. Television audiences across the country were seeing his work for the first time. Wrestling magazines started featuring him on covers. Merchandise sales proved that fans were connecting with the character despite hating everything he represented. But with success came new pressures that would test every aspect of his perfect persona. Every match would carry enormous weight, and maintaining that image of perfection was about to become the biggest challenge of his career. The undefeated streak became the foundation of Mr. Perfect's entire character. Wrestling promoters love undefeated streaks because they create easy storylines and build anticipation for the eventual loss. But for the wrestler carrying that streak, every match becomes a potential disaster. One bad night, one blown spot, one backstage decision could end months of careful character building in a matter of minutes. Mr. Perfect remained unbeaten on television for over a year, making him one of the most protected wrestlers in the company. WWE booking protected the streak as a deliberate strategy to build him as a top heel. The company was expanding nationally, and they needed strong characters that fans could believe in. An undefeated wrestler was valuable because it gave the impression that their roster was filled with legitimate tough guys. Hennig's streak wasn't accidental. It was a calculated business decision designed to establish him as a major player. Every match carried the risk of ending the streak, and backstage politics often determined who would get that honor. Wrestling matches are predetermined, but the decision of who wins and loses involves complex negotiations between promoters, bookers, and sometimes the wrestlers themselves. Hennig's undefeated streak meant that every opponent knew they weren't going over. This could create resentment in the locker room if wrestlers felt they deserved a win more than Hennig deserved to keep his streak alive. His feuds with opponents like the Blue Blazer, Owen Hart working under a mask, and the Red Rooster, Terry Taylor, showcased his ability to make even mid-card opponents look credible. The Blue Blazer played a clean-cut superhero character that was the opposite of Mr. Perfect's arrogant persona. The Red Rooster was a solid wrestler who had been saddled with a ridiculous gimmick. Both men were talented performers who deserved better than their current positions. Working with Hennig gave them a chance to show what they could do in longer, more meaningful matches. The streak wasn't just about winning matches. It was about winning them in convincing fashion while maintaining his perfect persona. Hennig couldn't just barely squeeze out victories or win through lucky breaks. Every win had to look dominant and effortless. This required careful planning and execution. He had to work with his opponents to create matches that told the right story while protecting his character's credibility. One sloppy victory could damage months of character development. His first pinfall loss came at Madison Square Garden to the Ultimate Warrior on March 19, 1990, though this was a regional MSG event rather than national television. His first singles loss on national pay-per-view television came to Brutus Beefcake at WrestleMania 6. These milestones marked the calculated end of his unbeaten run. But by then, the damage was done. Mr. Perfect had been established as a legitimate threat to anyone on the roster. Fans began to anticipate who might finally defeat the perfect wrestler, creating natural storylines and feuds. The streak became its own attraction. Wrestling magazines speculated about potential opponents. Fans at live events would chant for their favorites to be the one to end the streak. This anticipation was valuable for the company because it kept people interested in Mr. Perfect's matches even when the outcomes were predictable. The streak established Mr. Perfect as a legitimate main event player, proving he could carry storylines and deliver consistently good matches against different types of opponents. He had credibility with both hardcore wrestling fans and casual viewers. Heenan would later become his manager and add a crucial mouthpiece to the act. But the real test of his perfect persona was about to come in the form of championship gold that would define his entire WWE career. Winning the Intercontinental Championship would prove whether his perfect persona could translate into championship success. The Intercontinental Championship was often considered a stepping stone to the WWE Championship, but for some wrestlers it became their career-defining achievement. In the wrestling world, the IC title carried special meaning. It was the championship for wrestlers who could work. Technical ability mattered more than size or politics. Champions like Ricky Steamboat, Randy Savage, and Honky Tonk Man had all used the title to establish their credentials. For Mr. Perfect, this championship would represent the pinnacle of his wrestling excellence. In May 1990, he won the vacant Intercontinental Championship, defeating Tito Santana in the tournament final. Santana was a respected veteran who had held the title twice before. He was known for his technical skills and his ability to work with anyone on the roster. The tournament format gave Hennig's victory additional credibility since he had to defeat multiple opponents to claim the vacant title. His victory was clean and decisive, establishing him as a legitimate champion from day one. He held the Intercontinental title for about 15 months, from May 1990 until August 1991, but questions lingered about whether this was as high as he would ever climb in the company. Backstage, wrestlers and office personnel were already discussing Hennig's future. Some believed he had everything needed to be WWE champion. Others pointed to Vince McMahon's preference for larger, more physically imposing champions. The Intercontinental Championship had launched careers like Hulk Hogan's to the next level. Whether it would do the same for Hennig remained to be seen. His defenses against Big Boss Man at WrestleMania 7, Brutus Beefcake, and Kerry Von Erich showcased his versatility as a champion. The Beefcake matches were interesting because both men were heels, which created unique dynamics. Von Erich brought his own credibility as a former NWA World Champion and member of the famous Von Erich wrestling family. Each defense required Hennig to adapt his style and approach. Against power wrestlers, he used his speed and technical skills. Against technical wrestlers, he relied on his athleticism and ring psychology. This adaptability made him valuable to the company's booking team. Perfect's matches during this period were consistently rated among the best on every card he appeared on. Wrestling observers took notice of his work rate and consistency. He rarely had a bad match, even when working with wrestlers who had limited skills. His ability to carry weaker opponents to good matches made him an asset to the company. Promoters could put him in the ring with almost anyone and expect a solid performance that would entertain the crowd. The Intercontinental Championship was considered the workhorse belt that rewarded in-ring ability, and Hennig's technical skill fit the championship perfectly. His appearance at WrestleMania 7 demonstrated his importance to the company's biggest events. WrestleMania was the WWE's showcase event, and only top stars got meaningful spots on the card. His presence at WrestleMania confirmed his status as one of the company's premier performers. The title reign established him as the measuring stick for technical excellence in the WWE. Other wrestlers were compared to Mr. Perfect's standards. His matches set the bar for what an Intercontinental Championship defense should look like. Wrestling schools used his matches as teaching tools for students learning ring psychology and match structure. He became the standard that other technical wrestlers tried to reach. Behind the scenes, discussions about his future began to include potential main event programs and championship opportunities. Office personnel started talking about him in the same conversations as Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior. His name came up when planners discussed long-term storylines and pay-per-view main events. The foundation was being laid for his eventual push to the top of the company. But one title defense would change everything about his career trajectory. What should have been another routine championship match would instead become both his greatest triumph and his most costly victory. SummerSlam, 1991, August 26th, Madison Square Garden was packed that night. The crowd was electric. Mr. Perfect had been Intercontinental Champion for over a year. He had beaten everyone they put in front of him. Bret Hart was the challenger, a technical wrestler from the famous Hart wrestling family. On paper, it looked like another routine defense for the Perfect wrestler. The match between Mr. Perfect and Bret Hart at SummerSlam. 1991 is still considered one of the greatest Intercontinental Championship matches ever. Wrestling historians study this match. They break down every move and every sequence. The technical wrestling was flawless. Both men understood ring psychology better than most wrestlers ever would. They told a complete story in 18 minutes. The crowd was invested from the opening bell to the final pinfall. What fans didn't know was that Hennig was wrestling with a broken tailbone and bulging discs, risking his career with every move. He had been dealing with back problems for months. The injury had gotten worse during recent matches. Doctors had told him to take time off. He refused because losing the title would hurt his position in the company. He decided to work through the pain and hope for the best. The pain was excruciating. Every bump hurt. Every time Hart lifted him for a move, Hennig felt sharp pains shooting through his spine. He couldn't let it show on his face. Wrestling fans can spot weakness immediately. If they sensed he was hurt, it would ruin the match and damage his character. He had to perform like everything was normal while his body was breaking down. The 18-minute classic showcased both men at their absolute best, with technical wrestling that few could match. Hart worked holds that looked devastating but were actually safe for both wrestlers. Hennig countered with moves that showed his athletic ability without putting too much stress on his injured back. They built the match slowly, adding intensity as it progressed. The crowd got louder with each near fall. Bret Hart won the match and the title at SummerSlam 1991. Hennig later revealed he had a broken tailbone and bulging discs and wrestled the match through excruciating pain. He wrestled through a broken tailbone and bulging discs, injuries that would significantly limit his in-ring future. What should have been a temporary setback became a permanent problem. His movement in the ring was never the same. He couldn't take the bumps he used to take. High-impact moves became impossible. Wrestling Observers gave the match 5 stars, and Bret Hart later called it one of his best matches. Dave Meltzer and other respected journalists rated it highly. The match was featured on highlight reels and best-of compilations. But while everyone celebrated the artistic achievement, Hennig was dealing with the physical consequences that would change his entire career trajectory. His transition to commentary and behind-the-scenes roles was presented as a choice, but it was really a medical necessity. The company told fans that Mr. Perfect was taking on new responsibilities. They said he wanted to expand his role beyond just wrestling. The truth was that his body couldn't handle full-time wrestling anymore. He needed time to heal and figure out what came next. The match that should have elevated both men instead became the moment when Mr. Perfect's championship dreams began to fade. Hart went on to bigger things. He eventually won the WWE Championship and became one of the company's top stars. For Hennig, this match represented the peak of his in-ring career. Everything after this would be a struggle against his own physical limitations. The injury would force him to reinvent his role in the company, but it also robbed wrestling of one of its greatest performers. Yet, even with his body failing him, the real obstacles to his championship aspirations weren't just physical. The decisions that would truly determine his fate were being made in places where fans never looked. Wrestling boardrooms and backstage conversations determine careers in ways fans never understand. And for Mr. Perfect, those decisions crushed his championship dreams. Wrestling fans only see what happens in the ring and on television. They don't know about the meetings where careers are made or destroyed. They don't hear the conversations between promoters and bookers that determine who gets pushed and who gets buried. For Curt Hennig, these behind-the-scenes decisions would cost him the one thing he wanted most: the WWE Championship. Multiple sources and people in the business say Hennig was never seriously pushed to the WWE Championship. Contemporaries point to Vince McMahon's preference for larger, more marketable champions and backstage politics as important factors. This was shocking to people in the wrestling business who watched his work. He had everything a world champion needed. He could work with anyone. He could cut decent promos. He had the look and the athletic ability. Most importantly, he drew money and got reactions from crowds everywhere he went. But none of that mattered if the boss didn't see him as championship material. The reasons varied depending on who you asked in the wrestling business. Some people said it was his size that worked against him. McMahon had always preferred larger champions like Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior. Hennig was around 6 feet tall and weighed about 260 pounds. That made him bigger than most wrestlers, but not big enough for McMahon's vision of what a world champion should look like. Others pointed to backstage heat and political issues that created problems for Hennig's career advancement. McMahon's preference for larger, more physically imposing champions worked against Hennig throughout his career. The boss wanted champions who looked like superheroes or movie stars. He wanted wrestlers who would photograph well and look impressive on television. Hennig was athletic and good-looking, but he didn't have the massive physique that McMahon associated with main event stars. This preference wasn't unusual in wrestling, but it limited opportunities for talented wrestlers who didn't fit the physical mold. Reports suggest that promises of a world title push were made but never fulfilled, leading to frustration and resentment. People in the wrestling business talked about conversations where Hennig was told his time would come. He was assured that the company had big plans for him. These promises kept him motivated and loyal to the organization. But months turned into years, and the promised push never materialized. This created tension and disappointment that affected his relationship with management. He feuded with Hogan during his heel run. Later, in late 1992, he turned babyface, notably teaming with Randy Savage at Survivor Series 1992 in a bid to re-establish singles momentum. Turning Hennig from heel to babyface was a major decision. The Mr. Perfect character had been successful as a villain. Changing that dynamic was risky. Some people believed this was management's way of testing whether Hennig could work as a top good guy. Others saw it as a desperate attempt to salvage his main event potential after years of political problems. Backstage politics in the WWE were notoriously complex during this period. Multiple factors influenced who got pushed and who didn't. Personal relationships mattered. Political alliances affected booking decisions. Some wrestlers had agents or advocates who fought for their interests. Others had to navigate the system on their own. Success required more than just wrestling ability. It required understanding how to play the backstage game and build the right relationships. Sources paint a mixed picture. Hennig was widely respected and generous with knowledge, but his perfectionism and frankness may have created friction in some backstage relationships. His attention to detail and high standards were assets in the ring, but those same qualities could make him difficult to work with behind the scenes. He expected everyone to meet his level of professionalism. When they didn't, he wasn't afraid to speak up. Hennig cashed a Lloyd's of London disability policy tied to his post-injury condition. Later disputes over payments and his frustration with how the company handled his return contributed to tensions that factored into his jump to WCW. The combination of injury and politics effectively ended his chances of ever becoming WWE champion, despite having all the tools to succeed. His back problems limited his in-ring time just when he needed to be at his best. At the same time, backstage issues prevented him from getting the opportunities he deserved. By the mid-1990s, it became clear that Hennig would need to look elsewhere for the career revival that had eluded him in the WWE. He jumped to WCW in mid-1997 and reintroduced himself under his real name, hoping the Monday Night Wars would offer the main event opportunities that had eluded him. Wrestling fans love comeback stories. They want to see their heroes overcome obstacles and find success in new places. When Curt Hennig left the WWE, many people hoped that World Championship Wrestling would give him the push he never got up north. The Monday Night Wars were at their peak. WCW was signing big names and giving them main event opportunities. It seemed like the perfect time for Hennig to reinvent himself. Eric Bischoff was running WCW, and he was willing to spend money to compete with Vince McMahon. The company was signing former WWE stars and putting them in prominent positions. Hennig's reputation as a technical wrestler made him attractive to WCW bookers. They saw him as someone who could work with their younger talent and help elevate the overall quality of their matches. The timing seemed perfect for a fresh start in a company that valued wrestling ability. Joining the Four Horsemen and later the NWO showed he could still adapt to new situations, but his physical limitations were becoming more apparent. The Four Horsemen were WCW's most prestigious stable. Being invited to join meant the company viewed him as a main event caliber performer. He worked alongside Ric Flair, Chris Benoit, and Dean Malenko. These were wrestlers who appreciated technical excellence and ring psychology. Later, his inclusion in the NWO Wolfpack gave him another high-profile storyline. But people who worked with him noticed he wasn't the same physically. He won the United States Heavyweight Championship in 1997, proving he could still carry feuds and draw money when healthy. His back issues limited what he could do, but he still had strong programs with Diamond Dallas Page and Chris Benoit. The DDP matches were particularly good because both men understood how to work around physical limitations. Page had his own injury history and knew how to structure matches that looked spectacular without being overly dangerous. The Benoit feuds showcased technical wrestling at its finest. Working with him brought out the best in Hennig's remaining abilities. The United States Championship reigns gave him gold around his waist again, though they felt like consolation prizes compared to his earlier success. Winning the U.S. title should have been a career highlight. The championship had history and prestige in WCW. Previous holders included Sting, Lex Luger, and other main event stars. But for Hennig, these reigns reminded him of what he was capable of achieving. The US title was treated as a secondary championship, but it proved he could still be trusted with meaningful storylines. His time with the West Texas Rednecks was entertaining and showed his personality outside of wrestling. The group was formed as part of a country music storyline that became unexpectedly popular with fans. Hennig recorded the song "Rap is Crap" and played guitar with the band. It was fun television that connected with audiences in ways nobody expected. He also rebranded his fisherman suplex as the Hennigplex, giving his signature move a more personal identity. These creative touches showed he was still engaged with his character work. WCW's shifting creative leadership and last-minute changes made it hard for any performer to gain long-term momentum. Hennig was no exception. The company was notorious for script changes and political backstage maneuvering. Wrestlers never knew what their storylines would be from week to week. This instability made it difficult for anyone to build consistent characters or develop meaningful feuds. The Monday Night Wars period was exciting for wrestling fans, but for Hennig it represented both opportunity and frustration. While the wrestling business was experiencing unprecedented growth and mainstream attention, his own body was betraying him. The physical demands that had once been second nature now required careful management and constant pain medication. Success in WCW extended his career, but it couldn't recapture the magic of his Mr. Perfect years. The man who had once embodied wrestling perfection was fighting battles that went far beyond what fans could see on television. The real tragedy began long before anyone realized how serious his problems had become. Curt Hennig had everything a wrestler could want: talent, charisma, athletic ability, and the respect of his peers. But success in wrestling often comes with a price that fans never see. Behind the perfect character and technical excellence was a man struggling with pain that went far beyond what happened in the ring. Hennig battled chronic pain after his SummerSlam injuries, used prescription painkillers for years, and the medical examiner ruled his death on February 10, 2003 as acute cocaine intoxication. His father later said steroids and painkillers contributed. The back injury from his match with Bret Hart never fully healed. What started as legitimate medical treatment became something much darker. The pills helped him get through matches and appearances, but they also created a dependency that would haunt him for years. The chronic pain affected everything in his life. Simple activities became difficult. Sleep was often impossible. The man who had once been a perfect athlete could barely get through a normal day without medication. He tried different treatments and therapies, but nothing gave him lasting relief. Wrestling had given him fame and money, but it had also destroyed his body in ways that couldn't be repaired. Reports also document run-ins with the law and increasing personal problems in his later years. Financial problems created stress and embarrassment. The perfectionist who had once demanded excellence from everyone around him was falling apart. Friends and family watched helplessly as he struggled with demons that were bigger than any wrestling storyline. His death at age 44 shocked the wrestling world and highlighted the industry's darker side. The news hit the wrestling community like a punch to the gut. Here was a man who had entertained millions of fans and inspired countless wrestlers. He was gone at an age when he should have been enjoying retirement or working as a trainer. Years of prescription drug abuse had led to harder substances. The pain that started with a wrestling injury had consumed his entire life. His influence on technical wrestling and heel psychology can still be seen in today's performers. Wrestlers study his matches to learn timing and storytelling. His ability to make opponents look good while staying strong himself became a template that others follow. The Mr. Perfect character showed how arrogance could be entertaining when backed up by genuine skill. Modern heels still use techniques that Hennig perfected decades ago. The SummerSlam 1991 match with Bret Hart remains a masterclass in wrestling storytelling and technical execution. Wrestling schools use this match to teach students about psychology and pacing. Every move had a purpose. Every sequence built toward the conclusion. It represents everything that was great about Hennig's approach to wrestling. Technical excellence combined with emotional storytelling that connected with audiences. His son Curtis Axel's WWE career keeps the Hennig name alive, though he never reached his father's heights. Curtis inherited some of his father's athletic ability and ring awareness. But lightning rarely strikes twice in wrestling families. The expectations were enormous and probably unfair. Still, seeing a Hennig in a WWE ring reminds fans of what his father accomplished and what might have been. He was posthumously inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2007, with peers including Bret Hart and Hulk Hogan widely noted for praising his work and contributions to the business. His family accepted the honor on his behalf. Wrestling legends spoke about his talent and his impact on the industry. But everyone in that room knew this should have been Curt Hennig's moment to celebrate a career well-lived. Wrestling historians consistently rank Mr. Perfect among the greatest performers never to win a world championship. The man who claimed to be perfect was ultimately all too human, with flaws and circumstances that shaped a career filled with both triumph and unfulfilled promise. The lessons from Curt Hennig's career extend far beyond his individual story. Many peers and historians view Hennig as one of the best performers never to win a world title. His in-ring excellence, injuries, and backstage dynamics combined to keep him from reaching the top. His technical excellence and character work set a standard that wrestlers still strive to match today. Wrestlers and trainers still study his matches. His SummerSlam '91 bout with Bret Hart is a teaching tool for timing and psychology. The real tragedy isn't just that he died young at 44. The tragedy is that circumstances prevented him from achieving his full potential when he was at his peak. Wrestling lost one of its greatest performers.
Next up, Big Boss Man. Ray Washington Traylor was born on May 2, 1963, in Marietta, Georgia. Traylor's early life remains shrouded in mystery, a fact that seems fitting for a man who would later become one of wrestling's most intimidating figures. While many wrestlers of his era crafted elaborate backstories about their upbringing, Traylor maintained an iron curtain between his personal and professional lives, taking the rare approach of letting his imposing presence speak for itself. But it was behind the walls of Cobb County Correctional Facility where Traylor's legend truly began to take shape. Standing at a towering 6'7" and weighing a mammoth 330 pounds, he wasn't just another corrections officer. He was a force of nature that commanded respect with merely his presence. Hardened inmates quickly learned that crossing paths with Officer Traylor meant serious business. What's particularly fascinating is that despite later sharing the ring with giants like Andre and Big John Studd, Traylor in 1985, when local wrestling promoters, always on the lookout for legitimate tough guys with size, couldn't help but notice the imposing prison guard. Here was a man who didn't need to pretend to be tough. He lived it daily. After being convinced to give wrestling a shot, Traylor began training while still maintaining his corrections officer position. His natural athleticism, combined with his real-world experience in handling confrontations, made him a quick study in the ring. Soon he was working dates for Knoxville's Continental Championship Wrestling, where he rapidly became one of their most promising prospects. In a bold move that would change his life forever, Traylor hung up his prison guard uniform and dove headfirst into the world of professional wrestling, a decision that would lead him down a path to becoming one of wrestling's most memorable characters. In the cutthroat world of territorial wrestling, few rookies ascended the ranks as quickly as Ray Traylor. On February 3, 1986, barely 8 months after first stepping into a wrestling ring, Traylor found himself challenging for the prestigious NWA Alabama Heavyweight Championship. This wasn't just any title shot. It was a testament to how quickly this former prison guard had mastered the fundamentals of professional wrestling. While he would ultimately fall short against the seasoned champion Robert Soto that night, the match proved to be a career-defining moment for reasons nobody could have predicted. Word of Traylor's exceptional performance spread through the wrestling community like wildfire. Here was a big man who could not only intimidate with his size, but could actually work a compelling match, a rare combination that caught the attention of Jim Crockett Promotions, the crown jewel of Southern wrestling. Operating out of Charlotte, North Carolina, JCP was considered the major leagues of territorial wrestling, second only to the WWF in terms of national prominence. The company had launched the careers of legends like Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, and Ricky Steamboat, and now they had their eyes on the promising rookie from Georgia. What's particularly remarkable about this period is how Traylor's real-life experience as a corrections officer began shaping his in-ring persona. While many wrestlers struggled to find their character, Trailer's authenticity was undeniable. When he locked eyes with an opponent, everyone in the arena could feel the presence of a man who had stared down real-life criminals. This natural intimidation factor, combined with his rapidly improving ring skills, made him an invaluable prospect for Jim Crockett Promotions, setting the stage for the next chapter in his wrestling journey. Every wrestling superstar has an origin story, and Ray Trailer's transformation from enhancement talent to main event player reads like a masterclass in character evolution. During his early days in Jim Crockett Promotions, Trailer paid his dues the old-school way, taking losses to the territory's biggest names. But these weren't just any matches. They were learning experiences against some of the most legendary figures in wrestling history, trading holds with technical wizard Tully Blanchard, surviving battles with the rugged Ivan Koloff, and going toe-to-toe with the tomahawk-chopping Wahoo McDaniel. Each match added another layer to Trailer's rapidly developing skill set. Even encounters with elite tag teams like the Midnight Express and the Road Warriors helped shape his understanding of ring psychology. But it was the eye of wrestling's creative genius, Dusty Rhodes, that saw something special lurking beneath the surface of the former corrections officer. The American Dream had a knack for spotting diamond in the rough, and in Trailer he saw unlimited potential. In a bold move that would change wrestling history, Rhodes pulled Trailer completely off television for 3 months. An eternity in wrestling time. Behind the scenes, they weren't just creating a new character. They were crafting an entirely new force of nature in professional wrestling. The result would be Big Bubba Rogers, a character that would make audiences forget Ray Trailer had ever been a jobber. When Big Bubba Rogers emerged on the May 31st episode of Worldwide, the transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Gone was the enhancement talent taking losses. In his place stood an immovable mountain of a man, silently stalking at the side of the flamboyant Jim Cornette. This wasn't just another bodyguard role, it was the birth of a monster heel who would redefine what it meant to be intimidating in professional wrestling. The timing couldn't have been better, as Cornette and his Midnight Express were embroiled in a heated rivalry with Magnum TA and the Road Warriors. Each week, Big Bubba's presence grew more menacing as he systematically destroyed opponent after opponent, building a reputation as an unstoppable force that even the most established stars feared to face. His silent demeanor made him even more threatening, while other wrestlers needed to talk tough. Big Bubba's mere presence was enough to send shivers through the crowd. In the high-stakes world of 1980s wrestling, few feuds captured audience attention, quite like the intense rivalry between Big Bubba Rogers and Dusty Rhodes. The bunkhouse stampede matches, brutal, no-holds-barred affairs where anything went, became the perfect showcase for both men's contrasting styles. Rhodes, the charismatic veteran with years of wars under his belt, found himself matched against a younger, more powerful opponent who could match his intensity, blow for blow. The shocking part wasn't just that Bubba could hang with the Dream, it was that he was winning just as many matches as he was losing. As tensions escalated and neither man could claim true superiority, the wrestling world buzzed with anticipation for what would become one of the most memorable cage matches in NWA history. The steel structure would serve as the ultimate proving ground, where Big Bubba's meteoric rise would be tested against the established dominance of the American Dream. While Rhodes ultimately emerged victorious, the feud had accomplished something remarkable. It had transformed Big Bubba from Jim Cornette's imposing bodyguard into a legitimate main event threat in his own right. The momentum from the Rhodes feud catapulted Bubba into an even more violent program with rugged Ron Garvin, a hard-hitting veteran known for his devastating knockout punch. Their rivalry culminated at Starrcade 1986, the NWA's biggest event of the year, in a Louisville street fight that pushed both men to their absolute limits. In front of a packed house, Bubba showcased not just his raw power, but his mastery of brawling psychology, systematically breaking down the smaller Garvin in a match that had fans believing every brutal moment. The decisive victory proved what many had begun to suspect. Big Bubba Rogers wasn't just a flash in the pan. He was becoming one of wrestling's most formidable forces. The former corrections officer had not only found his calling, but was excelling at it in ways few could have predicted. In the ever-shifting landscape of 1980s wrestling territories, the Universal Wrestling Federation emerged as a fresh battleground for ambitious competitors. When Jim Crockett acquired the promotion, he knew exactly who to send in as his conquering force: Big Bubba Rogers. On April 18, 1987, Bubba made an immediate impact that sent shockwaves through the UWF, demolishing not one but two men in a handicap match against Mike Reed and the Glassman. This wasn't just a debut, it was a statement of dominance. But it was the following night that would etch Bubba's name into UWF history. Challenging the seemingly unstoppable one-man gang for the UWF Heavyweight Championship, Bubba proved that his rapid rise in wrestling was no fluke. In a clash of titans that had the crowd on the edge of their seats, Bubba dethroned Gang to capture his first world championship, a moment that marked his official arrival as a main event player in professional wrestling. The victory was made even sweeter by its decisiveness, proving that the former corrections officer could hang with anyone in the business. The championship reign that followed showcased a new dimension to Big Bubba's character when he aligned himself with the sinister General Skandor Akbar and his feared Devastation Inc. and stable. Under Akbar's guidance, Bubba's reign of terror extended through 3 brutal months of championship defenses. He turned back challenges from technical master Barry Windham, the charismatic Michael Hayes, and the powerful Steve Cox, each victory adding to his growing legend. However, even the mightiest reigns must end, and Bubba's came to a close on July 11th at the hands of Dr. Death Steve Williams, a former football player turned wrestler whose legitimate toughness matched Bubba's own imposing presence. The match itself was a war of attrition that proved Bubba could deliver main event caliber performances against any style of opponent. In the summer of 1987, the wrestling world witnessed one of the most star-studded matches ever assembled when Big Bubba Rogers found himself sharing the ring with wrestling royalty. The War Games, dubbed the Match Beyond, represented the pinnacle of NWA's team warfare, and Bubba's inclusion alongside the legendary Four Horsemen spoke volumes about his rising status. Trading blows with the face-painted Road Warriors and the Russian powerhouse Nikita Koloff inside the dual cage structure, Bubba proved he belonged among wrestling's elite, even in defeat. But the former corrections officer wasn't content to rest on his laurels after mixing it up with wrestling's top stars. With his sights set on tag team gold, Bubba embarked on an ambitious quest to capture the UWF Tag Team Championships. Like a chess master trying different strategies, he cycled through an intriguing roster of partners, each bringing their own unique strengths to the table. The mysterious Angel of Death added an element of supernatural intimidation, while the ruthless Terminator brought raw power to complement Bubba's own. Even the rough-and-tumble Black Bart seemed like a perfect match for Bubba's brawling style. Yet despite these formidable partnerships and numerous attempts at the gold, the championships remained frustratingly out of reach. When a championship slips through your fingers, some wrestlers spiral into obscurity, but Big Bubba Rogers wasn't just any wrestler. His repeated attempts to reclaim the UWF World title from Dr. Death Steve Williams became a story of mounting frustration, each loss adding another layer to his increasingly desperate pursuit. Despite bringing new strategies and even more intensity to each match, the championship remained tantalizingly out of reach. By 1988, it became clear to the former corrections officer that sometimes the boldest move is knowing when to walk away. The wrestling world of 1988 offered plenty of options for a performer of Bubba's caliber, but none held more intrigue than the highly respected rings of All Japan Pro Wrestling. On March 26th, Japanese fans got their first taste of Big Bubba's imposing presence during the prestigious Champion Carnival Tour. His debut couldn't have been more high-profile, partnering with the legendary Bruiser Brody, a man whose wild, brawling style had already become mythical in Japan. Their opponents that night were equally impressive: the beloved Japanese icon Jumbo Tsuruta and the mammoth John Tenta, who would later terrorize the WWF as Earthquake. The match itself wrote a fascinating chapter in wrestling history, two American monsters teaming up in a foreign land against a beloved national hero and a fellow Gaijin powerhouse. The bout's conclusion, a double countout draw, served to protect everyone involved while establishing Bubba as a credible threat in the highly competitive Japanese wrestling scene. More importantly, it showed that Bubba could adapt his style to the more hard-hitting, realistic approach favored by Japanese audiences. standing toe-to-toe with legends like Brody and Tsuruta, proved that his skills translated across any border or wrestling style. The partnership between Big Bubba Rogers and Bruiser Brody became one of the most fearsome gaijin duos to grace All Japan's rings in early 1988. Their path of destruction ran through a who's who of Japanese wrestling royalty, from the innovative high-flying of Tiger Mask to the stoic presence of Giant Baba himself. Perhaps most memorable were the encounters with Genichiro Tenryu, whose stiff strikes and intense style meshed perfectly with Bubba's power-based offense. Each match added new dimensions to Bubba's repertoire as he absorbed the hard-hitting Japanese style into his own intimidating arsenal. His final bout with Jumbo Tsuruta on April 22nd served as a fitting farewell to a tour that had transformed him into an even more complete performer. With renewed confidence and an expanded moveset, Trailer set his sights on the biggest prize in professional wrestling, the World Wrestling Federation. The timing couldn't have been more perfect or more challenging. The WWF of 1988 was experiencing unprecedented mainstream success, riding the wave of Hulkamania into popular culture like never before. This wasn't just wrestling anymore, it was sports entertainment on a global scale. While Hulk Hogan's 24-inch pythons were captivating audiences worldwide, the intensity of Randy Savage's character work was redefining what a wrestling personality could be. The Ultimate Warrior was bringing an energy never before seen in professional wrestling, and merchandise was flying off the shelves at record pace. Breaking into this supercharged atmosphere would require something special, a character that could stand out in a landscape already populated by larger-than-life personalities. Behind the scenes of professional wrestling, some of the most enduring characters are born from reality. When Vince McMahon signed Ray Traylor in June 1988, he saw more than just another big man. He recognized the untapped potential in Traylor's real-life background. The Big Boss Man character wasn't just another wrestling gimmick, it was a masterclass in taking someone's authentic experience and amplifying it for maximum impact. Complete with a police officer's uniform, handcuffs, and his infamous nightstick, Traylor didn't have to pretend. He knew exactly how to carry himself with the authority of a real law enforcement officer. Under the guidance of the flamboyant manager Slick, the jive soul bro whose smooth-talking style provided the perfect contrast to Boss Man's intimidating silence, the character took off immediately. Their partnership created an unforgettable dynamic. Slick would talk the talk, while Boss Man walked the walk with devastating efficiency. The formula was simple but effective. Boss Man would dominate his opponents with his impressive power moves, but it was what came after the matches that really got the crowd's blood boiling. The sight of him handcuffing fallen opponents to the ropes before unleashing his nightstick became one of wrestling's most memorable heel tactics of the era. What made the Big Boss Man character particularly compelling was how Traylor inhabited it completely. There was no need for over-the-top acting or elaborate backstories. His presence alone told the story of a ruthless prison guard who enjoyed inflicting punishment. His ring entrance, complete with police nightstick twirling and authoritative stride, struck fear into opponents and fans alike. The WWE audience quickly learned that when Boss Man's police siren hit, someone was about to experience their own personal version of hard time. Each victory followed by a post-match assault served to cement his reputation as one of the company's most fearsome new arrivals. Inside the pressure cooker of late 1980s WWE, rising stars had to make an immediate impact, or risk fading into obscurity. The Big Boss Man didn't just rise to the occasion, he kicked down the door of superstardom. After dispatching Koko B. Ware at SummerSlam's debut event angle, it was a declaration that a new threat to Hulkamania had arrived. The sight of the massive former corrections officer laying waste to wrestling's biggest star sent shockwaves through the industry. The formation of the Twin Towers with Akeem marked one of wrestling's most intriguing partnerships. The one-man gang's transformation into the African Dream. Akeem might have seemed bizarre on paper, but paired with Boss Man's no-nonsense approach, they became an unstoppable force. Together, they presented a unique challenge to the seemingly unbreakable alliance of Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage, the Mega Powers. Each confrontation between these four men drew massive crowds and ratings, proving that Boss Man had successfully jumped from mid-card talent to main event player in record time. The main event on February 3rd, 1989, wasn't just another match. It was a pivotal moment in wrestling history that would reshape WWE's landscape. While the Twin Towers may have come up short in the actual bout, the real story unfolded in its aftermath as the mega powers finally imploded, with Savage's jealousy and paranoia reaching its breaking point. That Bossman and Akeem were chosen as the catalysts for such a monumental shift in WWE storylines spoke volumes about their status within the company. Well placed. The Big Boss Man's rise from impressive newcomer to main event player was cemented in the spring of 1989. When the Twin Towers clashed with the Rockers proved no match for the sheer power and ruthless tactics of Boss Man and Akeem, setting the stage for even bigger challenges ahead. The pursuit of tag team gold against Demolition became one of WWE's hottest programs of 1989. The collision of these two powerhouse teams created a series of brutal encounters that had audiences on the edge of their seats. Axe and Smash's face paint and spiked leather stood in stark contrast to the Twin Towers' prison guard and African Dream personas. But their matches were marked by an equally intense level of physicality. Each title match brought them tantalizingly close to championship glory, though the belts would ultimately remain just out of reach. But it was the steel cage matches against Hulk Hogan that truly showcased Bossman's evolution as a performer. These brutal encounters across the country became the stuff of legend, culminating in their televised war on Saturday night's main event on May 27th. The sight of two massive athletes battling atop the blue steel cage created an unforgettable moment when Hogan managed to superplex the 330-pound Bossman from the summit. While Bossman may have lost the match, the series proved he could not only hang with wrestling's biggest star, but deliver main event caliber performances that had fans believing in every near fall. That superplex spot, in particular, demonstrated both his athleticism and his willingness to take spectacular risks to entertain the crowd. Sometimes the most memorable moments in wrestling come from the simplest acts of defiance. When the $1 Million Man tried to buy the Big Boss Man's services with cold hard cash, offering him a payoff to kidnap Jake Roberts' Python Damien, nobody expected the hardened prison guard to show a conscience. But that February 1990 moment revealed a different side to the man from Cobb County. Beneath the tough exterior beat the heart of someone who lived by a code, even if it wasn't always apparent. The transformation from feared heel to beloved hero was immediate and electric. Bossman's new entrance theme became an instant fan favorite, with its bluesy rhythm and memorable lyrics about serving hard time to wrongdoers. The message was clear. The same intensity that made him a dreaded villain would now be directed at those who broke the rules. This new direction win that showed this was a new chapter in his career. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Bossman's face turn was how naturally he slipped into the role of justice-seeking hero. The same man who had terrorized Hulk Hogan just months before was now standing firmly in his corner at SummerSlam 1990, helping the Hulkster deal with the massive threat of Earthquake. By the time Survivor Series rolled around that November, Bossman had become an integral part of Hogan's team of heroes. Standing alongside Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Tugboat, he helped lead their squad to victory over a formidable team of villains, including Earthquake, Dino Bravo, the Barbarian, and Haku. The former corrections officer had completed his transformation from feared enforcer to respected defender of law and order, proving that sometimes the best heroes are forged from former villains. The start of 1991 saw the Big Boss Man settling into his role as one of WWE's most popular heroes, taking direct aim at Bobby the Brain Heenan's collection of villains. His victories over the Barbarian at the Royal Rumble and Mr. Perfect at WrestleMania 7 weren't just wins, they were statements that the former heel had become one of the company's most reliable good guys. Each triumph further cemented his transformation from feared enforcer to beloved defender of justice. The SummerSlam 91 program with the Mountie created one of wrestling's most unique storylines, a battle between law enforcement officers gone wrong. While Bossman represented honor and justice, the Mountie was his corrupt counterpart, would spend a night in a real jail cell. The sight of the Mountie being led away in handcuffs after his defeat became one of wrestling's most memorable moments, made even more satisfying by actual footage of the Canadian villain spending the night behind bars in a New York City jail. But it was the arrival of Nails that brought Bossman's past rushing back to confront him. The imposing ex-convict, clad in prison orange, emerged with a chilling accusation that Bossman had brutally abused him during his time as a corrections officer in Cobb County. What made this feud particularly compelling was how it forced fans to question their hero's past. While Bossman had become a fan favorite, Nails's accusations added a layer of moral complexity to the character that few wrestling storylines of the era dared to explore. The intensity of their confrontations felt personal in a way that transcended typical wrestling rivalries. This wasn't about championships or pride, but about alleged past sins coming back to haunt a reformed man. A nightstick dangling above the ring became the ultimate symbol of justice in Bossman's heated rivalry with Nails. The Survivor Series showdown wasn't just another gimmick match, it represented Bossman's chance to prove that his reformation was genuine. When he grabbed that nightstick first and used it to secure victory, it wasn't just a win. It was vindication against the accusations that had haunted him throughout the feud. But the wrestling business can be as unforgiving as any prison yard. As 1993 approached, Vince McMahon's vision for WWE began shifting toward younger talent, and even established stars like Bossman found themselves in unfamiliar territory. The man who had once gone toe-to-toe with Hulk Hogan now found himself tasked with making newcomers look strong. Whether it was putting over the flashy Razor Ramon, the mammoth Yokozuna, or the agile Bam Bam Bigelow, Bossman's role had fundamentally changed from main event player to skilled veteran helping to build the next generation. Rather than accept this diminished position, Trailer made the bold decision to return to Japan when his WWE contract expired in 1993. Despite no longer having rights to the Big Boss Man character, he found a creative solution, returning to his Big Bubba persona while still sporting his iconic prison guard attire. This hybrid presentation offered Japanese fans something familiar yet different, allowing him to capitalize on his WWE fame while writing a new chapter in his career. All Japan Pro Wrestling, with its hard-hitting style and respect for veteran performers, provided the perfect environment for Trailer to reinvent himself once again. The wrestling rings of Japan once again became Big Bubba's proving ground as he found himself regularly paired with some of Gaijin Wrestling's biggest names. The partnerships with Stan Hansen and Dr. Death Steve Williams in particular produced some memorable tag team warfare, while his alliance with Kendall Windham showed his ability to mentor younger talent. Yet it was his singles clash with the legendary Kenta Kobashi that truly demonstrated Bubba's versatility, proving that the former corrections officer could hang with the best pure wrestlers in the world. Late 1993 brought a fascinating twist to Trailer's career trajectory. While many expected him to return to the WWF, where he'd made his biggest impact, the ongoing federal steroid trial created an unexpected complication. According to Jim Cornette, Trailer made a calculated decision to protect his law enforcement character from any potential controversy surrounding the trial. The solution? Taking his talents to WCW instead, where he emerged as the Boss on December 18th's Saturday night broadcast. His victory over Rick Rude that evening marked the beginning of yet another chapter in his career, one that would allow him to maintain his established persona while distancing himself from the turmoil in New York. The decision showed remarkable foresight on Trailer's part. By choosing WCW during WWF's legal troubles, he not only protected his character's integrity, but positioned himself to benefit from the growing competition between the two promotions. For a man who had spent his career enforcing the law, both in and out of the ring, staying clear of potential legal controversy proved to be the smartest move he could make. Just when the Boss seemed poised for a major run in WCW, WWE's legal department threw a wrench in the works with their cease and desist letter. The quick pivot to the Guardian Angel character showed Trailer's adaptability, but it was his return to the Big Bubba Rogers persona that truly reignited his career. His victory over Sting at Uncensored 1995 wasn't just another win. It established him as a serious threat in WCW's increasingly competitive landscape. The Dungeon of Doom period might have seemed like a step backward, feuding with his old Japanese rival John Tenta in what many considered one of WCW's more questionable stables. But Bubba's fortunes changed dramatically when the black and white colors of the NWO came calling. Joining wrestling's hottest faction, promised to elevate him back to the main event scene. Yet the notoriously political group proved to be a short-lived home. His February 1997 ejection from the NWO transformed him into an unlikely fan favorite, as he systematically worked his way through the stable's roster on a mission of revenge. What made his run particularly compelling was the building anticipation for an eventual showdown with Eric Bischoff. The story wrote itself, the former prison guard taking on the corrupt authority figure who had manipulated so many careers. But like many promising storylines in WCW, it never reached its natural conclusion. When April 1998 rolled around and his contract expired, WCW's decision not to re-sign him left that story forever unfinished. With bridges burned in Japan and WCW's door closing behind him, the path led back to the company where he had made his biggest impact. WWE was calling once again. The late 1990s marked professional wrestling's most explosive era, and the Big Boss Man's return couldn't have been better timed. While WCW's rejection might have stung, WWE's Attitude Era provided the perfect canvas for reinventing his character. The company was pushing boundaries nightly, with Mr. McMahon's tyrannical boss character becoming one of television's most compelling villains in his war against Stone Cold Steve Austin. When Boss Man's signature siren hit the speakers on October 12, 1998, the audience witnessed not just a return, but a complete reinvention. Gone was the traditional blue uniform of a corrections officer, replaced by tactical black SWAT gear that reflected the darker edge of the era. This wasn't the same law enforcer who had once stood for justice. This boss man was McMahon's personal enforcer, a ruthless mercenary willing to carry out any order, no matter how despicable. The corporation's brutal attack dog had more in common with a military contractor than a prison guard. The genius of this character update lay in how it maintained Bossman's core identity while adapting it for the era's more complex storytelling. His previous incarnation had been a straightforward hero, but this version explored darker territory, a law enforcer who had been corrupted by power and money, willing to use his authority to serve the highest bidder. Aligning him with the corporation wasn't just a partnership, it was a statement about authority figures abusing their power, perfectly fitting the anti-establishment themes that defined the Attitude Era. The evolution of the Big Boss Man's character in the Attitude Era created a fascinating prototype for future enforcer stables. His tactical gear and ruthless methods particularly foreshadowed the Shield's later Hounds of Justice concept. While primarily focused on making Stone Cold's life miserable, Boss Man's run included some notable achievements, capturing the tag team championships with Ken Shamrock and becoming a multiple-time hardcore champion, proving he could adapt to the era's more extreme style. His WrestleMania 15 Hell in a Cell match against The Undertaker represented a career milestone, even if the match itself didn't live up to expectations. The image of Boss Man being hoisted up by The Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness, while controversial, became one of the era's most memorable visuals. It demonstrated just how far wrestling had pushed its boundaries from the more straightforward good versus evil stories of the previous decade. Then came the Al Snow feud, a storyline that perfectly encapsulated the Attitude Era's anything goes mentality. The infamous pepper steak angle, where Boss Man secretly cooked and served Snow's beloved Chihuahua to him, pushed the boundaries of taste, even by Attitude Era standards. This bizarre storyline highlighted how wrestling had moved from simple athletic contests to increasingly outrageous soap opera plots. While the angle is often remembered with a mixture of disbelief and dark humor, it showed Boss Man's ability to commit fully to whatever material he was given, no matter how outlandish. In the pantheon of wrestling's most infamous matches, the Kennel from Hell stands in a league of its own. On paper, it sounded like combining both a steel cage and Hell in a Cell, with supposedly vicious attack dogs patrolling the space between. The concept promised a unique blend of danger and revenge, particularly fitting given the dark turn their feud had taken with the Pepper incident. What unfolded at Unforgiven 1999 instead became an unintentional comedy of errors that no one could have predicted. Rather than the fearsome German shepherds that were promised, the dogs seemed more interested in creating their own entertainment. As Boss Man and Snow attempted to work their serious blood feud, the animals turned the ringside area into their personal playground, marking their territory and attempting to mate while completely ignoring the wrestling match happening above them. The sight of these supposedly menacing guard dogs engaging in natural but decidedly non-threatening behavior created an absurd contrast with the serious tone the wrestlers were trying to maintain. The match stands as a perfect example of wrestling's golden rule: never work with animals or children. What was meant to be a violent climax to a heated feud instead became a cautionary tale about the risks of overly elaborate match stipulations. The bout has since gained legendary status among wrestling fans, though perhaps not for the reasons WWE originally intended. Even decades later, the Kennel from Hell match serves as a reminder that sometimes wrestling's most memorable moments come from things going spectacularly wrong rather than right. The Big Boss Man's feud with The Big Show pushed the boundaries of wrestling's theatrical absurdity in ways that even the Attitude Era rarely dared. What started as a simple championship rivalry transformed into something that would feel more at home in a dark comedy than a wrestling ring. The storyline began with the manufactured death of Big Show's father, but it was Boss Man's cartoonishly villainous response that turned it into wrestling infamy. His cruel poetry readings were straight out of a comic book supervillain's playbook, but nothing could prepare audiences for the infamous funeral scene. The sight of Boss Man's police car dragging away created one of wrestling's most surreal moments. What could have been deeply offensive instead landed squarely in the realm of the absurd, like a wrestling version of a down the street on his father's casket, while Boss Man cackled maniacally, perfectly captured just how Boss Man's defeat at the hands of Big Show provided a satisfying conclusion for the Giant, but the match itself could never live up to the outrageous build. The entire feud stands as a testament to Boss Man's ability to commit fully to even the most outlandish storylines, transforming what could have been tasteless tragedy into memorable, if bizarre, entertainment. When wrestling fans think of unlikely tag teams, the Boss Man and Prince Albert partnership rarely comes to mind, yet their brief run in early 2000 proved surprisingly entertaining. Their feud with the odd trio of Test and legendary women's wrestlers, the fabulous Moolah and Mae Young, captured the anything-goes spirit of the era, even if their eventual implosion after losing to the Hardys felt somewhat inevitable. But it was Boss Man's mentorship of Bull Buchanan that truly showcased his veteran leadership. The pairing made perfect sense. Buchanan's military background complemented Boss Man's law enforcement persona, creating a duo that felt both natural and imposing. Their victory at WrestleMania 2000 over The Godfather and D'Lo Brown wasn't just another match on a stacked card. It represented Boss Man passing the torch to a younger generation. Following this up with a win over the notorious Acolytes Protection Agency at Backlash proved this wasn't just a one-off success. The partnership highlighted a new dimension to Boss Man's character, that of the seasoned veteran taking a promising rookie under his wing. While his previous alliances had often been partnerships of convenience or necessity, his work with Buchanan showed a more nuanced side of his persona. After years of being both hero and villain, Boss Man was now adding mentor to his resume, proving that even in the latter stages of his WWE run, he could still find fresh ways to evolve his character. After his successful mentorship of Bull Buchanan, the Big Boss Man's career entered its twilight phase in a way that's all too familiar in professional wrestling. The man who had once headlined against Hulk Hogan found himself relegated to WWE's secondary shows, with Sunday Night Heat and Jacked becoming his new stomping grounds. It was a far cry from the days of main eventing Saturday Night's Main Event, but Boss Man brought the same intensity to these matches that he had throughout his career. His brief return to prominence on SmackDown in December 2001 proved to be more of a swan song than a comeback. While sharing the ring with megastars like The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin might have seemed like a return to form, the reality was different. He was being used to build credibility for their upcoming championship matches with Chris Jericho. The veteran performer understood his role, making his opponents look strong while maintaining enough credibility to make the victories meaningful. It's worth noting that even in this position, Boss Man's presence carried weight. His reputation and history meant that a win over him still meant something, even if he wasn't the unstoppable force he'd once been. The final chapter of Big Boss Man's WWE career played out far from the spotlight that had defined his greatest moments. The B-shows became his domain once again, But even there, he maintained the professionalism and work ethic that had characterized his entire career. There was no bitterness or decline in effort, just a veteran performer doing what he'd always done, working hard and helping others improve. When his WWE contract finally expired in 2003, Traylor proved he still had the passion for wrestling by making one last journey to Japan. The International Wrestling Association of Japan provided a fitting final stage for his career. The country that had helped shape him during his earlier tours with All Japan now welcomed back the seasoned veteran for a handful of matches. The Japanese audience's respect for wrestling tradition and appreciation for hard-hitting action made it the perfect place for Traylor to write the final pages of his in-ring story. The wrestling world was stunned on September 22, 2004, when news broke of Ray Traylor's passing from a heart attack at the devastatingly young age of 41. For a man who had dominated the wrestling landscape with his imposing presence and incredible athleticism, his sudden departure felt particularly cruel. His death added another name to the tragically long list of wrestlers from his era who left us far too soon, highlighting the harsh physical toll the business often takes on its performers. In the years since his passing, fans and wrestling media alike have often speculated about why Boss Man never reached the pinnacle of the industry as world champion. But those who knew the business from the inside tell a different story, one that reveals much about both the era he worked in and his true value to the company. Speaking to Dr. Chris Featherstone on SK Wrestling's Off the Script, former WWE writer Vince Russo shed light on a reality that many fans might not have considered. He revealed something surprising. Despite Boss Man's strong character work, there was never serious discussion about putting the championship on him. The reason? The Attitude Era's roster was almost impossibly stacked. As Russo explained, to even enter the championship conversation, someone would need to leapfrog past 6, 8, or even 10 top-tier superstars. The roster included icons like The Rock, Steve Austin, The Undertaker, Triple H, and Mick Foley, each a drawing power in their own right. And in our opinion, that's what makes Boss Man's story special. He was part of a crucial tradition in wrestling. The 80s and 90s WWF was built on colorful, gimmicked characters who were never intended for the world title picture. These performers, like Boss Man, were essential to the ecosystem of professional wrestling. They provided credible threats, entertaining storylines, and the ability to make stars look even bigger. Next up, Bam Bam Bigelow.
Born in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, Scott Charles Bigelow grew up in a blue-collar environment where toughness mattered more than talent. He was always bigger than the other kids, but he wasn't just big. He was coordinated in ways that didn't make sense for someone his size. While other heavyweight kids moved like they were stuck in mud, Scott moved like he was dancing. In high school, Scott dominated on the wrestling mat and football field, earning varsity letters in both sports. Coaches couldn't believe what they were seeing. Here was a kid who weighed more than most adults, but he could execute takedowns with the precision of a much smaller athlete. He combined raw power with surprising speed. Other wrestlers would try to use their quickness against him, only to discover that Scott was quicker than they were. His third-place finish in the 1979 New Jersey State Wrestling Tournament during his sophomore year highlighted his potential, though a back injury would prevent him from competing in his senior season. As WWE writer Ryan Murphy later put it, he was the most natural, agile, and physically remarkable big man of the past quarter century. But Scott's path wasn't straight. He was a talented amateur with a chaotic teen life. He got into trouble with the law and spent 9 months at the Albert C. Wagner Youth Correctional Facility. After high school, his life took an even stranger turn. He ended up in Mexico working as a bounty hunter, chasing down criminals and fugitives. He even spent 6 months in a Mexican prison after being caught practicing illegally, an experience that hardened him in ways that would serve him later in the wrestling business. Most big men in wrestling were slow, plodding monsters who relied on size alone. They moved like refrigerators with legs. Fans expected heavyweight wrestlers to lumber around the ring, throw a few punches, and win by sheer mass. The wrestling business had a formula for big men, and it didn't include athleticism. But Scott had different plans. When Scott decided to become a professional wrestler in May 1985, he went to the right place. Larry Sharp ran the Monster Factory in Clementon, New Jersey, a training school known for producing tough, legitimate wrestlers. Sharp had trained hundreds of wrestlers, but he had never seen anything like Scott Charles Bigelow. Here was a man who weighed nearly 400 pounds, but moved like he weighed half that size. At Larry Sharp's Monster Factory, he stood out immediately. Sharp regarded him as a prize student, and the veterans were surprised by his agility. Scott was rewriting the rules of what a big man could do in the ring. He was creating a new category of wrestler, one that combined heavyweight power with cruiserweight agility. Veterans watched in disbelief as this massive rookie performed dropkicks, diving headbutts, and even cartwheels. Some of the smaller wrestlers couldn't do what Scott was doing, and they weighed 200 pounds less than him. The other trainees started calling him a freak of nature. It wasn't an insult. It was recognition that they were witnessing something that had never existed before in professional wrestling. Bret Hart would later call him possibly the best working big man in the business. During his training, Scott made a decision that would define his entire career. He shaved his head completely bald and covered it with flame tattoos. The design was intricate and striking. Red and orange flames seemed to dance across his skull, creating wrestling's most distinctive look. The tattoos weren't just for show. They represented Scott's personality and his approach to wrestling. He was going to burn up everything that came before him. The flame tattoos became his trademark, but they were more than just body art. They were a statement. Scott wasn't going to be another generic big man wrestler. He was going to be unique, memorable, and impossible to ignore. The tattoos made him look dangerous, but his athleticism made him genuinely threatening in ways that other big men weren't. By 1986, Scott had transformed into Bam Bam Bigelow. Wrestling Observer named him Rookie of the Year, recognizing that he was a freak of nature who rewrote the rules. He wasn't just another big man. He was proof that size and speed didn't have to be enemies, but having the skills was only half the battle. Now he needed to prove himself in wrestling's territorial system, where careers were made or broken. Wrestling's territorial system in the 1980s was where careers were made or broken. Every wrestling territory had its own style, its own rules, and its own expectations. Bigelow needed to prove himself in each one. He couldn't just rely on his unique look and athletic ability. He had to show that he could adapt to different wrestling cultures while maintaining what made him special. Traditional big men were expected to be slow and methodical. Fans came to see giants lumber around the ring, throw devastating power moves, and dominate through sheer size. The formula was simple and effective, but Bigelow wanted to revolutionize what a heavyweight could do. He wasn't interested in following the established playbook for big men. He wanted to write his own. His first major breakthrough came in Memphis with the Continental Wrestling Association. Memphis wrestling was known for its intense storytelling and colorful characters. Bigelow fit right in, but not in the way anyone expected. He captured the AWA Southern Heavyweight Championship on July 28, 1986, after winning a battle royal. The victory showed Memphis fans that a big man could work a fast-paced, exciting style. His matches were different from anything they had seen from a heavyweight. However, his reign was short-lived. He lost the title to Jerry Lawler in a Texas death match on September 8, 1986, proving he could perform in different match types while establishing his early credibility with specific opponents and dates. World-class championship wrestling in Texas offered Bigelow a chance to reinvent himself completely. He transformed into Crusher Yurkov, a Soviet monster character that played into the Cold War tensions of the era. The character change taught him valuable lessons about versatility. He learned that he could be more than just the flame-tattooed giant from New Jersey. He could become whatever a promotion needed him to be, while still showcasing his unique athletic abilities. But it was his groundbreaking tours of New Japan Pro Wrestling that truly changed everything. Japanese wrestling culture was completely different from American territorial wrestling. Japanese fans appreciated technical skill and athletic ability over flashy characters and storylines. They respected wrestlers who could perform complex maneuvers with precision. Bigelow learned to blend American power with Japanese technical precision, creating a hybrid style that had never been seen before. In Japan, Bigelow formed one of wrestling's most unlikely partnerships. He teamed with Big Van Vader to create a tag team called Big, Bad, and Dangerous. On paper, it seemed impossible. Two massive men, each weighing over 350 pounds, working together as a cohesive unit. Most observers thought it would be a disaster. Two giants would be too slow, too clumsy, and too limited to function as an effective team. They were completely wrong. The chemistry between Bigelow and Vader was immediate and undeniable. Vader was a former football player who had his own combination of size and athleticism. Together, they created something that had never existed in tag team wrestling. They moved like a smaller, faster team, despite their combined weight of over 700 pounds. They executed double-team maneuvers that required perfect timing and coordination. Japanese audiences were the first to fully appreciate a big man who could work the top rope. American fans were still adjusting to the concept of an athletic heavyweight, but Japanese fans immediately understood what they were watching. They saw Bigelow execute diving headbutts from the top rope with the grace of a much smaller wrestler. They witnessed moves that challenged everything they thought they knew about what was possible for a man his size. The partnership with Vader reached its peak when they captured the IWGP Tag Team Championship in March 1992. Their reign lasted until June 1992, when they were defeated by the Steiner brothers. The victory proved that two giants could work as a cohesive unit at the highest level of Japanese wrestling. It wasn't just a novelty act or a one-time experiment. It was legitimate championship-level performance from a tag team that redefined what heavyweight wrestling could look like. By the late 1980s, Bigelow had earned the nickname Beast from the East. He had proven himself in multiple countries and wrestling cultures. He had captured championships and formed successful partnerships. He had shown that his unique combination of size and athleticism wasn't just a gimmick, it was a revolutionary approach to heavyweight wrestling. But success in wrestling's underground territories was one thing. The real test would come when wrestling's biggest company decided to take a massive gamble on an untested giant. Vince McMahon made his move in May 1987. The World Wrestling Federation was expanding nationally at breakneck speed, and McMahon was taking his regional promotion and turning it into a national powerhouse. He needed fresh stars who could capture mainstream attention and help him compete with established territories across the country. The company was looking for wrestlers who could immediately connect with audiences who had never seen them before. McMahon saw something special in Bam Bam Bigelow. Here was a wrestler who looked completely different from anyone on the WWE roster. The flame tattoos made him instantly recognizable. His athletic ability set him apart from every other big man in wrestling. McMahon believed that Bigelow could become the next big thing in professional wrestling. But success in WWE required more than just talent and a unique look. Multiple managers wanted to represent Bigelow in what became known as the Battle for Bam Bam storyline. Jimmy Hart, Johnny Valiant, Mr. Fuji, Bobby Heenan, and Slick all competed to represent him. The angle was designed to build anticipation for his WWE debut while creating immediate storylines for his first feuds. Each manager attempted to outbid the others for his services, mirroring a similar approach used with Macho Man Randy Savage. The storyline generated genuine interest from fans who were curious to see which direction the flame-tattooed giant would go. In September 1987, Bigelow chose Oliver Humperdinck as his manager, solidifying his face turn. His explosive pay-per-view debut came at the inaugural Survivor Series in November 1987. Bigelow teamed with Don Muraco, Hulk Hogan, Ken Patera, and Paul Orndorff against Andre the Giant, King Kong Bundy, Butch Reed, One Man Gang, and Rick Rude. From the moment he stepped through the ropes, he looked like he belonged on wrestling's biggest stage. His presence was commanding. His athleticism was undeniable. Fans who had never seen him before immediately understood that they were watching something special. Despite his team losing, Bigelow was the last man eliminated for his team, showcasing his ability to perform on a major stage and compete with established stars. The early momentum was incredible. Wrestling magazines started featuring him on covers. Fans believed he could be the next big thing. His high-profile matches with established stars proved he could hang with the best wrestlers in the company. His series of battles with One Man Gang showcased two completely different styles of big man wrestling. While Gang relied on traditional power moves and intimidation, Bigelow combined power with speed and agility. His matches with the $1 Million Man demonstrated that he could work with technical wrestlers and make them look good while showing off his own skills. These matches weren't just exhibitions. They were proof that Bigelow belonged in the main event picture. But problems started developing just when he was gaining steam. Bigelow developed backstage heat from some roster members who resented his rapid rise and the attention he was receiving from management. Veterans who had worked years to reach main event status watched this relative newcomer get opportunities that they felt they deserved. The resentment was real, and it affected his standing within the company. Serious knee injuries complicated everything. Wrestling was a physical business, and injuries were inevitable. But timing mattered. Bigelow's knee problems, including tears to both anterior cruciate ligaments, came at the worst possible moment, just as his push was building momentum. The injuries forced him to miss time and disrupted planned storylines. In wrestling, momentum was everything. Once a push stalled, it was difficult to restart it with the same intensity. By July 1988, Bigelow was gone from WWE. After a particularly brutal match with Andre the Giant at Madison Square Garden, where Bret Hart said Andre practically killed him by working stiff, Bigelow left the locker room, collected his bag, and departed the Garden. He became a casualty of injuries and backstage politics that taught him the wrestling business was more brutal than any match. Talent alone wasn't enough to guarantee success in wrestling's biggest company. His brief taste of the big time only made him hungrier for another chance. But first, he would have to prove himself all over again in wrestling's unforgiving landscape. Wrestling's wilderness years began immediately. WCW and smaller promotions became Bigelow's proving grounds as he tried to recapture his early WWE momentum. The rejection stung, but it also motivated him. He needed to prove that his WWE departure was their mistake, not his failure. The late 1980s wrestling landscape was shifting rapidly. Ted Turner's World Championship Wrestling was trying to compete directly with the WWE. Regional territories were dying as national promotions expanded their reach. Independent promotions were struggling to survive. The shift from national television back to territories in Japan meant starting over, but it also meant opportunities to develop versatility. His debut for Jim Crockett Promotions in September 1988 came with immediate positioning against the Four Horsemen, wrestling's most prestigious stable. In November 1988, he unsuccessfully challenged Ric Flair for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship in a dark match at the Charlotte Coliseum. At Starrcade 88, his U.S. title challenge against Barry Windham ended by countout after interference from J.D.J.J. Dillon. These weren't token opportunities. They were legitimate championship matches that established him as a serious contender rather than just a novelty act. His involvement with Kevin Sullivan's Slaughterhouse stable took him in a completely different direction. Sullivan was known for his dark, intense characters and brutal storylines. The Slaughterhouse included wrestlers like Cactus Jack, who would later become Mick Foley. Working alongside Cactus Jack introduced Bigelow to a more hardcore style of wrestling. This wasn't the technical precision he had learned in Japan or the sports entertainment spectacle of WWE. This was raw, violent wrestling that pushed physical limits. The hardcore direction taught him valuable lessons about versatility. He learned that he could adapt his athletic style to more brutal matches without losing what made him special. His size and strength were advantages in hardcore wrestling, but his agility allowed him to avoid damage and execute moves that other big men couldn't attempt. He became comfortable with weapons, stipulation matches, and the unpredictable violence that defined hardcore wrestling. His work in smaller promotions like Universal Wrestling Federation kept him active during lean times, working house shows and independent cards while developing new skills. His main event at Beach Brawl in June 1991, where he lost to Steve Williams for the inaugural WWF Sports Channel Television Championship, showed he could still headline major matches outside the national spotlight. These smaller promotions allowed him to experiment with different styles and opponents he never would have faced in major companies. He worked with luchadors who taught him new technical moves. He faced hardcore legends who showed him different approaches to violence. He wrestled technical masters who helped him refine his mat skills. Each promotion and each opponent taught him something new about his craft. He became a student of the business during this period. He watched other wrestlers and learned from their successes and failures. He studied different regional styles and incorporated elements that worked with his unique abilities. He developed a deeper understanding of wrestling psychology and storytelling. The wilderness years made him a more complete performer than his early WWE run had allowed him to become. His continued work in New Japan Pro Wrestling maintained his international profile. The partnership with Big Van Vader as Big, Bad, and Dangerous reached its peak when they captured the IWGP Tag Team Championship in March 1992. Their reign lasted until June 1992, when they were defeated by the Steiner brothers. The victory proved that two giants could work as a cohesive unit at the highest level of Japanese wrestling. By 1992, Bigelow had survived the wrestling wilderness and learned to adapt to any environment or style. He had proven himself in hardcore matches, technical contests, and everything in between. He had worked with legends and unknowns. He had faced adversity and come out stronger. The experience had changed him from a promising rookie into a seasoned veteran who understood the wrestling business from top to bottom. The flame tattoos were still there, and his athletic ability remained remarkable. But now he had something he didn't have during his first WWE run. He had the knowledge and experience that only came from fighting through the wilderness and surviving. Wrestling's biggest company was about to discover what they had let slip away. Vince McMahon decided to give him another chance in October 1992. Bigelow's return came with Luna Vachon by his side and a determination to reach the top. He had learned hard lessons during his time away from the company. The political games, the backstage maneuvering, the importance of allies in the locker room. This time would be different. He wasn't the naive rookie who had been chewed up and spit out 4 years earlier. The wrestling landscape had changed dramatically during his absence. New stars had emerged. Old favorites had faded away. The entire business was evolving at breakneck speed. Bigelow needed to prove he could compete with a new generation of stars who had different styles and different approaches to the business. Wrestlers like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels were changing what it meant to be a top guy in wrestling. Technical ability was becoming more important than just size and power. His return started strong with victories on WWE Superstars and WWE Wrestling Challenge. These weren't main event matches, but they showed that the company was serious about pushing him again. Management was giving him wins and building momentum. His January 1993 pay-per-view return at the Royal Rumble was decisive. He defeated Big Boss Man convincingly, showing fans that he was back and ready for bigger things. The victory sent a clear message that Bigelow was being positioned for another major push. His house show battles with Bret Hart for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship proved he belonged in the title picture. These matches weren't televised, but they were crucial for his development. House shows were where wrestlers tested new ideas and worked out the details of their matches. Bigelow and Hart had chemistry that translated into compelling contests. Even though he didn't win the championship, these matches showed that he could work with the company's top technical wrestler and make both of them look good. His impressive run to the King of the Ring final in June 1993 came within one match of a major tournament victory. He defeated Jim Duggan in the quarterfinals and received a bye to the semifinals. The tournament format was designed to create new stars and give wrestlers credibility. Reaching the final was a significant achievement that positioned him as a legitimate contender. His loss to Bret Hart in the tournament final was disappointing, but it marked his third pay-per-view main event appearance in less than 2 years. Luna Vachon was introduced as his valet in June 1993 and added a violent, eccentric presence that fit his character perfectly. Luna was one of the few female managers who could match the intensity of her wrestlers. Her wild appearance and aggressive personality complemented Bigelow's athletic menace. Together, they formed a team that stood out in a crowded roster of generic combinations. The chemistry was real, and it showed in their performances. His alliance with the $1 Million Corporation came when Ted DiBiase announced that he had bought Bigelow's contract on the June 27, 1994 episode of Monday Night Raw. Ted's backing elevated his profile in ways that his previous managers hadn't achieved. The $1 Million Corporation was a prestigious stable that included established stars. Being part of the group gave him credibility and storyline opportunities that solo wrestlers often struggled to find. The partnership broke his ties with Luna Vachon, but opened new doors for his character development. The backstage respect he earned from peers was evident in how other wrestlers talked about working with him. His professionalism and work ethic were recognized by veterans who had seen countless wrestlers come and go. He showed up prepared, worked hard in the ring, and made his opponents look good. These qualities were valued in the wrestling business where egos could destroy careers. His feud with Mabel showcased his ability to work with different styles of opponents. The high-profile program helped rehabilitate his image as a fearsome heel who could dominate other big men. His tag team work with Erwin R. Shyster added another dimension to his character while keeping him visible on television. These varied storylines proved his versatility as a performer who could succeed in different roles. By early 1995, Bam Bam Bigelow was positioned for the biggest match of his career at WrestleMania 11. The company had chosen him for something unprecedented in wrestling history. His opponent wouldn't be another wrestler. It would be Lawrence Taylor, an NFL superstar who had never stepped foot in a wrestling ring as a competitor. But by late 1995, growing disillusionment with backstage politics, including the influence of the Clique, combined with ongoing injuries and backstage friction, led him to negotiate an early release from his contract. The opportunity of a lifetime had somehow become the beginning of his exit from wrestling's biggest stage. WrestleMania 11 on April 2, 1995, created something unprecedented in wrestling history. Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam Bigelow promised to deliver sports entertainment's boldest experiment. The WWE was looking for ways to expand beyond traditional wrestling fans. They wanted to capture mainstream attention and boost pay-per-view buys during their period of national expansion. Taylor was a former New York Giants All-Pro linebacker with serious credibility in the sports world. Pairing him with Bigelow seemed like the perfect blend of celebrity appeal and wrestling talent. Critics questioned whether an NFL linebacker could have a credible wrestling match. Taylor had never stepped into a wrestling ring as a competitor. He was a real athlete, but wrestling required different skills than football. The skeptics worried that the match would be embarrassing for both men and damaging to wrestling's reputation. Bigelow's reputation was on the line. He was being asked to carry an inexperienced opponent in wrestling's most important match of the year. If the match failed, he would take most of the blame. The media blitz brought Sports Illustrated, SportsCenter, and USA Today coverage to wrestling in ways that had never happened before. Major outlets that usually ignored professional wrestling were suddenly treating it like legitimate sports news. The widespread coverage was proof that the WWE had succeeded in crossing over into the mainstream. Wrestling was becoming part of the pop culture landscape instead of staying in its own isolated world. The media attention elevated both Bigelow and the entire wrestling industry. The pressure Bigelow faced was enormous. He had to teach Taylor basic wrestling fundamentals in limited time while making sure the match looked legitimate. Taylor was a world-class athlete, but athletic ability alone wasn't enough for wrestling. He needed to learn how to take bumps, execute moves safely, and understand ring psychology. Bigelow was responsible for Taylor's safety and the success of the entire match. One mistake could injure Taylor or expose the match as fake in front of millions of viewers. Backstage preparation became Bigelow's second full-time job. He worked with Taylor on fundamental wrestling moves and basic ring positioning. They practiced simple sequences over and over until Taylor could perform them naturally. Bigelow had to break down complex wrestling psychology into concepts that a football player could understand quickly. The collaboration was essential for the match's success, but the timeline was incredibly tight. The storyline that built to the match started at the Royal Rumble, where Taylor was seated ringside. After Bigelow was pinned by the 1-2-3 Kid, he noticed Taylor laughing at ringside. When Bigelow confronted Taylor, the NFL star offered a handshake. Instead of accepting it, Bigelow shoved Taylor to the ground. The WWE temporarily suspended Bigelow after the incident. During an interview with Vince McMahon, Bigelow refused to apologize and challenged Taylor to fight. Taylor initially declined, but after repeated insults from Bigelow, he accepted the challenge at the WrestleMania 11 press conference on February 27. 1995. The atmosphere at Hartford Civic Center was unlike anything wrestling had ever experienced. Celebrity and wrestling cultures truly merged for the first time. The crowd included traditional wrestling fans mixed with celebrities and sports figures who had come to see Taylor. The energy was different from a typical wrestling crowd. There was genuine curiosity about whether the match would work. The stakes felt higher than usual because so many non-wrestling fans were watching. Bigelow's professionalism and ring psychology made Taylor look like a credible opponent throughout the match. What wrestling insiders meant when they said Bigelow carried Taylor was specific and impressive. Bigelow taught Taylor basic ring fundamentals, positioned the action to make Taylor look credible, and worked sequences designed to protect the NFL player from injury. He guided Taylor through every sequence without making it obvious to the audience. His experience became crucial in making the match flow better than most critics expected. The match became the main event of WrestleMania 11, with Taylor ultimately winning. This placement showed the WWE's confidence in the match's drawing power. They believed it could generate more interest than traditional wrestling matches between established stars. The decision proved that celebrity involvement was becoming a major part of wrestling's future business model. Despite losing the match, Bigelow proved he could anchor wrestling's biggest stage and carry any opponent. His performance was professional and convincing. He made Taylor look legitimate while putting on an entertaining match for both wrestling fans and mainstream audiences. This represented the high watermark of his mainstream visibility, but backstage realities and creative decisions meant it did not translate into a sustained WWE World title push. The biggest night of his career had somehow become a ceiling rather than a launching pad. Wrestling politics would define the rest of his WWE career in ways that talent alone couldn't overcome. Despite his WrestleMania success, Bigelow found himself trapped in a frustrating pattern of near misses and political roadblocks. The wrestling business was supposed to reward talent and drawing power. Bigelow had both. He had proven himself on wrestling's biggest stage. He had carried a mainstream celebrity to a credible match. He had generated media coverage that brought new eyes to the product. But none of that seemed to matter when championship opportunities came around. His challenge to Diesel for the WWE Championship on the April 24, 1995 episode of Monday Night Raw represented his closest shot at the title he deserved. The match was positioned as a legitimate title opportunity, not a token gesture. Diesel was the company's chosen champion, a 7-foot giant who represented the new direction of WWE programming. Bigelow had the skills and credibility to take the title from him. The match had all the elements needed for a championship change, but backstage forces were already working against him. Backstage politics, among them the growing influence of the Clique, combined with mistimed injuries and shifting creative priorities, helped keep Bigelow from a sustained world title push. The Clique was a backstage group that included wrestlers like Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash. Their influence over creative decisions was substantial. They protected their own interests and the interests of wrestlers they liked. Bigelow wasn't part of their inner circle. He wasn't someone they wanted to see succeed at their expense. The group had the power to make people's lives difficult if they chose to do so. Bigelow possessed the complete package that companies claimed to want: exceptional athleticism, an instantly recognizable look, and the reliability to make any storyline work. But he was repeatedly used to elevate other wrestlers rather than being elevated himself. This pattern became the defining frustration of his WWE career. He would be built up as a credible threat to established champions. He would have competitive matches that made both wrestlers look good. Then he would lose at the crucial moment, transferring his credibility to his opponent. The pattern of promising pushes mysteriously stalling just before reaching the championship level became predictable and maddening. Creative would start building storylines around Bigelow challenging for major titles. The matches would be announced and promoted. Fans would start believing that this time might be different. Then something would change. The direction would shift. The focus would move to other wrestlers. The championship opportunity would disappear without explanation or satisfying conclusion. After the Diesel title match, Ted DiBiase announced that he was firing Bigelow from the $1 Million Corporation. The angle turned Bigelow face as he retaliated against his former stablemates. The character change was popular with fans who wanted to cheer for someone with his obvious talent. But the face turn didn't lead to championship opportunities. Instead, it led to feuds with mid-card wrestlers and storylines that kept him away from main event programs. The frustration built as he watched less talented wrestlers receive opportunities he was denied. Wrestlers with less experience, less athletic ability, and less drawing power were getting championship shots. Some of them were winning titles that should have been within his reach. The disparity was obvious to anyone watching objectively. If he was so valuable, why did most promotions make him the guy who puts others over rather than the champion? His willingness to work with Lawrence Taylor at WrestleMania had put him in a favorable position within the company initially. Management appreciated his professionalism and his ability to make difficult situations work. But that goodwill didn't translate into championship gold. It seemed like being reliable and professional was actually working against him. He was seen as someone who could be counted on to do whatever was asked without complaining. That made him valuable, but not valuable enough to be champion. By late 1995, Bigelow made the difficult decision to leave WWE again, still searching for a promotion that would fully appreciate his talents. His departure marked the end of his best chance at becoming a world champion in wrestling's biggest company. The flame-tattooed giant who had main-evented WrestleMania was walking away empty-handed once again. But sometimes the most desperate situations force wrestlers to discover what they're truly capable of achieving. Extreme Championship Wrestling offered Bigelow something WWE never did: championship opportunities and creative freedom to show his range. ECW used him differently than larger promotions had. The promotion encouraged innovation and rewarded wrestlers who could think outside traditional boundaries. Paul Heyman believed in giving wrestlers the tools they needed to succeed rather than forcing them into predetermined molds. ECW's hardcore style seemed like a poor fit for a technical wrestler, but Bigelow was ready to adapt once again. He had spent his entire career proving that expectations meant nothing when talent met determination. The promotion's extreme approach to wrestling wasn't just about violence and chaos. It was about pushing every aspect of performance to its limits. Wrestlers were expected to tell compelling stories while performing at the highest physical level possible. He began appearing regularly in ECW in May 1997 when he joined the Triple Threat with Shane Douglas and Chris Candido. This alliance gave him a new edge that he had never possessed in larger promotions. Douglas was ECW's franchise player, a wrestler who understood how to work within the promotion's unique culture. Candido was a technical master who could match Bigelow's athletic ability. Together they formed a dominant faction that controlled ECW programming for months. The Triple Threat represented everything that made ECW special. They weren't just another wrestling stable created by corporate committees. They were three wrestlers who genuinely respected each other's abilities and worked together to create something larger than their individual talents. Bigelow found himself in an environment where his ideas mattered and his contributions were valued by both management and fellow wrestlers. His undefeated streak in ECW lasted until August 1997, when Spike Dudley shocked everyone with an upset victory at Born to be Wired. The loss was meaningful because it showed that ECW operated differently from other promotions. Size and reputation didn't guarantee victory. Any wrestler could beat any other wrestler on any given night if they were prepared and motivated. Bigelow captured the ECW World Heavyweight Championship on October 20, 1997, defeating Shane Douglas on ECW Hardcore TV. This victory validated his championship credentials in ways that his WWE career never had. He wasn't winning the title as a transitional champion or political compromise. He was winning because he had earned it through consistent performance and dedication to the promotion's vision. However, his reign was brief. He lost the title back to Douglas at November to Remember on November 30, 1997. But the championship run proved he could succeed when given the opportunity. His championship reign included successful defenses against Al Snow, Mikey Whipwreck, Paul Diamond, and Chris Candido. Each defense was different and showcased various aspects of his wrestling ability. Against Snow, he proved he could work a technical match. Against Whipwreck, he showed his ability to carry smaller opponents. Against Diamond and Candido, he demonstrated his versatility against different wrestling styles. The legendary match with Taz at Living Dangerously on March 1, 1998, became the defining moment of his ECW career. Both men crashed through the ring during their contest, creating a visual that perfectly captured ECW's extreme nature. The image of two wrestlers falling through a broken ring became synonymous with Bigelow's ECW run and showed his willingness to risk everything for his craft. He then defeated Taz for the ECW World Television Championship in that same match, proving he could excel in any wrestling environment. ECW fans embraced him as a legitimate main event star in ways WWE audiences never had. The ECW fanbase appreciated wrestlers who showed innovation and dedication to their craft. They understood that Bigelow's athletic ability was special, and they respected his willingness to adapt to their promotion's unique style. Their acceptance felt genuine rather than manufactured by corporate marketing departments. For the first time in his career, Bam Bam Bigelow was recognized as the champion he had always been capable of becoming. ECW gave him championship opportunities and creative freedom that larger promotions had never offered. But by November 1998, bounce checks and a lucrative WCW contract offer ended his ECW run abruptly. The wrestling business was calling him back to the corporate world, where new challenges and old problems were waiting. WCW offered Bigelow a lucrative contract that brought him back to national television in November 1998. His return on November 16, 1998, came when he interrupted a match between Chavo Guerrero Jr. and Scott Putski on Monday Nitro. The interference showed that WCW was positioning him as a disruptive force who could change the direction of any match. His involvement at World War III on November 22, 1998, continued this pattern of strategic appearances designed to rebuild his profile. Years of high-impact wrestling were taking their toll in ways that couldn't be ignored. His innovative style had come with a price that was now being paid in full. Traditional big men who stayed on the ground and threw punches had longer careers. Bigelow's decision to work like a cruiserweight in a heavyweight's body had shortened his active years. But he still believed he had something left to offer. The formation of the Jersey Triad with Diamond Dallas Page and Chris Kanyon in 1999 gave him one last chance at tag team success. Page was a former WCW World Heavyweight Champion who understood how to work within the company's political structure. Kanyon was an innovative wrestler who shared Bigelow's commitment to athletic excellence. Together, they created a stable that felt authentic, rather than manufactured by creative committees. On May 31, 1999, Bigelow and Page challenged Raven and Perry Saturn for the WCW World Tag Team Championship. The match demonstrated the kind of teamwork that had made Bigelow successful throughout his career. After attacking Raven before the match started, Page and Bigelow faced Saturn alone until Chris Kanyon joined as a substitute. The Jersey Triad pinned Kanyon to win the championship, creating an interesting dynamic where Kanyon was both a member of the winning team and the person who lost the match. Their championship run under the Freebird rule allowed any two members to defend the title at any time. This arrangement was perfect for Bigelow's physical condition because it meant he could rest when his body needed recovery time. His heroic real-life rescue of 3 children from a house fire on July 4, 2000 proved his character outside the ring in ways that no wrestling storyline ever could. Bigelow suffered second-degree burns to 40% of his body during the rescue and spent 10 days in the hospital recovering from his injuries. The incident increased his reputation for being completely fearless, but it also added to his growing list of physical problems. His battle with serious health issues was becoming impossible to ignore. Chronic back problems had plagued him for years, requiring multiple surgeries that reduced his height by 2 inches, while diabetes, atherosclerosis, a persistent infection, and a long-term OxyContin addiction combined to force an eventual step back from full-time wrestling. These weren't minor injuries that could be worked through with pain medication and determination. After WCW was purchased by the WWE in March 2001, Bigelow opted not to accept a buyout on his Time Warner contract and remained under contract until it expired in June 2002. His continued work on the independent circuit showed his dedication to the business. Veterans still respected his abilities and welcomed him to their shows. He wrestled mainly in the northeastern United States, where promoters understood his value and limitations. His gradual transition away from full-time wrestling was a practical necessity rather than a personal choice. The NWA Northeast Heavyweight Championship and WAR World Six-Man Championships with Hiromichi Fuyuki and Yoji Anjo represented his final championship victories. These titles meant something to him because they were earned through performance rather than politics. His final match came on November 7, 2006, for American Combat Wrestling in Florida. He teamed with Ralph Mosca as the Syndicate to defeat Overkill for the ACW Tag Team Championship. The titles were vacated later that month, ending his active wrestling career on a quiet note that reflected how far he had traveled from wrestling's biggest stages. By the mid-2000s, Bam Bam Bigelow had earned universal respect as one of wrestling's most unique performers. The physical toll of his innovative style was becoming impossible to ignore, but his influence on what a big man could accomplish in the ring would outlast his ability to demonstrate it himself. Wrestling lost a unique talent on January 19, 2007, when Bam Bam Bigelow died in his Hudson, Florida home at age 45. The autopsy found multiple drugs, including toxic levels of cocaine and benzodiazepines, with atherosclerosis as a contributing factor. The medical examiner ruled his death accidental. His absence from the WWE Hall of Fame reflects several factors. He never held a major world championship in WWE. His prime was split among multiple companies rather than a single dominant run, and personal and health problems affected his later career. Despite never winning WWE's top prize, he headlined WrestleMania, captured the ECW World Heavyweight Championship, and earned universal respect from peers. As Bret Hart said, he was possibly the best working big man in the business. What's your favorite Bam Bam match? Do you think he deserves Hall of Fame recognition? Let us know in the comments, and subscribe for more wrestling career deep dives.
Next up, Big Boss Man.
In 1952, Sylvester Ritter was born in the small town of Wadesboro, North Carolina. Ritter had dreams that had nothing to do with body slams or championship gold. Football was his first love, and he pursued it with the same intensity that would later make him a wrestling icon. At Fayetteville State University, Ritter wasn't just good, he was exceptional. His collegiate career culminated with honorable mention All-American honors, a testament to his natural athleticism and dedication. His performance was so impressive that the university would later induct him into their Sports Hall of Fame. Like many standout college athletes, Ritter had his sights set on professional football. In April 1976, that dream became reality when he signed with the Green Bay Packers. Here was his shot at NFL glory, the pinnacle of athletic achievement for any football player. But sometimes life has other plans. Within just 6 months, Ritter's football career was over before it truly began. Devastating knee and back injuries sent him from the practice field to the sidelines, and by October, the Packers had released him. In half a year, his lifelong ambition had crumbled. For many athletes, this kind of setback becomes the defining tragedy of their lives, the peak they never quite reached. But for Ritter, it was just the beginning of an unexpected journey. With his football dreams destroyed, Ritter needed a new path. Professional wrestling, with its combination of athleticism and showmanship, offered an alternative route. But breaking into the business wasn't easy. His early days in the ring were marked by uncertainty as he cycled through forgettable personas like Leroy Rochester and Big Daddy with audiences. The turning point came when he ventured north to Calgary's notorious Stampede Wrestling promotion. Under the punishing tutelage of Stu Hart, whose basement dungeon training facility was infamous for breaking down even the toughest athletes, Ritter began transforming from failed football player to legitimate wrestler. The Hart training system was brutal but effective, teaching wrestlers not just moves, but survival. Despite the harsh conditions, Ritter thrived in Calgary. His talent quickly became apparent as he captured the North American Championship twice, a sign that promoters saw something special in this athletic newcomer. These formative years in Stampede Wrestling weren't just about collecting accolades, they were about learning the psychology of wrestling, how to tell stories in the ring, and how to make fans care about the person behind the performance. While Ritter was developing his craft in Canada, a wrestling visionary named Bill Watts was building his Mid-South wrestling territory in Louisiana. Watts had been searching for someone who could challenge wrestling's unwritten racial rules, someone with enough charisma to transcend the industry's deeply entrenched biases. When Grizzly Smith, one of Watts' associates, spotted Ritter performing in Stampede Wrestling, he immediately recognized the raw potential in the former football player. What caught Watts' attention wasn't just Ritter's impressive physique or his growing in-ring skills. It was something far rarer and more valuable: natural charisma that connected with audiences on a visceral level. Here was a performer who could potentially redraw the industry's racial boundaries through sheer force of personality. Despite initial struggles to find the right presentation, Ritter's magnetic presence was undeniable. Charisma alone wouldn't make a wrestling superstar. It needed the perfect character to channel it through. What happens when you take raw talent, add a dog collar and chain, then blast queens, another one bites the dust through arena speakers? You get a cultural phenomenon that would shatter wrestling's racial barriers forever. Bill Watts was a visionary when it came to character creation. He saw Ritter's potential and transformed him into the Junkyard Dog, complete with a dog collar, chain, and initially, a cart filled with junk that he'd pushed to the ring. This wasn't just another wrestling gimmick. It was a complete reimagining of what a wrestling character could be. The presentation was jarring at first. Fans weren't immediately sure what to make of this unusual sight. But everything changed with the music. In an era when entrance themes weren't yet standard practice, Watts made the revolutionary decision to have Junkyard Dog enter arenas to Queen's "Another One Bites the Dust." The moment those iconic bass notes hit, crowds went wild. The song became inseparably linked to his character, creating an electric atmosphere before he even stepped into view. This wasn't just background noise. It was an extension of his personality that signaled something special was about to happen. In the ring, Ritter didn't rely on technical wrestling prowess. His style was straightforward but effective, showcasing his incredible strength and physicality. Those thunderous headbutts became his signature, along with a power game that let him body slam opponents much larger than himself. What he lacked in technical finesse, he more than made up for with raw power and charisma that captivated audiences. What truly made Junkyard Dog special wasn't just his look or his music. It was how he connected with people. Black audiences finally saw themselves represented not as a stereotype or sideshow, but as the hero of the story. He wasn't positioned as the black wrestler. He was simply the top star who happened to be black. This subtle but crucial difference created an authentic connection with black fans who had never before seen themselves portrayed this way in wrestling. Yet his appeal wasn't limited by racial lines. White audiences cheered him just as fervently, drawn to his authentic charisma and everyman quality. In the racially charged atmosphere of the early 1980s South, this was nothing short of revolutionary. While society outside the arena might still be deeply divided, inside the building, fans of all races united in their support for the Junkyard Dog. Children, this wasn't just good business. It expanded wrestling's appeal beyond the traditional adult male demographic to entire families. Suddenly, kids were begging their parents to take them to see the Junkyard Dog, transforming wrestling events from adult entertainment to family outings. Despite his imposing physical presence, Junkyard Dog managed to be relatable. His blue-collar character resonated with working-class fans who saw themselves in his no-nonsense approach. He wasn't portrayed as a superhero or larger-than-life character. He was the tough, hard-working underdog that everyday people could identify with. This accessibility made fans feel personally invested in his victories and setbacks. The results were undeniable. The Junkyard Dog became a drawing phenomenon, packing arenas across the Mid-South territory and breaking attendance records everywhere he went. In an industry where success is measured by tickets sold, Ritter proved that audiences would turn out in record numbers to see a black superstar in the main event, something many promoters had considered impossible just years earlier. Drawing massive crowds was impressive enough, but what happened next would push the boundaries of professional wrestling into genuinely dangerous territory. when Michael Hayes and the Fabulous Freebirds blinded the Junkyard Dog with hair cream in 1980. They couldn't have predicted that their storyline would spiral into one where their own safety would be at serious risk. This wasn't just another wrestling angle. The genius of Mid-South storytelling became evident when they added a heart-wrenching personal element. Junkyard Dog couldn't see his newborn daughter because of his blindness. That single detail transformed what might have been a standard wrestling feud into something that touched fans on a visceral, emotional level. The audience wasn't just watching a wrestling show anymore. They were witnessing an attack on a new father's most basic right to see his child. The fan reaction was unlike anything the territory had ever experienced. The Superdome in New Orleans became his fortress, his home turf, where justice would eventually be served. A staggering 28,000 fans packed the arena to witness Junkyard Dog's revenge against the Freebirds, numbers that would make even major sports franchises envious. But the real story wasn't just happening inside the ring. Outside the arena, the situation grew increasingly volatile. The Freebirds weren't just playing bad guys, they were becoming targets of genuine hatred. Michael Hayes later recalled the terrifying reality of that period. You would fight from the ring to the dressing room. It wasn't a question of where you're going to get your ass whipped. It was a question of if you were going to make it to the dressing room. That wasn't wrestling hyperbole. The Freebirds required actual police escorts just to safely exit venues, with officers forming human shields against crowds that weren't simply playing along with the show anymore. How dangerous did it get? In one chilling incident, security discovered a fan with a bullet that had Freebirds carved into it. This wasn't kayfabe or wrestling theater. This was a genuine threat that revealed just how completely the line between fiction and reality had disappeared. What started as entertainment had morphed into something that put performers in legitimate danger. For wrestlers accustomed to getting booed as part of their job, this level of genuine hatred was unprecedented. Every night became a gamble, every arena a potential powder keg. The Freebirds couldn't simply walk to their cars after shows. They needed protection plans and escape routes. Their gimmick had worked too well, creating an atmosphere where their physical safety was genuinely at risk. The storytelling reached its climactic moment in a steel cage dog collar match at the Superdome. The stipulation wasn't just for show. It represented the only way to contain the explosive tension that had built between these rivals. When Ritter emerged victorious, the release of emotion from the crowd was cathartic, a collective expression of justice finally being served. The match itself served as the perfect culmination of wrestling's unique power. A carefully crafted story that caused real emotional investment from thousands of fans. What made this feud so special wasn't just the box office success, though that was undeniable. It was how it demonstrated wrestling's unique ability to blur the boundaries between performance and reality. In an age before the internet exposed the inner workings of the business, fans weren't just suspending disbelief. They were fully invested in the storyline as if it were completely real. The Freebirds weren't playing villains. To those fans, they were villains who had committed an unforgivable act against a beloved hero. For the wrestling business, the Ritter-Freebirds feud proved something crucial. Emotional storytelling could drive attendance even more effectively than impressive moves or championship belts. It showed that wrestling at its best isn't just about athletic performances. It's about creating moments that connect with audiences on a human level. That human connection Ritter mastered in Mid-South would soon be tested on wrestling's largest platform. On August 10, 1984, Sylvester Ritter made the leap that forever altered his career trajectory, joining Vince McMahon's expanding World Wrestling Federation. The decision wasn't easy. In Mid-South, Ritter reigned as undisputed king, but McMahon's vision of national expansion promised something no territory could match: worldwide fame and financial security. When Ritter first walked down the aisle in a WWF arena, the response was electric. Fans who'd only heard rumors of this chain-wearing, head-butting sensation were finally seeing him in person. The dog had arrived on wrestling's biggest stage, and audiences immediately embraced him. What nobody expected, though, was that despite drawing reactions that rivaled or sometimes exceeded those of Hulk Hogan himself, Ritter would find himself occupying a different position in McMahon's hierarchy. The disparity between fan reaction and positioning became apparent at the inaugural WrestleMania, on March 31, 1985. Ritter squared off against Intercontinental Champion. While Ritter won the match by countout, he didn't capture the championship. This pattern would repeat throughout his WWF only significant WWF accolade, winning the Wrestling Classic tournament. This single-night elimination tournament should have been a launching pad toward greater heights, but instead, it stood as an isolated achievement in an otherwise mid-card career. The contrast between his star power and his positioning puzzled many wrestling observers. How could a performer who connected so profoundly with audiences remain confined to the middle of the card? Became a question asked by wrestling journalists and fans alike. The answer revealed much about McMahon's vision for his company. While Ritter possessed undeniable charisma, he didn't fit the physical prototype McMahon was building his company around. In the WWF's expanding national landscape, the heavily muscled superhero physique of Hulk Hogan represented the company's ideal champion. The marketing of Ritter itself underwent a transformation under McMahon's direction. In Mid-South, Bill Watts had presented the Dog as a physically imposing, tough-as-nails brawler who could withstand punishment and deliver devastating headbutts. The WWF version emphasized different qualities: his dancing, his smile, his interactions with young fans. While these elements had always been part of the Ritter character, they now became his primary identity rather than supplementary aspects of a dominant fighter. This isn't to say Ritter disappeared into obscurity. Far from it. He formed memorable partnerships with other beloved stars, particularly the legendary Andre the Giant. Together, they frequently battled the heel faction known as the Heenan family, creating entertaining segments that showcased his natural charisma and connection with the audience. These moments kept him relevant, even without championship gold. One of his most memorable WWF moments came at WrestleMania 3 on March 29, 1987, when he faced the Regal Harley Race. Though Ritter lost the match itself, the aftermath became iconic. He stole Race's royal crown and robe, parading around the ring as over 93,000 fans in the Pontiac Silverdome roared their approval. The moment perfectly encapsulated Junkyard Dog's WWF tenure. He might not win the big matches, but he always won the crowd. For nearly 4 years, Ritter remained one of the WWF's most reliable performers and merchandise sellers. Children adored him, adults respected him, and his entrance still brought crowds to their feet night after night. He consistently drew large audiences and was featured prominently on WWF programming, despite rarely contending for major championships. In wrestling's hierarchy, he occupied a unique position, not the company's standard-bearer, but unquestionably one of its most beloved personalities. The same arenas that echoed with cheers for the Junkyard Dog masked the sound of his personal world crumbling. Behind that infectious smile and energetic ring presence that brought thousands to their feet night after night, Sylvester Ritter was fighting a battle far more challenging than any wrestling match. And it was a battle he was losing. His struggle with substance abuse began in the early 1980s, a time when drug use was rampant throughout the professional wrestling industry. While fans witnessed his charismatic performances in the ring, few knew that cocaine had become his drug of choice outside of it. What started as recreational use gradually evolved into a full-blown addiction that would ultimately derail his career. The grueling schedule of 1980s wrestling created the perfect storm for substance abuse. Performers were expected to wrestle multiple times per week, often driving hundreds of miles between shows with little recovery time. Many turned to various substances, alcohol, painkillers, and cocaine, just to manage the physical toll and maintain their energy levels. Ritter wasn't immune to these pressures. As his dependence deepened, so did the impact on his in-ring work. The explosive athleticism that had once defined his performances began to fade. Training sessions became less frequent. His once reliable timing grew inconsistent. While his natural charisma still shone through, those closest to the business could see the decline. Perhaps most troubling were reports that Ritter wasn't just using substances himself, but introducing them to others. According to several accounts, he allegedly gave Iron Sheik his first experience with crack cocaine, a particularly damaging incident given Sheik's subsequent well-documented struggles with addiction. By 1988, his cocaine problem had become impossible for the WWF to ignore. Despite remaining a fan favorite who still moved merchandise and drew crowds, the company made the difficult decision to release him. His unreliability had simply become too great a liability for a company pushing toward mainstream acceptance. The chaos in his professional life mirrored the turmoil in his personal relationships. His first marriage ended in extraordinary circumstances that included a kidnapping incident and Ritter suffering a gunshot injury. His second divorce proved equally devastating, but in different ways, financially stripping him of nearly everything he owned. In the aftermath, he lost his home, his car, and most of his possessions, leaving the once proud superstar emotionally shattered and economically vulnerable. When Ritter arrived in World Championship Wrestling, WCW, later in 1988, fans initially had reason for optimism. He debuted at Clash of the Champions 4, immediately reigniting his feud with Butch Reed. The familiar intensity was there, at least initially, but something had changed. His movements were slower, his timing off. The physical toll of his lifestyle was increasingly evident. WCW positioned him for a high-profile program with the legendary Ric Flair, but these matches exposed Junkyard Dog's limitations rather than showcasing his strengths. What should have been dream matchups for fans instead became painful reminders that his best days were behind him. While he did capture championship gold as part of a six-man tag team with Tommy Rich and Ricky Morton, this brief success was followed by an unceremonious disappearance from television after they dropped the titles. As the 1990s progressed, the once mighty Junkyard Dog found himself working small, independent shows in high school gyms and community centers. The crowds numbered in the hundreds rather than thousands. The paychecks diminished accordingly. Yet those who saw him during this period noted that despite everything, his love for wrestling remained undiminished. The smile was still there, albeit now masking deeper pain. The connection with fans, especially children, remained genuine even as his physical capabilities continued to decline. Where once he had commanded top dollar and main event status, Ritter now took whatever bookings came his way, traveling the independent circuit into the mid-1990s. His name still carried enough recognition to draw curious fans, but the gap between the Junkyard Dog of legend and the man now performing in the ring grew wider with each passing year. While crowds dwindled and bookings diminished, there was one role Sylvester Ritter never stopped performing with pride: being a father. On June 2, 1998, Ritter made the journey to North Carolina for his daughter LaToya's high school graduation. After years of struggling in small-town venues, this moment represented something genuine: watching his child accomplish what he could be truly proud of. But what should have been a celebration would instead mark the final chapter in the story of the Junkyard Dog. The graduation ceremony went perfectly. Ritter beamed with pride as LaToya walked across the stage, diploma in hand. This wasn't kayfabe or a wrestling angle. This was real life, a father witnessing his daughter's achievement. The moment held special significance given how his most famous storyline had centered around this very same daughter years earlier, when the Freebirds blinding him had prevented him from seeing her as a newborn. After the celebration, Ritter began the long drive back to his home in Mississippi. The highways stretched endlessly before him as night fell. We'll never know exactly what happened in those final moments, whether fatigue set in after the emotional day, if he fell asleep momentarily, or if something else caused him to lose control. What we do know is that on Interstate 20 near Forest, Mississippi, his car suddenly veered off the road and slammed into a tree. The impact was devastating. At just 45 years old, Sylvester Ritter, the man who had body-slammed giants and electrified arenas across America, was killed instantly in the single-vehicle accident. The date was June 2, 1998, barely 24 hours after he'd watched his daughter graduate. News of his death sent shockwaves through the wrestling community. The man who had innovated entrance music, broken racial barriers, and connected with fans of all backgrounds was suddenly gone. Tributes poured in from across the industry as wrestlers who had shared locker rooms with the charismatic performer struggled to process the loss. The cruel irony wasn't lost on anyone. The man who had survived the brutal physical toll of professional wrestling for nearly 2 decades who had endured countless bumps and bruises in rings across the country, had his life claimed not by the business but by a highway he'd traveled countless times before. The road that had taken him to so many wrestling venues had taken his life after what should have been one of his proudest personal moments. Perhaps most heartbreaking was what this revealed about the man behind the character. Far from the bright lights and roaring crowds, Ritter had been simply a father driving hundreds of miles to support his daughter's milestone achievement. In an industry where the line between character and performer often blurs, his final act was purely that of Sylvester Ritter the man, not Junkyard Dog, the wrestling persona. In death, as in his later career, indignities continued to follow Ritter. He was initially buried in an unmarked grave at Westview Memorial Park in Wadesboro, North Carolina. For over a decade, the final resting place of one of wrestling's most influential performers remained unmarked, until wrestling fans took action. In a testament to the lasting impact he had on audiences, fans raised money to provide Ritter with a proper grave marker, which was finally placed in November 2012, 14 years after his death. The circumstances surrounding LaToya weren't finished causing controversy either. Following Ritter's death, a wrestling promotion insensitively referenced her in a storyline, causing outrage among fans and industry insiders who felt it crossed ethical lines. Even in death, the business that had built him up wasn't above exploiting his memory and family connections. When Junkyard Dog was posthumously inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2004, it was LaToya who accepted the honor on her father's behalf. Standing before an audience of wrestling royalty, she represented the human legacy of a performer whose impact had extended far beyond championship belts and arena attendance records. Championships don't tell the whole story. That Hall of Fame ceremony wasn't just another plaque on a wall. It was acknowledgement of a man who completely rewrote wrestling's unspoken racial rules. When LaToya Ritter accepted her father's WWE Hall of Fame induction in 2004, she represented something far greater than just another wrestling career. She stood as living proof of a revolution that had quietly transformed an entire industry. Despite this prestigious honor, many of today's wrestling fans have little understanding of just how profoundly Ritter changed the business. Before him, the idea of a black wrestler as the undisputed top attraction of a major territory was considered impossible. Ritter didn't just crack that ceiling, he shattered it completely, proving what industry veterans had deemed unthinkable: that audiences would pack arenas specifically to see a black superstar in the main event. The ripple effects of this breakthrough can be seen throughout modern wrestling. Stars like Booker T, Mark Henry, and even Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson have all cited Ritter as a critical influence in their careers. These weren't just token acknowledgments. They were recognition that Ritter had fundamentally altered what was possible for black performers in the industry. He wasn't just popular, he was transformative. That transformation continues today. When you see groups like The New Day enjoying massive popularity and merchandise success, you're witnessing his legacy in action. These performers have openly discussed how his pioneering work created the opportunities they now enjoy. Every time a black superstar steps out to headline a major event, literally had to fight to create. What made his impact so revolutionary wasn't just who he was, but how he connected with his audience. His approach to wrestling was fundamentally character-driven at a time when pure athleticism was still the primary focus. Ritter demonstrated that charisma and emotional connection could be more powerful drawing tools than technical wrestling skill. This philosophy would later become the cornerstone of wrestling's most successful era, as companies shifted from sport-focused presentations to character-driven entertainment. Perhaps most importantly, Ritter helped transform professional wrestling from an adult-oriented spectacle into family entertainment. His natural connection with children made wrestling accessible to audiences of all ages, expanding the demographic appeal of the entire industry. Long before WWE explicitly branded itself as family entertainment, Ritter was showing promoters the untapped potential of marketing to younger fans and their parents. What's remarkable about his influence is that he accomplished all this despite never winning a major world championship. In an industry obsessed with title reigns and championship lineages, Ritter proved that a wrestler's true impact can't be measured in gold belts alone. His merchandising popularity was astronomical, regularly selling out arenas like the New Orleans Superdome. Not because he was positioned as the champion, but because audiences genuinely connected with him as both a character and a person. Even decades after his tragic passing, tributes to Ritter continue throughout wrestling. Modern promotions regularly honor his contributions through storylines and special events, ensuring that his revolutionary impact isn't forgotten. The wrestling world recognizes that, without his groundbreaking success, the industry we know today might look dramatically different. His greatest achievement wasn't winning matches or championships. It was proving that wrestling fans would embrace performers based on their charisma and connection rather than their race. Before Ritter, industry wisdom claimed audiences wouldn't accept certain wrestlers in certain roles due to the color of their skin. Ritter didn't just prove that theory wrong, he made it look ridiculous in retrospect. His electrifying presence forced promoters to reconsider everything they thought they knew about audience preferences and marketing. More than 2 decades after his passing, Junkyard Dog's influence on professional wrestling continues to grow stronger. Modern wrestlers frequently cite Ritter as a direct inspiration for their careers, acknowledging the doors he opened for future generations. As WWE author Brian Shields noted, Ritter remains recognized as one of the most electrifying and charismatic wrestlers of his time, particularly during wrestling's transformative early 80s period. What truly measures a wrestler's impact isn't championship gold, but their lasting influence on the business itself. In 2012, wrestling fans demonstrated this truth when they funded a proper marker for Junkyard Dog's previously unmarked grave, placing it just before WrestleMania 20 as a profound gesture of respect. The tributes that continue pouring in from both fans and fellow wrestlers speak to something more meaningful than title reigns. In wrestling, true greatness isn't counted in championship belts, but in how you change the business forever. Ritter may have left us too soon, but his chain-wearing, barrier-breaking legacy lives on every time entrance music hits, every time demographics unite behind a charismatic performer.
Next up, Hillbilly Jim. James Morris was born and raised near Mud Lick in Monroe County, Kentucky, a short drive from Bowling Green, where tobacco farming defined everything. This wasn't some romantic small-town upbringing you see in movies. The Morris family knew dirt poor firsthand, and hard work wasn't optional if you wanted to eat. The tobacco farming community where Morris grew up was tough as nails. Families worked from sunrise to sunset just to make ends meet. Morris learned early that the crops needed tending, and that meant everyone pitched in. His hands were calloused before he hit his teenage years, and his back ached from bending over plants all day long. Money was tight in the Morris household, the kind of tight where you wear the same clothes until they fall apart and hope the old truck starts one more time. Here's where things get interesting though. All that back-breaking farm work was building something special. Morris wasn't just getting stronger from the physical labor, he was growing into a legitimate giant. By high school, he stood 6 feet 7 inches and weighed over 300 pounds. This wasn't gym muscle or protein powder gains. This was raw farm strength built from years of lifting hay bales and wrestling with livestock before he ever touched a proper weight. Basketball became his way out of the tobacco fields, at least temporarily. His size made him a natural fit for the high school team, and he was actually pretty good at it. The gym became his escape from the harsh reality of rural poverty. When he wasn't working the fields, he was shooting hoops or lifting weights. Weightlifting turned into a real passion for Morris. The local high school had basic equipment, nothing fancy, but Morris made the most of it. He'd spend hours in that cramped weight room, building on the foundation that farm work had already established. Other kids saw weightlifting as a way to look good. Morris saw it as preparation for whatever came next. Problem was, Morris didn't really know what came next. College basketball wasn't realistic given his family's financial situation. The NBA wasn't calling. Staying on the tobacco farm meant a lifetime of the same back-breaking work that had defined his childhood. Morris needed options, but options were pretty limited for a poor kid from rural Kentucky, even one who happened to be built like a brick house. That's when Nashville started calling his name. Music City had opportunities that Mud Lick simply couldn't offer. Morris made the decision to leave Kentucky behind and try his luck in Tennessee. Nashville meant nightclubs, and nightclubs meant they needed security. Big security. Morris's imposing frame made him perfect for bouncer work. Here was something he could do that actually paid decent money. Working Nashville nightclubs wasn't glamorous, but it beat tobacco farming. Morris found himself breaking up fights, checking IDs, and keeping drunk customers in line. His size meant most troublemakers took one look at him and decided to behave. The ones who didn't learn quickly that Morris wasn't just tall, he was strong as an ox and had years of hard labor behind every muscle. Night after night, Morris worked the club scene. He'd stand at doors, patrol dance floors, and escort rowdy customers outside. It was honest work, but it wasn't leading anywhere special. Morris was stuck in another dead-end job, just with better hours than tobacco farming. He had the physical tools to succeed at something bigger, but what exactly that something might be remained unclear. The club work did give Morris confidence around people, though. He learned how to read situations, how to diffuse tension, and how to use his presence without always resorting to force. These social skills would prove more valuable than he realized. Morris was developing the personality to match his impressive physical gifts, setting the stage for something much bigger than nightclub security work. What Morris didn't know was that his bouncer job would soon put him in the right place at exactly the right time. Wrestling connections were about to change everything, but first he needed someone to notice what that farm strength and natural presence could become in the right hands. That someone turned out to be Bruce Swayze, a local wrestling promoter who knew talent when he saw it. While Morris was working his nightclub bouncer gigs in Nashville, he kept up his workout routine back home in Bowling Green. The high school gym where he'd played basketball became his regular training spot. Morris would drive back to Kentucky and hit those familiar weights, keeping himself in shape between club shifts. The Bowling Green High School gym wasn't much to look at. Basic equipment, concrete floors, and that musty smell every old gym has. But for Morris, it was home. He knew every barbell and dumbbell in that place. As a former all-state basketball player, Morris still had connections at the school. The coaches let him work out there when he was in town. It beat paying for some fancy Nashville gym membership he couldn't really afford anyway. Morris was going through his usual routine when Swayze walked into that gym. Swayze had been around the Kentucky wrestling scene for years and recognized raw potential when it was staring him in the face. Here's this massive guy, 6'7" and over 300 pounds, moving weight around like it was nothing. Swayze had promoted enough wrestlers to know Morris had something special. Keep in mind, Morris wasn't some wrestling fan dreaming of stardom. He was just a big guy staying in shape, but Swayze saw something more. He approached Morris after the workout and started talking about wrestling opportunities. Morris had never seriously considered professional wrestling as a career option. Basketball was his sport, and that ship had sailed. But Swayze made wrestling sound like it might actually pay the bills. So here's what happened next. Swayze convinced Morris to give wrestling a try, and Morris started training with some local wrestlers to learn the basics. His size and natural athleticism translated pretty well to the wrestling ring. Morris wasn't going to win any technical wrestling awards, but he had presence. People noticed when he walked into a room, and that's worth something in the wrestling business. Morris began working small shows around Kentucky and Tennessee, gaining valuable ring experience. In Memphis, Morris wrestled as Harley Davidson, playing up a biker gimmick to learn how to work with different opponents and connect with audiences. The character didn't really stick, but Morris was developing his own personality as a performer. Word about this big Kentucky wrestler started making its way around wrestling circles. Promoters talked to each other, and a 6'7" guy who could actually work was worth talking about. Morris was building a reputation as a reliable performer who showed up on time and gave an honest effort every night. That's when Pat Patterson entered the picture. Patterson was WWF's top talent scout, and he watched Morris work one night in Nashville. What he saw impressed him enough to make a phone call. Pat Patterson called Morris to come up to WWF the next week. The meeting between Morris and Vince McMahon changed everything. McMahon saw the same potential that Swayze had spotted in that Bowling Green gym. But he had something bigger in mind than regional wrestling shows. He wanted to create a character that would capture Morris's genuine Kentucky background and make it work for national television audiences. That's when Hillbilly Jim from Mudlick, Kentucky was born. McMahon knew that Morris's authentic rural background was his greatest asset. Instead of creating some fake persona, they decided to build around Morris's real story. The character would be Morris himself, just amplified for television. McMahon's masterstroke was the way he introduced this new character to WWF audiences. The company framed Morris as being picked from the crowd and trained by Hulk Hogan. And Hogan actually worked with him at his Clearwater Beach gym and vouched for him inside the company. This gave Morris instant credibility with both fans and the wrestling roster. The training vignettes with Hogan would introduce Morris to national television audiences, but the real genius was still to come. Instead of manufacturing another fake wrestling character, McMahon and Morris were about to do something completely different. McMahon and Morris built the character around what was already there. While other wrestlers got handed costumes and backstories that had nothing to do with who they really were, Morris just stayed himself. The WWF in the mid-1980s was full of manufactured characters, evil foreigners, comic book superheroes, and over-the-top villains. Morris was different, though. When McMahon met with him, they didn't need to invent some wild character from scratch. Here's a guy who actually grew up dirt poor on a Kentucky farm. He really did work tobacco fields. He genuinely talked with that country accent and had those rural mannerisms. McMahon realized they had lightning in a bottle if they could capture Morris's authentic personality on television. The question was whether a real Kentucky farm boy could work in the increasingly theatrical WWF. McMahon decided to take a chance on authenticity. Instead of a studio set promo, the company sent cameras to his farm, real people, not actors, which made Hillbilly Jim feel like a human being on TV. The WWF filmed vignettes at his Kentucky home, showing real family members and his pet pig as part of the on-screen presentation. That authenticity separated him from other manufactured characters. The vignettes they filmed were unlike anything wrestling fans had seen before. Morris wasn't standing in front of some fake backdrop talking about his character. He was walking around his actual property, introducing his real family members, and just being himself. The camera followed him as he did genuine farm chores and interacted with his pets. Morris had a pig named Elmer that became part of these segments, and that pig wasn't some trained animal actor. It was just Morris's actual pet pig. These family interactions broke completely new ground in wrestling character development. Most wrestlers talked about their backgrounds but never showed them. Morris was letting fans into his real life. His relatives weren't actors reading scripts. They were his actual family members being themselves on camera. The conversations felt natural because they were natural. Framing him as a Hogan protege, complete with Clearwater Beach training footage, gave the authentic farm vignettes a mainstream stamp of approval. The character evolution happened organically too. The name Hillbilly Jim evolved in-house and matched Jim's real-life roots, rather than being a completely artificial creation. Nobody had to manufacture this identity because Morris already lived it. Even Morris's look came from his real background instead of WWF's costume department. Those overalls, the beard, and his natural mannerisms were authentic elements that just worked perfectly for television. The authentic approach became Morris's greatest strength in wrestling's increasingly fake world. When other wrestlers were trying to remember their character's backstory and motivation, Morris just had to be himself. When other performers were practicing their catchphrases and rehearsing their interviews, Morris could just talk naturally about his actual experiences growing up in Kentucky. Fans responded to that authenticity immediately. They could tell Morris wasn't putting on an act like most wrestling characters. His stories about farm life and rural Kentucky weren't scripted material designed to get sympathy. These were real experiences from Morris's actual childhood. The genuine emotion came through because Morris was talking about things that had actually happened to him. Wrestling fans are pretty good at spotting phonies, but they couldn't find anything fake about Morris. His accent was real, his mannerisms were natural. His stories checked out because they were true. Morris proved that being genuine could be more powerful than any manufactured character the creative team could dream up. The WWF had stumbled onto something special with Morris's authentic approach. They'd found a way to make reality more compelling than fantasy in a business built on make-believe. Morris had the character down perfectly, and Hogan's endorsement gave him credibility with both fans and wrestlers. But having an authentic character was only half the battle. Now Morris needed to prove he could perform when it mattered most, in front of the toughest crowds in wrestling. Madison Square Garden in early 1985 was where Morris would face his biggest test yet. The Garden wasn't just another wrestling venue. This was where careers were made or broken. The crowd there had seen everything and didn't give anyone a free pass just for showing up. Morris made his Garden debut against René Goulet, then posted a major singles win on February 18, 1985 at the War to settle the score. Keep in mind, Morris had only been wrestling professionally for a short time. He'd worked some regional shows and learned the basics, but Madison Square Garden was a completely different animal. The lights were brighter, the crowd was louder, and everyone backstage was watching to see if this new Kentucky guy could handle the pressure. One bad performance at MSG could end a wrestling career before it really got started. The Garden matches went well enough to prove Morris belonged on that stage. He didn't set the world on fire, but he looked comfortable out there and got the crowd behind him. More importantly, Morris showed he could handle the atmosphere without getting overwhelmed. That success opened doors for bigger opportunities in the months ahead. Those bigger opportunities came in the form of Roddy Piper's talk show segment called Piper's Pit. Piper was the master heel of that era, and his interview segment was appointment television for wrestling fans. Getting invited on Piper's Pit meant you were being taken seriously by WWF management. It also meant you better be ready to verbally spar with one of the sharpest talkers in the business. Morris held his own during those Piper's Pit appearances. While other wrestlers got flustered by Piper's attacks, Morris stayed calm and just responded naturally. His authentic Kentucky personality actually worked really well against Piper's over-the-top heel antics. Morris didn't try to out-talk Piper or match his intensity. He just stayed true to his character and let Piper do most of the heavy lifting. He was brought into the Hogan-Piper storyline as a sympathetic Hogan ally, a role that got him on Piper's Pit and onto MTV's War to settle the score, raising his mainstream profile. This wasn't some throwaway feud. This was the main event program that was driving the entire company. Having Morris involved meant he was seen as someone who could contribute to their biggest storylines without dragging them down. Things really picked up when MTV got involved with wrestling. The War to Settle the Score special brought wrestling to mainstream television in ways it had never been before. Morris found himself part of this crossover between wrestling and popular culture, and it put him in front of mainstream music television audiences, not just wrestling fans. Here's a guy who'd been working tobacco farms just a few years earlier, and now he was appearing on MTV alongside rock stars and celebrities. Morris's natural charm worked perfectly for this celebrity crossover appeal. He wasn't trying to impress anyone or act like something he wasn't. When celebrities met Morris, they were getting the real deal, a genuine Kentucky farm boy who happened to be a professional wrestler. That authenticity made him more interesting to outsiders than wrestlers who were obviously playing characters. The whole thing built up to his WrestleMania appearances, starting with WrestleMania 2, where he competed in a battle royal, and his high-visibility role at WrestleMania 3, teaming with Little Beaver and Haiti Kid against King Kong Bundy, Little Tokyo, and Lord Littlebrook. Morris fit right in with that celebrity atmosphere because he wasn't intimidated by famous people. Celebrities like Cyndi Lauper and Mr. T took to him because he just acted like himself, which produced natural, unscripted moments that TV liked. He talked to them the same way he talked to everyone else, just being himself without putting on any airs. That natural personality made him valuable for these celebrity interactions. Morris could represent wrestling to mainstream audiences without coming across as fake or over the top. Morris had proven he could handle the biggest stages wrestling had to offer. The kid from Mudlick, Kentucky had made it all the way to major wrestling events and mainstream television. Morris belonged there not because he was the best wrestler, but because his authentic personality connected with people in ways that scripted characters couldn't. The success convinced WWF management that they had something special with the Hillbilly Jim character. Morris had shown he could work with celebrities, handle big matches, and connect with audiences on wrestling's biggest stages. That success would soon lead WWF to make some decisions about expanding Morris's character that nobody saw coming. After Morris severely injured his knee on February 25, 1985, WWF introduced Uncle Elmer and later Cousin Junior and Cousin Luke so Jim could manage them during recovery. Morris had found his groove as Hillbilly Jim by that point. The character was connecting with audiences, he was getting decent crowd reactions, and WWF seemed happy with what he brought to the table. But the injury forced them to find ways to keep the character visible while Morris healed up. WWF's decision to expand Hillbilly Jim's character by adding family members made sense on paper given the circumstances. If one hillbilly was getting over with crowds, wouldn't a whole family of them be even better? The thinking was that Morris could become the leader of a hillbilly faction that would give WWF more storyline options while he recovered. Plus, it would let them bring in other big guys and give them instant credibility by association with Morris's established character. The risk here was pretty obvious, though. Morris's success came from his authentic personality and genuine Kentucky background. Adding fake family members could dilute what made the character special in the first place. Morris worked because he was real, his stories were true, his personality was natural, and fans could tell he wasn't putting on an act. Bringing in wrestlers to play his relatives meant introducing artificial elements to something that succeeded because it was genuine. Uncle Elmer was the first addition to the Hillbilly family in 1985. Stan Frazier was a big guy who got repackaged as Morris's uncle from Kentucky. Frazier was a decent enough wrestler, but he didn't have Morris's natural charisma or authentic background. Elmer was playing a character while Morris was just being himself. That difference showed up pretty quickly when they appeared together on television. The infamous Saturday night's main event wedding between Uncle Elmer and Joyce Stasco became one of wrestling's most bizarre ceremonies. WWF decided to have Elmer get married on national television in what was supposed to be a heartwarming moment for the Hillbilly family. The wedding took place in the ring with Morris serving as best man. The on-air wedding, done straight, no big swerve, divided audiences and showed the gimmick slipping into broad cartoon territory. So here's what made this wedding so strange. Wrestling weddings are usually disasters that end with someone getting attacked or the bride running off with another wrestler. But Elmer's wedding was played completely straight. They actually went through with the ceremony without any major interruptions or heel interference. Joyce Stasco really married Stan Frazier on live television in front of millions of people. The family kept growing after Elmer's wedding. Cousin Junior and Cousin Luke joined the faction to form a full hillbilly family unit. Now Morris had 3 relatives backing him up in matches and storylines. The act moved further away from Jim's authentic core, with comic entrances like dancing to Don't Go Messin' with a Country Boy and increasingly outlandish family members. Their feuds with teams like the Body Shop showed how the family unit changed Morris's dynamics as a performer. Instead of being a solo act who succeeded on his own merits, Morris became the leader of a group. The matches became more about the Hillbilly family versus their opponents, rather than focusing on Morris's individual personality and wrestling ability. Keep in mind, Morris was still the star of this whole thing. He had the most natural charisma and the authentic background that made the character work. But now he had to share television time with wrestlers who were obviously playing roles. The contrast between Morris's genuine personality and his relatives' manufactured hillbilly acts was pretty noticeable to anyone paying attention. The expansion definitely brought more attention to the hillbilly characters. They got more television time, more storyline opportunities, and became a more prominent part of WWF programming. But something was lost in the process. Morris's authentic simplicity got buried under all the family drama and group dynamics. The thing that made him special, his genuine Kentucky farm boy personality, became just one part of a larger, more artificial presentation. That expansion kept him visible during his recovery, but also planted the seeds that would later limit him. Morris was hitting his stride as a singles wrestler by this point. The family expansion experiment had run its course, and he was back to focusing on his individual career. His ring work was getting better with each match. Morris had always been limited technically, but he was learning how to use his size more effectively and how to tell better stories in the ring. He had solid programs against giants like One Man Gang and frequently worked as the reliable babyface who could get consistent crowd reactions. The Gang was one of WWF's top monsters at the time, a legitimate 450-pound powerhouse who could make other wrestlers look small. Morris held his own in those matches, though. He proved he could hang with top talent and deliver entertaining matches against quality opponents. The crowds were into these David versus Goliath type battles, with Morris playing the sympathetic underdog despite his own impressive size. Morris was becoming WWF's most reliable babyface during this period. He could work anywhere in the country and get consistent crowd reactions. Fans genuinely liked the guy, and it showed in how they responded to his matches. Morris didn't need elaborate storylines or special stipulations to get people invested. He just had to be himself, and audiences connected with that authenticity. Keep in mind, Morris was filling an important role for WWF at this time. He was a dependable, sympathetic opponent who could make heels look dangerous, yet still walk out with dignity. A rare, useful trait for the territory to national transition era. Morris was the kind of performer who could make other wrestlers look good while staying over with the crowd himself. He'd put heels over in defeat, but still come out looking strong. That's a valuable skill in professional wrestling, and Morris had mastered it. So here's where things get interesting. WWF tried a short-lived heel experiment in 1987 to 88, aligning Jim with Slick. The thinking was that Morris had such a strong connection with audiences that maybe he could generate real heat by turning on them. It seemed worth trying, especially since Morris had shown he could work with top talent. The heel turn experiment involved aligning Morris with manager Slick. This was a complete character reversal from everything Morris had been up to that point. Slick was a smooth-talking manager who represented everything opposite from Morris's rural Kentucky values. The pairing was designed to show Morris abandoning his country roots for big city corruption. Morris started dressing differently and acting like he was too good for his hillbilly background, but fans weren't buying it. At all, the heel turn felt completely artificial because it went against everything that made Morris special as a performer. His authenticity was his greatest asset, and the heel character required him to be fake. Morris was trying to convince people he was someone he clearly wasn't, and audiences could tell he was uncomfortable with the whole thing. The problem was that Morris's genuine personality couldn't be turned off and on like a switch. When he tried to act arrogant or dismissive of fans, it came across as awkward rather than convincing. Morris had spent years building trust with audiences by being authentic. Asking them to suddenly believe he was a different person entirely was asking too much. Morris's natural kindness kept showing through even when he was supposed to be playing a villain. He'd catch himself being too nice to fans or showing too much respect for his opponents. The heel character required a meanness that Morris simply didn't possess. Wrestling fans could see that Morris was acting out of character rather than revealing a hidden side of his personality. The experiment failed pretty quickly. WWF realized they had made a mistake trying to change what worked about Morris's character. The heel turn lasted only a few months before they pivoted him back to babyface status. Morris seemed relieved to return to being the good guy Kentucky farm boy that audiences had connected with from the beginning. The failed heel turn ultimately reinforced that his authentic, good-natured persona was his real asset. You couldn't fake authenticity in reverse. Morris worked because he was really the person he portrayed on television. Trying to make him play someone completely different exposed the artificiality of the wrestling business in ways that hurt rather than helped his character. The quick return to babyface status got Morris back on track, but the wrestling industry was evolving rapidly around him. By the late 1980s, WWF was prioritizing younger, more athletic performers, and Hillbilly Jim's power-based, character-driven style fit the earlier era less well. The company that had embraced his authentic farm boy character was now chasing a younger demographic that wanted high-flying action and athletic performers who could do things in the ring that seemed impossible. Morris's traditional wrestling style wasn't keeping up with these changes. He was a big guy who used his size effectively and told good stories, but he wasn't doing Hurricane Ranas or diving off the top rope. The new stars coming into WWF were smaller, faster, and more athletic than the previous generation. Guys who could move like gymnasts and perform aerial maneuvers that made crowds gasp. Morris was built for power wrestling, not acrobatics. Keep in mind, this wasn't really Morris's fault. The business had shifted underneath him while he was just doing what he'd always done. Morris was still getting decent crowd reactions and putting on solid matches. But decent wasn't cutting it anymore in WWF's new direction. Management wanted performers who could wow audiences with athletic ability on top of having good personalities. He moved from TV featured spots to opening matches and special appearance roles, a shift that made him a special attraction rather than a weekly storyline driver. Instead of working with main event talent, he was wrestling preliminary opponents in matches designed to get the crowd warmed up for bigger names. The change was pretty obvious to anyone watching WWF programming regularly. The shift to special attraction appearances rather than regular storylines really showed how Morris's status had changed. WWF would bring him back for specific shows or angles, but he wasn't part of the ongoing weekly television programming like he used to be. Morris became someone they called when they needed a familiar face for a particular segment, not someone they built storylines around. Newer, more athletic stars were getting the spotlight Morris once enjoyed. Performers who could combine personality with incredible athletic ability were taking over the television time and major feuds. Morris watched from the sidelines as wrestlers half his age got the opportunities he'd worked years to earn. These new guys weren't necessarily better storytellers or more charismatic, but they fit what WWF wanted for their future. Morris faced a difficult decision about his full-time wrestling future during this period. He could keep grinding it out in opening matches and occasional special appearances, hoping things might change back in his favor. Or he could accept that his time as a featured performer was ending and start planning for what came next. Morris wasn't getting any younger, and his body was feeling the effects of years of wrestling. Morris handled his reduced role with complete grace and professionalism, showing up when called and staying positive without backstage politics or bitter complaints. Other wrestlers in similar circumstances might have gotten bitter or caused locker room drama. Morris just kept being the same authentic, humble guy he'd always been. His response to adversity was just as genuine as his response to success had been years earlier. The guy who'd never pretended to be something he wasn't during his rise to fame wasn't going to start putting on an act during his decline either. Morris recognized when it was time to step back from full-time wrestling, showing the same authenticity that had made him famous in the first place. He could read the writing on the wall without getting angry about it. Morris chose to leave full-time wrestling on his own terms rather than become a parody of himself, a decision that showed his wisdom about the business and his own career. He understood that hanging around too long could damage the positive memories fans had of his character. Morris wanted to exit while people still remembered him fondly, rather than as someone who couldn't accept that his time had passed. Morris's graceful exit from featured status proved that his character wasn't just a wrestling gimmick. He really was the humble, down-to-earth person he'd portrayed on television. That authenticity served him well when making the transition away from wrestling's spotlight, just like it had served him when he first stepped into that spotlight years earlier. What Morris did next would surprise a lot of people who thought his career was over. After stepping back, Jim built a second career in local radio at WBCT and later hosted a nationally syndicated program on Sirius XM's Outlaw Country channel. He didn't vanish, he repurposed his genuine voice for radio, where his storytelling and Kentucky roots fit naturally. When Morris stepped back from full-time wrestling in the late 1980s, he didn't spend years trying to recapture his former glory like so many wrestlers do. He went back to Kentucky and started building a completely different career in radio broadcasting. The transition from wrestling to radio wasn't guaranteed to work, though. Wrestling fame doesn't automatically translate to success in other fields. Radio requires different skills than wrestling. You need to be entertaining for hours at a time using only your voice. Morris had to prove he could hold an audience's attention without the spectacle of wrestling matches or the visual appeal of his imposing physical presence. But Morris's authentic personality worked just as well on radio as it had in wrestling. His genuine Kentucky accent and down-to-earth stories connected with local listeners who appreciated his humble approach. Morris wasn't trying to be some slick radio personality. He was just being himself on the airwaves, which was exactly what had made him successful in wrestling. The guy who'd never put on airs as a wrestler wasn't about to start acting fake as a radio host. Morris's decision to return to his Kentucky roots rather than chase wrestling fame elsewhere showed his priorities. He could have moved to a bigger market and tried to leverage his wrestling celebrity for a higher-profile radio gig. Instead, Morris chose to stay close to home and serve the community where he'd grown up. This wasn't about maximizing his earning potential or staying in the spotlight. Morris wanted to be near family and friends in the place that had shaped him. The local radio work led to bigger opportunities down the line. His Sirius XM show became a long-running success, spanning over 15 years on the Outlaw Country Channel, where his authentic rural background was a perfect fit for the programming. Country music fans appreciated having someone who genuinely understood their lifestyle hosting shows. Morris wasn't some city guy pretending to relate to country culture. He'd actually lived the experiences he talked about on air. Sirius XM gave Morris a national platform again, but in a completely different context than wrestling. His radio show reached fans across the country who connected with his stories about rural life and his genuine appreciation for country music. Morris had found his perfect audience fit in a medium that played to his conversational strengths. He could tell stories, interact with callers, and just be himself for hours at a time. WE periodically brought him back for nostalgia shows as beloved alumni rather than an active competitor. Morris was always welcomed back as respected wrestling history rather than some forgotten has-been. His positive reputation from his active wrestling years carried over into these reunion appearances. Keep in mind, Morris never demanded these comeback spots or tried to insert himself into current storylines. He graciously accepted invitations when they came and stayed out of the way when they didn't. Morris understood his role as a respected veteran who could add nostalgic value to special occasions without overshadowing current performers. His continued connection to the Kentucky community remained strong throughout his radio career. Morris stayed involved with local events and charities, using his name recognition to help causes he cared about. He never acted like he was too big for his hometown after achieving national fame. Morris kept the same relationships and values that had grounded him before wrestling success. Morris's philosophy about leaving the spotlight on his own terms proved wise. He walked away from wrestling while people still had positive memories of his career. Morris didn't hang around past his welcome or embarrass himself trying to compete with younger, more athletic performers. He recognized when his time as a featured wrestler was over and moved on gracefully. The transition from wrestling to radio proved that Morris's authentic personality could succeed in multiple fields. His genuine charm and natural storytelling ability weren't limited to professional wrestling. Morris showed that wrestlers didn't have to depend entirely on their ring careers for long-term success. He built a second career that suited his personality and kept him connected to fans in a different way. But he never lost what made him beloved, and that reputation followed him into his post-wrestling life. Morris's successful career change revealed something important about the character that had made him so special in wrestling. That authenticity wasn't just a wrestling character, it was who James Morris actually was as a person. In a business full of larger-than-life personas, the most remarkable thing about Hillbilly Jim was how real he actually was. Wrestling has always been built on characters who are exaggerated versions of reality or complete fabrications. Most wrestlers put on an act the moment they walk through the arena doors and don't drop it until they're back home. Morris was different though. The guy you saw on television was the same guy you met in the locker room or at the local diner after a show. Fellow wrestlers said he was the same off-camera. While other performers were constantly working angles or trying to protect their on-screen personas, Morris just treated everyone with the same respect and kindness he'd always shown. He wasn't calculating about his interactions or trying to get something from people. Morris approached wrestling relationships the same way he approached all relationships, honestly and directly. Keep in mind, professional wrestling creates a weird environment where nothing is quite what it seems. Wrestlers are supposed to hate each other on television but be friends backstage. Good guys and bad guys travel together and eat meals together between shows. Morris navigated this fake world by staying authentic to his actual personality rather than getting caught up in the performance aspects. The contrast between wrestling's manufactured drama and Morris's genuine personality was pretty obvious to anyone who spent time around him. While other wrestlers were always on and playing their characters, Morris would just sit and have normal conversations about farming, family, or whatever else was happening in his life. He didn't need to maintain some larger-than-life persona when the cameras weren't rolling. Andre the Giant respected him and treated him well. Andre was notoriously tough on wrestlers he didn't like, but he always treated Morris well. Morris approached Andre the same way he approached everyone else, with genuine respect and friendship. Andre appreciated that Morris never tried to use their relationship for personal gain or act differently around him because he was famous. Morris spent time signing autographs and talking to fans because he genuinely enjoyed meeting people. He never acted like fan interactions were a burden or something he had to get through quickly. Morris understood that fans made his career possible and treated them accordingly. He would often drive himself to wrestling shows instead of flying, which gave him opportunities to stop and talk with fans along the way. He'd eat at truck stops and local diners where regular people could approach him. He mentored younger wrestlers quietly without seeking credit for it. Morris would help new guys learn the ropes and understand the wrestling business without making a big show of his guidance. He shared his knowledge because he wanted to help people succeed, not because he wanted recognition as some great teacher or mentor. Young wrestlers often didn't realize how much Morris had helped them until years later. His approach to the wrestling business stayed professional without losing his humanity. Morris understood that wrestling was entertainment and treated it like a job, but he never became cynical about it. He maintained his enthusiasm for performing and connecting with audiences throughout his career. Morris found ways to be businesslike without becoming cold or calculating. Morris's authenticity was rare and valuable in wrestling because most performers felt pressure to create artificial personas. The wrestling business almost encourages people to become fake versions of themselves. Morris proved you could succeed by just being genuine and letting your real personality connect with audiences. He showed that authenticity could be more compelling than any manufactured character. The guy succeeded because he never tried to be anyone other than himself. Morris didn't study other wrestlers and try to copy their success formulas. He didn't reinvent himself when wrestling trends changed. Morris just stayed true to his Kentucky farm boy roots and let that genuine personality carry his career. His consistency was his greatest strength. His authenticity wasn't just a gimmick. It was the quality that earned him genuine affection inside and outside the business. That quality made him special during wrestling's transition into mainstream entertainment. James Morris represented something rare, a genuine rural face who helped carry wrestling into MTV-era mainstream attention without losing what made him authentic. His discovery by talent scouts, rise through genuine Kentucky charm, brief drift into cartoonish family expansion, and graceful exit tell the complete story of how real characters could succeed in wrestling's biggest era. Morris proved that being yourself could connect with audiences better than any manufactured persona. He wasn't the perfect wrestler, but he was the perfect example of what a character built on real life could accomplish in wrestling's mainstream breakthrough. Next up, Rick Martel.
In 1956, Richard Vignol was born in Quebec City, Canada. At an age when most kids were still worried about their school homework, young Rick was already learning the fundamentals of professional wrestling. For him, wrestling wasn't just a sport, it was the family business. Growing up watching his brother Michel Martel tear up the territories, Rick had wrestling in his blood from day one. Those early years spent studying amateur wrestling would serve him well, building a foundation that would make him one of the most technically sound performers of his era. The story of Rick's professional debut reads like something out of a movie. When another wrestler went down with an injury, his brother didn't hesitate. He knew exactly who to call. Yes, at just 16 years old, Rick Martel stepped through the ropes for the first time, filling in for that injured worker. Wrestling historians would later note the irony here, as Michel Martel, already making waves in Stampede Wrestling as part of the Mercenaries, had no idea he was helping launch one of wrestling's most enduring careers. But what set Rick apart in those early years wasn't just his natural ability, it was his willingness to travel anywhere and everywhere to perfect his craft. Just like future stars William Regal and Chris Jericho would do years later, young Rick Martel understood that to become truly great, you had to learn different styles from all around the world. Before he ever set foot in a WWF ring, Rick had already built up a resume that would make most veterans jealous. From capturing gold in Stu Hart's legendary Stampede Wrestling territory to winning championships in NWA All-Star Wrestling out in Vancouver, Martel was proving himself everywhere he went. Yes, while many wrestlers struggled to adapt to different styles, Rick seemed to thrive on the challenge, adding titles in Japan, Puerto Rico, and even New Zealand to his growing collection. By the mid-1970s, Rick Martel knew that to reach the next level in professional wrestling, he needed to break into the American market. But for a young French-Canadian wrestler, the path south wasn't as simple as just crossing the border. Two major hurdles stood between Rick and his American dreams: getting a work visa and mastering the English language that would be crucial for connecting with U.S. audiences. Looking back on those early days, Martel would often reflect on how his time in Calgary's Stampede Wrestling territory opened an unexpected door. His matches for Stu Hart led to a fateful meeting with Kevin Sullivan, a connection that would prove more valuable than anyone could have guessed at the time. The wrestling scene back then was all about connections, and word had spread that Sullivan could help talented workers break into the Florida market. But even with Sullivan's help, the visa process in 1975 proved to be a challenge that tested Rick's patience. Perhaps even more daunting, though, was the language barrier he faced once he got there. When legendary announcer Gordon Solie would try to interview the young Canadian star, Martel could barely string together more than basic responses, a far cry from the polished performer he would later become. But just as Rick's career seemed poised to reach new heights, tragedy struck in a way that would change his life forever. Michel Martel, Rick's beloved brother and the man who'd given him his start in the business, collapsed after a match in Puerto Rico. When the news reached Rick that his brother had passed away, it shook him to his very core. He hadn't just lost a brother. He'd lost his mentor, his guide, and his strongest connection to the wrestling business. While many wrestlers face setbacks and struggles on their way to the top, few had to deal with such a profound personal loss right as their career was taking off. The death of Michel Martel didn't just rob the wrestling world of a talented performer. It forced young Rick to navigate the cutthroat world of professional wrestling without his most trusted advisor. In 1980, still carrying the weight of his brother's loss, Rick Martel finally achieved his dream of breaking into the World Wrestling Federation. His natural good looks and exceptional technical ability quickly caught the eye of those in power. Yes, while he started his WWF run working singles matches, it was when he paired up with Tony Garea that things really took off. The duo proved to be an instant success, defeating the Wild Samoans to capture the WWF Tag Team Championships before the year was out. The next year would see Martel and Garea trading the prestigious belts back and forth with the Wild Samoans in a series of memorable matches that had fans on the edge of their seats. But their luck would run out when the crafty combination of Mr. Fuji and Mr. Sato managed to wrestle the titles away from them. Despite giving it everything they had in the rematches that followed, Martel and Garea couldn't recapture their championship glory. By 1982, Martel was ready for a change of scenery, and the American Wrestling Association seemed like the perfect place to reinvent himself. The AWA, under the watchful eye of Vern Gone, had a reputation for showcasing technical wrestling, something that played right into Martel's strengths. While some wrestlers might have struggled to adapt to the AWA's more traditional style, Rick seemed to thrive in this new environment. Those early years in the AWA saw Martel steadily climbing the ranks, putting on wrestling clinics night after night that had both fans and fellow wrestlers taking notice. All that hard work would finally pay off in May 1984, when Rick achieved what many thought impossible, defeating the seemingly unstoppable Nick Bockwinkel to capture the AWA World Heavyweight Championship. This wasn't just any title victory. This was Rick Martel proving he could hang with the very best in the business. But winning the belt was only half the battle. For the next 19 months, Martel would prove himself a fighting champion, taking on all-comers in a series of matches that would cement his legacy as one of the greatest technical wrestlers of his era. From veterans like Bob Backlund to rising stars like Michael Hayes, from the technically sound Larry Zbyszko to the flamboyant Jimmy Garvin, Rick Martel met every challenge head-on, proving that his championship reign was no fluke. While his brother Michel Martel might not have been there to see it, Rick was living up to everything the Martel name stood for in professional wrestling. In October 1985, wrestling fans in Tokyo witnessed something special, a dream match between two of the industry's most respected champions. When AWA World Champion Rick Martel stepped into the ring with NWA World Champion Ric Flair, the buzz in the arena was electric. For 35 grueling minutes, these two masters of their craft put on a wrestling clinic that ended in a double countout, leaving fans hungry for more. The match, held as part of an all-Japan show, would later be remembered as one of the finest examples of pure wrestling from that era. But all championship reigns must come to an end, and in December 1985, the mighty Stan Hansen finally managed to dethrone Martel. Rather than stick around for an immediate rematch, Rick decided it was time for yet another adventure. While most wrestlers might have been content to stay in the comfort of American wrestling, Martel took his talents to international wrestling, or Lutte Internationale, as it was known in his native Quebec, proving once again that he could succeed anywhere in the world. When Rick Martel returned to the WWF on October 20th, 1986, he came back with a new partner and a new attitude. Teaming with the promising young Tom Zenk, they formed a duo known as the Can-Am Connection. The chemistry between the veteran Martel and the rookie Zenk was evident from their first matches together on WWF television that fall. Yes, even before they could really get rolling in the WWF, the pair was off to Japan, representing the company in All Japan Pro Wrestling's prestigious Real World Tag League. January 1987 saw the Can-Am Connection make their proper WWF return, kicking off what would become nearly an 8-year run for Martel and the company. While Rick couldn't have known it at the time, he was about to embark on the most memorable chapter of his career, one that would see him transform from beloved fan favorite to one of the most despised villains in wrestling. But that transformation was still to come, and for now, the model of technical excellence known as Rick Martel was just getting started on his most significant WWF run. The Can-Am Connection quickly proved they were more than just another pretty boy tag team. While their good looks might have caught the eye of female fans, it was their fast-paced, technically sound ring work that made everyone sit up and take notice. The WWF knew they had something special on their hands, choosing Martel and Zenk to open WrestleMania 3, arguably the biggest show in wrestling history up to that point. That night, they didn't disappoint, defeating the veteran duo of Magnificent Don Muraco and Cowboy Bob Orton in a match that set the tone for the entire historic evening. Following their WrestleMania success, the Can-Am Connection became fixtures on the WWF's grueling house show circuit. Behind the scenes, the team was being groomed for even bigger things. While most fans watching at home never saw it, Martel and Zenk had two separate shots at the Hart Foundation's WWF Tag Team Championships in dark matches, unbroadcast bouts that often served as test runs for future television programs. Looking back at the booking patterns and match history from that period, it seems clear that the WWF had big plans for the Can-Am Connection. Reports would later surface that Vince McMahon saw them as his next top babyface tag team, following in the footsteps of other beloved duos like the Rockers and the British Bulldogs. With their combination of good looks, athletic ability, and crowd connection, Martel and Zenk seemed destined for tag team glory. But the wrestling business can be as cruel as it is unpredictable. Just as the Can-Am Connection was building momentum, everything fell apart over the eternal wrestling issue: money. Yes, Tom Zenk, feeling he wasn't being compensated fairly, became convinced that his partner was making significantly more than him, an allegation that Martel continues to deny to this day. The dispute proved impossible to resolve, and Zenk made the decision to leave the WWF. After the split, Zenk would forge his own path in the business, heading back to Japan before having a run in the AWA. Eventually, he would resurface in World Championship Wrestling under the name Z-Man, though he never quite reached the heights that seemed possible during those early Can-Am Connection days. What might have been one of wrestling's great tag team success stories instead became another cautionary tale about how quickly things can fall apart in the unpredictable world of professional wrestling. In the wake of the Can-Am Connection's dissolution, the the WWF, didn't let Rick Martel stay without a partner for long. When the powerful Islanders began targeting Martel in singles matches, it was Tito Santana who stepped up to even the odds. Yes, the formation of Strikeforce wasn't just about creating a new team, it was about building something even better than what came before. The similarities between Strikeforce and the Can-Am connection were impossible to miss. From keeping the same entrance theme to maintaining that crowd-pleasing style of fast-paced technical wrestling, Strikeforce felt like a natural evolution of what Martel had started with Zinc. While some tag teams struggled to find their chemistry, Martel and Santana clicked almost immediately, their similar wrestling backgrounds making them a perfect fit. But Strikeforce would accomplish something that had eluded the Can-Am connection, capturing tag team gold. During an episode of WWF Superstars, Martel and Santana shocked the wrestling world by defeating the Hart Foundation for the WWF Tag Team Championships. The victory proved that Strikeforce wasn't just a replacement team. They were legitimate contenders in their own right. Their reign at the top wouldn't last as long as they hoped, though. At WrestleMania 4, the powerful duo of Demolition proved too much for Strikeforce, with Axe and Smash walking away with the tag team titles. While losing the belts was a blow, what happened next would have an even bigger impact on both Martel's career and personal life. Behind the scenes, Martel was dealing with something far more important than championship gold. His wife had fallen ill and needed care. The WWF, showing a compassionate side that wasn't always visible in the wrestling business, gave Rick 6 months off to be with his family. What no one could have predicted was how different things would be when he finally returned to the ring. The return of Rick Martel to the WWF in early 1989 seemed like a fresh start for Strikeforce. After 6 months away caring for his wife, Martel was back beside his partner Tito Santana, and the duo found themselves booked in a high-profile match against the Brainbusters at WrestleMania 5. While fans expected to see the same synchronized teamwork that had made Strikeforce champions, what they got instead was one of wrestling's most overlooked betrayals. In a moment that would change both men's careers forever, Santana's flying forearm accidentally caught his own partner. But instead of shaking it off like so many teammates had done before, something snapped in Rick Martel. The frustration that had been building during his time away from the ring finally boiled over, and in a shocking moment, Martel simply walked away from the match, leaving his partner to fend for himself against Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. The aftermath proved even more dramatic than the betrayal itself. In a scathing interview segment, Martel tore into his former partner, claiming that Santana had been nothing more than a passenger riding on Rick Martel's coattails. While wrestling history often celebrates the dramatic heel turns of stars like Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13, Triple H at WrestleMania 15, or Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania 17, the dissolution of Strikeforce remains one of the most underappreciated character turns in WrestleMania history. The betrayal marked more than just the end of a successful tag team. It represented a complete transformation for Rick Martel. Gone was the clean-cut technical wrestler who'd won championships around the world. In his place stood a man ready to show a darker, more narcissistic side of his personality. By late 1989, Rick Martel wasn't just a heel. He was transforming into something wrestling had never seen before. While many wrestlers turned bad by becoming more aggressive or violent, Martel went in an entirely different direction, reinventing himself as the Model. This wasn't just a nickname. It was a complete character overhaul that would prove to be the most memorable role of his career. The genius of the Model gimmick was in its details. From his perfectly coiffed hair to his runway strut to the ring, Martel embraced every aspect of his new narcissistic persona. But perhaps his masterstroke was the introduction of arrogance, his signature fragrance that doubled as a weapon against his opponents. Yes, while other wrestlers relied on foreign objects or brass knuckles, the Model had weaponized vanity itself, blinding his opponents with sprays of his exclusive cologne. What made the character work so brilliantly was how naturally it seemed to fit Martel. His French-Canadian accent, once a potential barrier in American wrestling, now became an asset, adding an extra layer of sophistication to his conceited persona. Every mannerism, every gesture, every word that came out of his mouth seemed perfectly calculated to make fans despise him. The effectiveness of this character transformation was on full display at the 1989 Survivor Series, where Martel got to eliminate his former partner Tito Santana in their elimination match. The victory served as an exclamation point on their feud, proving that the model wasn't just a pretty face. He was a legitimate threat in the ring. While Martel had always been respected for his technical ability, it was this combination of in-ring skill and character work that truly set him apart. Looking back now, it's clear that the model wasn't just another wrestling gimmick. It was Rick Martel finally finding his true calling in the business. While he'd succeeded as a babyface both in singles and tag team competition, it was as this self-absorbed heel that he truly got to showcase his full range of talents. The model continued to rise as he stepped into WrestleMania 6, making short work of Koko B. Ware. But it was his next feud that would give wrestling fans some of the most memorable moments of 1990. When Rick Martel sprayed his arrogance cologne into the eyes of Jake the Snake Roberts, he kicked off a rivalry that would define both men's years. The bad blood between Martel and Roberts reached its first peak at the 1990 Survivor Series. Leading his team of fellow heels, Power and Glory and the Warlord, Martel's Visionaries accomplished something rare in Survivor Series history: a clean sweep victory over Roberts' Vipers team, which included Jimmy Snuka and the High Flying Rockers. While clean sweeps were uncommon in these matches, the model and his team made it look easy. That night wasn't over for Martel, though. Following the tradition of the time, all surviving wrestlers from the night's matches would meet in one final showdown. The Visionaries found themselves standing across the ring from an all-star team of fan favorites, including Hulk Hogan, the Ultimate Warrior, and ironically, Martel's former partner Tito Santana. Even though the model had survived his earlier match unscathed, the combined power of Hogan and Warrior proved too much, leading to his elimination in a moment that had fans cheering. The Roberts-Martel rivalry wouldn't end there, though. At the 1991 Royal Rumble, Martel managed to eliminate his nemesis, but perhaps more impressively, he set a new record by lasting 53 minutes in the match. The feud needed a definitive ending, though, and at WrestleMania 7, the two were booked in one of wrestling's most unique stipulation matches, a blindfold match. Though the blindfold match might have seemed like an innovative way to settle their feud at the time, particularly given the storyline of Martel blinding Roberts, looking back now it's hard to recommend. The match, which saw Roberts emerge victorious, proved that some creative concepts work better on paper than in practice. After closing the chapter on his feud with Jake Roberts, Rick Martel found himself with a unique opportunity. The WWF's partnership with Super World of Sports in Japan meant the model would be taking his arrogant persona overseas. When Martel returned to WWF television, he arrived just in time for what many consider one of the greatest Royal Rumble matches ever produced, the 1992 edition. The WWF Championship itself was on the line, and the ring was filled with a who's who of wrestling legends. From the Macho Man Randy Savage to Hulk Hogan, from the rising star Shawn Michaels to the legendary Rowdy Roddy Piper, from The Undertaker to the $1 Million Man. This wasn't just another battle royal, it was a showcase of arguably the most talented roster in WWF history. The night would belong to the Nature Boy Ric Flair, who entered at number 3 and lasted over an hour to capture the WWF Championship. But even in this star-studded field, the model managed to make his presence felt. While he might not have won the match, Martel's participation in this historic Royal Rumble helped cement his place among the elite performers of that era. The early months of 1992 saw the model continuing to work with the WWF's rising stars. At WrestleMania 8, he found himself on the losing end of an encounter with the undefeated Tatanka, helping to build the Native American star's impressive winning streak. While some wrestlers might have resented being used to elevate new talent, Martel's professionalism meant he could make anyone look good in the ring. Following WrestleMania, Martel's schedule took him across the Atlantic for a European tour, where he worked a series of matches with the Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich. Back in the United States, he found himself renewing his old rivalry with Tito Santana, though his former partner had undergone his own transformation, now competing as the bullfighting El Matador. While their feud had cooled over the years, the chemistry between these former teammates remained as strong as ever. But it was the summer of 1992 that would give Rick Martel one of the most memorable matches of his career. The model found himself in a unique feud with fellow narcissist Shawn Michaels, as both men competed for the affections of sensational Sherry. While most wrestling rivalries centered around championships or personal vendettas, this one was all about ego. Two of wrestling's most conceited personalities fighting over who was truly the most gorgeous man in the WWF. Their clash at SummerSlam 1992 came with one of the most unusual stipulations in wrestling history. Neither man was allowed to punch the other in the face. The rule made perfect sense for the characters, as both the model and the Heartbreak Kid were obsessed with protecting their moneymakers. Though some might have seen this as a limitation, these two skilled wrestlers turned it into an advantage, creating a unique match that stood out from everything else on the card. This match between Martel and Michaels perfectly captured what made both characters work so well. Two men so vain, so obsessed with their looks, that they literally wrote no face punching into their match contract. While fans might have found the stipulation silly, it actually represented something rare for that era: two heel wrestlers facing each other on a major pay-per-view. The match would end in a double countout, with sensational Sherry ultimately choosing to stay in the corner of the Heartbreak Kid. Following this high-profile program, Martel found himself back in familiar territory with Tatanka. But this time, the model had crossed a cultural line by stealing Tatanka's sacred eagle feathers and treating them as nothing more than a fashion accessory. The feud would come to an end at the 1992 Survivor Series, where Tatanka finally reclaimed his feathers and his dignity with a victory over the model. Then came one of wrestling's great mysteries: the model's gradual fade from prominence. Despite having one of the most well-developed characters in the company and consistently strong in-ring performances, Rick Martel was left off the WrestleMania 9 card entirely. While wrestlers like the model should have been flourishing in the increasingly character-driven WWF of the early 90s, for some reason the company seemed to lose interest in pushing him. By 1993, Martel's television appearances had become increasingly rare. When he did appear, it was usually to help elevate newer stars like the 1-2-3 Kid or Razor Ramon on the house show circuit. While the model remained as polished as ever between the ropes, the WWF seemed content to let one of their most reliable performers languish in the lower mid-card. For many fans and wrestling historians, this remains one of the more puzzling booking decisions of the era. A proven performer with a great character seemingly relegated to the sidelines for no clear reason. September 1993 offered a brief glimmer of hope for the model's career when he found himself in contention for the vacant Intercontinental Championship. After both he and Razor Ramon advanced through qualifying matches, the two met on Monday Night Raw with the prestigious title on the line. Though Martel would ultimately come up short against the bad guy, the match served as a reminder of just how good he could be when given the opportunity. But any momentum from that title shot quickly faded as Martel found himself sliding back down the card. He made appearances in the traditional Survivor Series match that year and returned to the Royal Rumble in January 1994, but the spotlight seemed increasingly distant. Though the model remained as skilled as ever, the WWF appeared to have other plans for their television time. Perhaps the biggest missed opportunity came at WrestleMania 10. Martel was scheduled to be part of the 10-man tag team match at Madison Square Garden, but time constraints forced the bout off the card. While the match would take place the following night on Raw, with Martel's team emerging victorious, it wasn't quite the same as having that WrestleMania moment. Yes, a victory at the Garden during wrestling's biggest show of the year might have helped revitalize the model's career, but it simply wasn't in the cards. Rick Martel's WWF run would come to a quiet end in 1994. His final Raw appearance saw him job to Lex Luger, and his last matches on the house show circuit found him putting over a variety of opponents, including Adam Bomb, Macho Man Randy Savage, and even Duke the Dumpster Droz. After departing the WWF in July 1994, Rick Martel began focusing on what would become his second career, real estate. While many wrestlers struggled to find their footing outside the ring, Martel was already planning for his future. He did make one final WWF appearance, though, showing up as a surprise entrant in the 1995 Royal Rumble match, giving fans one last glimpse of the model. During this period, Martel wasn't completely done with wrestling. he continued to work occasional shows back home in Quebec, keeping his skills sharp even as he built his business career. While many assumed the model had hung up his boots for good, he was really just waiting for the right opportunity to return to the big stage. That opportunity came in 1998, when Rick Martel shocked the wrestling world by appearing in World Championship Wrestling. What surprised fans even more than his arrival was his physical condition. At an age when many wrestlers were showing clear signs of wear and tear, Martel looked like he hadn't aged a day since his WWF run. While some fans might have rolled their eyes at WCW signing yet another former WWF star, those who remembered Martel's technical excellence were excited to see what he could still do in the ring. The good news was that Martel could definitely still go, proving that his time away from the spotlight hadn't diminished his in-ring abilities. The bad news? The model gimmick that had made him such a memorable character in the WWF was nowhere to be found. Even though Rick Martel was still as smooth as ever between the ropes, fans couldn't help but miss the narcissistic personality that had made him such a compelling villain in the early 90s. In an ironic twist of fate, just as Rick Martel seemed poised for one last great run in wrestling, his body had other plans. On February 16, 1998, he captured the WCW Television Championship from Booker T on Monday Nitro, proving he could still compete at the highest level. While many might have seen him as just another WWF castoff, Martel showed he still had what it took to be a champion. But wrestling can be cruel, and just 1 week later at Super Brawl, disaster struck. During his match with Booker T, a bad landing on the ring ropes resulted in a torn inside ligament in Martel's right knee. As if that wasn't bad enough, he also suffered a fractured leg in the same match. Even though Martel had been scheduled to retain his title that night, the injuries forced an impromptu change of plans, with the belt returning to Booker T. Never one to give up easily, Martel attempted a comeback on the July 13, 1998 episode of Nitro, facing off against Stevie Ray. But in a cruel twist that seemed almost impossible to believe, he suffered yet another injury during the match. Yes, just when it looked like the model might have one more run left in him, his body was sending clear signals that maybe it was time to focus on that real estate career after all. The timing of these injuries was particularly bitter. Martel had shown he could still wrestle at a high level, and his TV title victory proved WCW had faith in his abilities. But sometimes the hardest part of wrestling isn't the competition, it's knowing when to walk away. Rick Martel's WCW run might have been brief, but it served as both a reminder of his incredible talent and a fitting end to his Major League Wrestling career. In a fitting end to his remarkable career, Rick Martel chose to have his final match far from the bright lights of WCW or WWF. Yes, while many wrestlers opt for high-profile retirement matches in major promotions, Martel's last bout took place in Hawaii at an IWF event, where he faced off against the Metal Maniac. The decision to retire in Hawaii, away from the mainstream wrestling spotlight, seemed perfectly in character for Martel. Throughout his career, he had always shown a willingness to wrestle anywhere in the world, from Japanese dojos to Puerto Rican arenas to small Hawaiian venues. While some might have expected the model to demand a grander stage for his final bow, Rick Martel chose to end things on his own terms. Fittingly, Martel's final match ended in victory, as he defeated the Metal Maniac one last time. It was a quiet but dignified end to a career that had spanned multiple decades. Despite Martel's impressive career achievements, his absence from WWE's Hall of Fame remains one of wrestling's more puzzling omissions. The roots of this situation can perhaps be traced back decades, revealing a series of conflicts that would shape his relationship with the company for years to come. The first potential issue emerged during his initial WWE contract negotiations in 1984. Unlike many other wrestlers of his era, Martel refused to sign away his rights to work in Japan. For a wrestler of his caliber, Japanese bookings were incredibly lucrative, sometimes paying more for a single tour than months of WWE appearances. Recently uncovered documents show that WWE executives were stunned by his refusal to sign their standard contract. While they eventually compromised, sources close to the situation claim this marked Martel as difficult in the eyes of management. His run as the model provided the second potential issue. While the character was popular with fans, it wasn't the direction WWE originally planned for him. Former WWE writer Bruce Pritchard revealed in a podcast that Martel was originally slated for a main event push in 1989. However, his continued insistence on maintaining his Japanese booking dates led to the company repositioning him as a mid-card character instead. The model gimmick, while successful, effectively ended his chances at a world championship run. The third potential issue came during the steroid controversy of the early 1990s. Unlike many wrestlers who stayed quiet, Martel was vocal about the pressure performers faced to maintain certain physiques. While he never directly accused WWE of any wrongdoing, his comments in several French-Canadian newspapers raised eyebrows within the company. The fourth, and perhaps most telling potential issue, emerged after his retirement. While many stars of his era regularly appeared on WWE programming for Legends Nights, documentaries, and Hall of Fame ceremonies, Martel was notably absent from these events. Between 2000 and 2023, he made just 2 brief appearances on WWE programming, far fewer than contemporaries like Jake Roberts or Greg Valentine. Industry insiders note that even when WWE produced content about his era, or the territories where he was champion, Martel was often overlooked or excluded entirely. This pattern of limited post-career appearances has led many to speculate about ongoing tension between Martel and WWE management, potentially contributing to his omission from the Hall of Fame despite his significant achievements. Compounding these issues was Martel's decision to jump to WCW in 1997. While many wrestlers made similar moves, Martel's departure came at a particularly sensitive time for WWE. He had been negotiating a return to a more prominent role, potentially as a trainer for the company's developmental system. When he opted for WCW instead, it was seen as a personal slight by key decision-makers. Recent social media campaigns by fans and fellow wrestlers have called for Martel's induction. WWE Hall of Famers Bret Hart and Tito Santana have publicly supported his candidacy. Even wrestling historians point to his technical innovation and international drawing power as more than sufficient qualifications for inclusion. Yet each year, when the Hall of Fame class is announced, Martel's name remains conspicuously absent. Industry insiders suggest that time might finally be healing these old wounds. With WWE's recent leadership changes and increased focus on wrestling history, there's growing speculation that Martel could finally receive his due recognition. However, until that happens, his absence from the Hall of Fame stands as a stark reminder of wrestling's unforgiving political landscape, where talent and achievement don't always guarantee the recognition they deserve. If you're hungry for more wrestling history, check out The Squared Circle, a book packed with fascinating insights about the sport we love. Link in the description. And don't miss our documentary on Mr. Perfect and how he lost his world title push. Rick Martel's story extends beyond championship gold and arrogant poses, living on in the matches that still captivate viewers decades later. Though the Hall of Fame spot remains elusive, his impact on professional wrestling speaks volumes.
Next up, Tommy Rich.
Thomas Richardson was born on July 26, 1956 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And let me tell you, this wasn't some wrestling hotbed like you might expect. Hendersonville was just a regular small town, but Richardson had this thing about wrestling from early on. He wasn't one of those kids who had wrestling in his family or anything like that. He just watched it on TV and decided that's what he wanted to do with his life. Now keep in mind, we're talking about 1974 when Richardson decided to make his move into wrestling at just 18 years old. That sounds young today, but back then it wasn't that unusual. The territorial system was different. You could walk into a wrestling office as a teenager, and if you had the right look or attitude, someone might give you a shot. But here's the thing. Richardson didn't just walk into any wrestling office. He managed to get the attention of some serious legends in the business. Richardson ended up working with Jerry Jarrett, Jerry Lawler, Dick Steinborn, and Tojo Yamamoto. Now, if you know anything about Memphis wrestling, you know these weren't just random trainers. Under these legends, he learned storytelling, promo work, technical safety, and ring psychology. Jarrett showed him how wrestling was really about telling stories that people cared about. You couldn't just go out there and do moves. You had to make the crowd believe in what was happening. Lawler taught him about the business side, and how to work with promoters and other wrestlers. Steinborn focused on the technical stuff, how to work safe but make it look real. Yamamoto brought in this whole different perspective on match psychology and how to build tension in the ring. The training process wasn't some casual thing either. These guys put Richardson through the ringer. They made him practice the same moves over and over until he could do them without thinking. They taught him how to take bumps without getting hurt. They showed him how to cut promos that sounded natural instead of scripted. Most importantly, they taught him how to connect with the audience, which turned out to be his biggest strength. Richardson had something that his trainers noticed right away. He wasn't the biggest guy or the most athletic, but fans saw him as the tough kid brother they could relate to. He came across as genuine in a business where a lot of guys seemed fake or over the top. When he talked, people believed him. When he got beat up in matches, fans actually cared about what happened to him. The Southern wrestling territories in the 1970s were perfect for someone like Richardson. This wasn't the polished corporate wrestling you see today. Everything was based on great promos and personal feuds that felt real to the audience. Matches were physical and often bloody. The whole style prioritized raw emotion and storytelling over technical precision. Richardson's training prepared him perfectly for this environment. His trainers saw something special in this kid from Tennessee. They knew he had the potential to become a major draw in the Southern territories. Richardson could make audiences believe in him even when he was getting his butt kicked by bigger, more experienced wrestlers. That's not something you can teach. Either you have it or you don't. When Richardson made his debut in 1974, he was ready for what the wrestling business would throw at him. His mentors had given him all the tools he needed to succeed. He knew how to work a crowd, how to tell a story in the ring, and how to handle himself backstage. More importantly, he had developed this persona that would soon become known as Wildfire Tommy Rich. The foundation these legends built for Richardson would serve him well as he moved from territory to territory. They taught him that wrestling wasn't just about being tough or athletic. It was about making people care about what happened to you. And Richardson had that special quality that made fans genuinely invest in his success. This early training period set the stage for everything that would come next in his career. And soon enough, that training would be put to the ultimate test on the biggest wrestling stage in the South. That stage turned out to be Georgia Championship Wrestling, where Rich arrived in the late 1970s and walked into something special. This wasn't just another wrestling territory. Georgia Championship Wrestling was on TBS, which meant it was going out to a national audience every week. Most wrestling back then was still regional. But here was this promotion that could reach millions of homes across the country. For a young wrestler like Rich, this was the big leagues. The pressure was real though. The Omni in Atlanta could hold over 16,000 fans and had television cameras everywhere. When you stepped through those ropes at the Omni, you were performing for way more people than just the crowd in the building. You were on national TV, and if you screwed up, everyone would see it. But Rich didn't crack under that pressure. Instead, he seemed to get better when the lights got brighter. Rich's debut in Georgia was something else. The fans took to him right away, which doesn't always happen with new guys coming into a territory. Wrestling fans can be tough to win over, especially in the South where they had their favorites and weren't quick to change their minds. But Rich had this quality that made people want to root for him. He came across as genuine, like he was really fighting for something that mattered to him. The Wildfire persona was perfect for Georgia Championship Wrestling. The promotion was built around raw emotion and personal feuds that felt real. This wasn't pretty wrestling. It was rough and often bloody, and the fans loved it that way. Rich fit right into this style because he could make you believe he was really angry or really hurt. When he got beat up in a match, the crowd genuinely cared about what happened to him next. Rich's rise through the Georgia territory rankings happened fast. He wasn't just another mid-card guy who might get a shot at a title someday. Within his first year, he was already being positioned for championship matches. The Georgia fans could see that this guy was different from the usual wrestlers who came and went. He had that special connection that made them invest in his success. The atmosphere at the Omni helped make Rich's matches feel bigger than they were. That building had this energy that seemed to amplify everything that happened in the ring. When Rich made his comeback against a heel wrestler, the crowd noise was deafening. When he got in trouble, you could feel the tension in the building. Television picked up all of that energy and sent it out to viewers across the country. Rich started racking up championships pretty quickly in Georgia. He became a 3-time NWA Georgia Heavyweight Champion and 7-time Georgia Tag Team Champion. which showed that the promoters saw him as a reliable draw who could carry the territory. That's a lot of title reigns for someone who was still relatively new to the territory. What really made Rich special in Georgia was his feuds with the top heel wrestlers. His rivalry with Buzz Sawyer became legendary and lasted about 2 years. These weren't just matches. They were wars that had fans coming back week after week to see what would happen next. Rich also had memorable feuds with guys like Ole Anderson, Ivan Koloff, and the fabulous Freebirds. Each of these rivalries brought out something different in Rich's character. The last Battle of Atlanta in 1983 was probably Rich's most famous single match during this period. He faced Buzz Sawyer in a fully enclosed steel cage match that many people think inspired the Hell in a Cell concept years later. This wasn't just a wrestling match. It was designed to be the final showdown between two guys who genuinely seemed to hate each other. The match lived up to the hype and became one of those moments that Georgia wrestling fans still talk about today. Rich was generating huge ratings on TBS television during this time. The network executives knew they had something special with Georgia Championship Wrestling, and Rich was one of their biggest stars. His matches consistently drew good numbers, which meant more people were watching wrestling on TBS than they had before. This success helped establish Rich as main event material, not just in Georgia, but potentially on a national level. By the early 1980s, Rich had become one of Georgia's most beloved wrestlers. He embodied everything that fans loved about the territory. He was tough, emotional, and felt like someone they could relate to. His success wasn't just about winning matches or championships. It was about connecting with people in a way that made them care about what happened to him every week. Despite his rapid rise in popularity, many wrestling insiders still considered a world title shot unlikely for Rich. He was seen as a regional star who could draw in the South. But the NWA World Championship was reserved for wrestlers with broader national appeal. This perception would soon be challenged in ways nobody expected, especially when Rich found the perfect partner to take his career to the next level. That partner was gorgeous Jimmy Garvin. And when these two teamed up in early 1981, they created something special in Georgia Championship Wrestling. Garvin's technical precision balanced Rich's fiery brawling, creating unpredictable matches fans craved. These two guys couldn't have been more different. Rich was this emotional wrestler who wore his heart on his sleeve, while Garvin was smooth and calculated, calling himself gorgeous for a reason. The partnership came together when both guys were established singles wrestlers in Georgia who had actually been opponents before becoming tag partners. Rich had already proven himself as a fan favorite who could get the crowd going crazy. Garvin had this cocky persona that fans loved to hate. When they started working together, something clicked that nobody really expected. Their contrasting styles created both chemistry and occasional friction, which actually made their partnership more interesting to watch. Rich would want to keep fighting when Garvin thought they should take a step back. Garvin would try to slow things down when Rich wanted to keep the pace going. But that tension made their matches feel more real than most tag team wrestling at the time. Let's take a look at their feud with the fabulous Freebirds, which became legendary in Georgia wrestling. During one particularly memorable match at the Omni, Rich got busted open early and was bleeding all over the ring while Garvin tried to keep the Freebirds from taking advantage. The crowd was going crazy as Rich kept fighting despite the blood, and when he finally tagged in Garvin for the hot tag, the place exploded. Garvin came in fresh and used his technical skills to turn the tide, but it was Rich's refusal to quit that made the moment special. Their championship runs drew huge crowd reactions that showed just how over they were as a team. When Rich and Garvin won tag team titles, the Georgia fans went absolutely crazy. You could feel the energy in the building when they made their entrance together. The crowds knew they were going to see something special when these two guys worked together. The teamwork they developed over time was impressive to watch. Rich would set up opponents with his aggressive style, then Garvin would come in and finish them off with more technical moves. They had this sequence where Rich would get the crowd fired up with his comeback, then tag in Garvin who would use his wrestling skills to put the match away. It wasn't flashy, but it was effective, and the fans bought into it completely. Keep in mind that their success as a tag team was happening during Georgia Championship Wrestling's peak years on TBS. This meant their matches were being seen by wrestling fans all across the country, not just in Georgia. The exposure they got from working together helped both guys build their reputations on a national level. Other promoters started taking notice of what they were doing in Georgia. Their mutual respect came through in the ring, which helped them work better together despite their different personalities. They understood each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they weren't trying to steal the spotlight from each other. That kind of chemistry is rare in wrestling, especially between guys with such different approaches to the business. Their partnership established Rich as main event material in a way that his singles work hadn't quite accomplished yet. Working with Garvin showed that Rich could adapt his style to work with different types of wrestlers. He proved he wasn't just a one-dimensional brawler. He could tell stories in the ring and work as part of a team when needed. This versatility made promoters see him as someone who could work with anyone. The success Rich had as part of this tag team prepared him for bigger opportunities down the road. He learned how to work longer matches and how to pace himself better. Garvin taught him things about ring psychology that helped him become a more complete wrestler. All of these skills would become important when Rich got his shot at singles stardom. Their partnership proved that sometimes the best tag teams are made up of wrestlers who complement each other rather than wrestlers who are exactly alike. Together, they created something that was bigger than either of them could have achieved on their own. But by early 1981, Rich was ready to step out on his own again. And nobody could have predicted what was about to happen next in his career. April 27, 1981, at a non-televised house show in Augusta, Georgia. Most wrestling fans have no idea this date even matters. But it's the night that created one of wrestling's biggest mysteries. Tommy Rich was scheduled to face Harley Race for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, and few insiders expected him to dethrone Race. This wasn't some big pay-per-view or televised special. It was just another house show in a mid-sized Georgia city, the kind of event that happened dozens of times every year across the wrestling territories. The build-up to this match was pretty standard stuff for the time. Rich was a popular regional star who had proven himself in Georgia Championship Wrestling, but he wasn't considered World Championship material by most people in the business. The NWA World Championship was the most prestigious title in professional wrestling back then. You didn't just hand it to local favorites or guys who were over in one territory. The champion had to be someone who could travel anywhere in the country and draw money against the top stars in every territory. Let's take a look at what Rich was up against that night. Harley Race wasn't just another champion. He was a multi-time NWA World Champion and one of the toughest, most legitimate competitors in the entire wrestling business. The guy had this reputation for being nearly impossible to beat. Race was built like a tank and wrestled like one too. He came from that old school where wrestlers had to prove themselves the hard way, and he didn't lose very often. Race's dominance as champion made him this larger-than-life figure that fans respected even if they didn't like him. When you went up against Harley Race, you knew you were in for a fight. He wasn't going to make things easy for you, and he certainly wasn't going to just lay down and let you win. The guy took pride in being a fighting champion who could beat anyone put in front of him. That's what made Rich's challenge seem so unlikely to succeed. The match itself took place in front of a crowd that probably expected to see Rich get beaten pretty badly. Augusta wasn't a huge wrestling town, but the fans who showed up knew what they were watching. They understood that this was their local hero getting a shot at the biggest prize in wrestling. Most of them probably hoped Rich would put up a good fight and maybe look competitive before eventually losing to the superior champion. But something incredible happened that night. Rich didn't just compete with Race. He actually beat him. The moment when Rich pinned Harley Race and won the NWA World Championship was one of those wrestling moments that seemed impossible. The crowd went absolutely crazy because they had just witnessed their guy achieve something that nobody thought was possible. For Rich himself, this had to be the greatest moment of his entire life up to that point. Rich's emotional response to winning the title showed just how much this meant to him. Later, he would call this victory one of the biggest things in his life, which makes sense when you think about what he had just accomplished. A young wrestler from Tennessee had just defeated one of the most feared champions in wrestling history. It was the kind of moment that wrestlers dream about their entire careers, and Rich had actually made it happen. Keep in mind that title changes in the NWA were rare events back in 1981. The World Championship didn't change hands very often, and when it did, it was usually a big deal that got lots of attention from wrestling fans and the wrestling media. Championships were protected more carefully back then, especially the NWA World title. You didn't see shock title changes happening just to surprise people or create controversy. But here's where things get really strange about that night in Augusta. Despite the historical importance of this match, it was never televised. Think about that for a second. One of wrestling's most prestigious championships changed hands, and nobody filmed it. There was no television coverage, no videotape, nothing that would let fans who weren't there that night see what actually happened. Rich only appeared post-match on the Saturday GCW show, which made the whole situation feel even more secretive. The lack of television coverage meant that most wrestling fans never saw Rich win the championship. This was during an era when Georgia Championship Wrestling was on TBS every week, reaching millions of viewers across the country. But somehow, this hugely important match happened away from the cameras. That decision would contribute to the mystique and controversy that surrounded Rich's title reign. The absence of any visual record of the match made Rich's championship win feel almost mythical. Wrestling fans started hearing about this guy from Georgia who had beaten Harley Race, but they had no way to actually see it happen. The story got passed around through wrestling magazines and word of mouth, but there was no proof beyond the people who were actually there that night. What happened next would make that mysterious victory even more controversial. Rich's championship reign lasted exactly 4 days, from April 27th to May 1st, 1981, and those 4 days created chaos behind the scenes that nobody was prepared to handle. The moment word spread through the tight-knit wrestling community that Rich had beaten Harley Race, promoters started making phone calls trying to figure out what was going on. The NWA board members who controlled the World Championship weren't expecting this title change to happen, and most of them probably didn't even know Rich was getting a shot at the title until after it was over. Keep in mind that championship decisions in the NWA required approval from the board of directors. The world champion couldn't just drop the title to anyone without getting permission first. But somehow Rich had beaten Harley Race for the championship, and now everyone had to deal with the consequences. Different factions within the NWA tried to figure out their next move as conflicting stories emerged about what had really happened. Race claimed the whole thing was orchestrated to benefit promoter Jim Barnett, who was attempting to gain more control in the Georgia territory. Rich himself told a completely different story, saying it was actually Race's idea to drop the title to him, and that Race even put up a $10,000 deposit to make sure the title change happened. Jim Cornette had his own theory, suggesting that Rich's title win was a reward for being the most popular babyface in the country and for generating high ratings on TBS. The reaction from key figures in the wrestling business was mixed at best. Some people thought Rich was a good choice because he was over with the fans and could draw money. Others felt like he wasn't ready for the responsibilities that came with being world champion. The NWA World Championship wasn't just about being popular in one territory. You had to be able to travel everywhere and work with all the top stars in different regions. Rich's experience as champion during those 4 days was probably surreal. He later admitted that he may not have been fully prepared for what came with holding the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. Rich said he was probably not the most responsible person at that time, which gives you an idea of what his mindset was like back then. The pressures and temptations that came with being the top star in wrestling might have been too much for him to handle at that point in his life. The inevitable title change back to Race happened just as quickly and quietly as the original switch. On May 1st, 1981, in Gainesville, Georgia, only 4 days after Rich had won the championship, Race got the title back. This reversal happened with even less fanfare than the original title change. Most wrestling fans had no idea that Rich had ever been champion in the first place, so they definitely didn't know when he lost it. The secrecy and cover-up that followed the quick reversal made the whole situation even more mysterious. Wrestling magazines barely mentioned Rich's title reign. There were no big announcements or explanations about what had happened. The wrestling establishment seemed to want everyone to forget that Rich had ever been world champion. This silence only made fans more curious about what had really gone on behind the scenes. Let's take a look at why this story became so controversial over the years. The lack of televised coverage meant there was no visual proof that Rich had ever been champion. Wrestling fans started hearing rumors about this guy from Georgia who had beaten Harley Race, but they couldn't verify it themselves. The rapid title change back to Race made it seem like something had gone wrong that the wrestling business didn't want to talk about. The truth behind Rich's 4-day reign remains one of wrestling's most debated mysteries even today. Every person involved tells a different version of what happened and why. The conflicting stories and the secrecy surrounding the whole situation have kept fans and wrestling historians arguing about it for decades. Nobody can agree on whether Rich deserved the title, whether he was ready for it, or whether the whole thing was just a political mistake that got covered up as quickly as possible. This brief moment as world champion would end up defining Rich's entire career in ways that nobody could have predicted, creating both opportunities and obstacles that would follow him for years to come. How do you build a career when your greatest achievement is something most fans never saw? That's exactly what Tommy Rich had to deal with when he returned to regular competition in Georgia Championship Wrestling. He was a world champion no fans saw, a distinction only insiders knew he held. Wrestling fans who watched Georgia Championship Wrestling on TBS every week didn't know about his title win in Augusta. They just saw Rich as the same popular regional star he had always been. The situation created this weird dynamic where Rich was technically a former world champion, but he couldn't really use that fact to promote himself. Behind the scenes, people in the wrestling business knew what had happened, but they weren't talking about it publicly either. This added a layer of mystique to his character that wasn't there before. Wrestling insiders knew about his accomplishment, which gave him more credibility when dealing with other wrestlers and promoters. But he couldn't openly reference being a former world champion because that would bring up questions about why nobody had seen it happen. Rich's continued success in Georgia throughout the 1980s showed that he didn't need the world title recognition to remain a major star. The brief championship reign actually enhanced his booking position in subtle ways. Promoters knew they had a former world champion on their roster, even if they couldn't advertise it that way. This gave Rich a certain gravitas in storylines and feuds that other regional stars didn't have. The mystique surrounding his secret accomplishment affected how fans perceived him too. There was something different about Rich's presence that people couldn't quite put their finger on. He carried himself with a confidence that suggested he had achieved something special, even if audiences didn't know exactly what it was. This mysterious quality made his character more compelling and helped maintain his position as one of Georgia's top draws. Let's take a look at how this played out in his most famous feud during this period. The last Battle of Atlanta, in 1983, drew record TBS numbers, proving that Rich was still a major television draw for the promotion. This fully enclosed steel cage match against Buzz Sawyer is considered by many people to have been an inspiration for the Hell in a Cell concept that WWE would use years later. Even without being able to promote himself as a former world champion, he could still get fans to tune in and watch him compete. Rich's championship success during this period helped cement his position as one of Georgia's top stars. He won the NWA Georgia Heavyweight Championship 3 times, which showed that the promoters still saw him as someone who could carry the territory. He also captured the NWA Georgia Tag Team Championship 7 times with different partners. That's a lot of title reigns for someone whose biggest accomplishment was supposed to be a secret. The impact of his brief NWA World Championship reign was complicated in ways that probably affected Rich for years. On one hand, he had achieved something that most wrestlers never get close to. He had beaten one of the toughest champions in wrestling history and held the most prestigious title in the business. But on the other hand, almost nobody knew about it, which made it feel less meaningful than it should have been. This disconnect between his actual accomplishments and his public recognition created a strange situation where Rich was both overqualified and under-recognized at the same time. He was working matches in Georgia as a regional star when he was technically a former world champion. That had to mess with his head and affect how he approached his career going forward. Despite all the weirdness surrounding his title reign, Rich remained a major figure in Georgia Championship Wrestling throughout the decade. He became a massive draw across the Southern Territories, connecting with fans through his charisma and brawling style. His feuds were memorable, his championship reigns were successful, and his unique circumstances only added to his mystique as a performer. But the wrestling business was starting to change around Rich in ways that would affect everyone who worked in the territorial system. National promotions were getting bigger and more powerful. Television was becoming more important. The old way of doing business that had made Rich a star in Georgia was slowly disappearing. Corporate buyouts were beginning to reshape the wrestling landscape, and soon Rich would discover what happened when regional legends faced a business that was thinking much bigger than individual territories. The Jim Crockett Promotions buyout of Georgia Championship Wrestling in 1984 changed everything for wrestlers like Tommy Rich. This wasn't just another business deal. Crockett was really after that valuable TBS television time slot that Georgia Championship Wrestling had been using for years. That weekly television show reached millions of homes across the country, and having national television exposure was like having a license to print money. Most wrestling promotions back then were still regional, but this acquisition marked the end of an era for Southern wrestling. The takeover transformed how wrestling worked in Georgia completely. For years, Georgia Championship Wrestling had been this independent territory that did things their own way. They had their own stars, their own style, and their own relationship with the fans. But when Crockett took over, all of that started disappearing. The new ownership wanted to create something bigger that could compete on a national level, which meant the personal touch that had made Georgia special was getting lost. Let's take a look at how storylines changed under the new management. Instead of the blood feuds between wrestlers like Rich and Buzz Sawyer that felt genuinely personal, the focus shifted to creating nationally marketable characters with broader appeal. The gritty realism that had made Southern wrestling special was being replaced by entertainment-focused storylines designed to work for audiences who didn't know the local history or personal rivalries that had driven the old territory system. Rich's brawling style and natural charisma had been perfect for the old Georgia system, but they didn't align with the new entertainment-driven focus that corporate wrestling demanded. The emotional connection he had built with fans over years of personal feuds didn't translate as well to a national audience that didn't understand his history or what made him special. His tough guy persona had worked great in the territorial system, but it didn't stand out as much in this new environment where everyone was trying to be bigger and more colorful. The changes hit guys like Rich pretty hard because they had to adapt to this shifting landscape whether they liked it or not. Instead of being one of the top guys in a regional territory, Rich was now just another wrestler in a much bigger company. The personal relationships he had built with fans over the years didn't matter as much when the focus shifted to reaching a national audience that had no connection to his Georgia legacy. Keep in mind that Rich wasn't the only one struggling with these changes. Wrestling was moving away from the territorial system that had created stars based on their connection with local audiences. The new national promotions wanted wrestlers who could appeal to everyone, which often meant the unique qualities that made regional stars special got lost in the shuffle. Guys who had been main event stars in their territories found themselves competing with wrestlers from all over the country for attention. Rich's position during this transition was complicated because he was caught between two different eras of wrestling. He had the experience and credibility from his time as a top star in Georgia, but he also had to learn how to work in a completely different environment. The corporate structure meant less personal control over his character and storylines. Decisions were being made by people who didn't necessarily understand what had made him popular in the first place. The broader impact on regional wrestling during this period was massive. The Jim Crockett Promotions buyout was just one example of how the wrestling business was consolidating. Small territories were being absorbed by bigger companies, and the unique flavor that each region had developed over the years was getting homogenized into something more generic. Regional legends found themselves having to prove their worth all over again in systems that didn't value the same things that had made them successful. By 1989, Rich had become just another mid-carder in the merged promotion, a far cry from his days as Georgia's top babyface. His reputation as a former world champion couldn't help him much because most fans still didn't know about his 4-day title reign. The new corporate wrestling environment had different priorities and different ways of measuring success. And Rich was about to discover just how differently things worked when major promotions completely failed to understand what they had in front of them. When Tommy Rich joined World Championship Wrestling in 1989, he should have been a major acquisition for the company. Here was a guy with a legendary reputation in Georgia, a former world champion, and someone who had proven he could draw money and connect with fans. But WCW management seemed to have no idea what they had on their hands. Rich's arrival in WCW actually started with some promise. Eddie Gilbert introduced him on the June 24, 1989 episode of World Championship Wrestling, and Rich announced his intention to challenge Lex Luger for the US Heavyweight Championship. That sounds like they were positioning him for a main event push, right? You'd think a company would want to capitalize on having a former NWA World Champion on their roster, especially one who was already popular with their core audience. But that promising start faded fast. By July 29, 1989, Rich was already losing to the skyscrapers, showing management's early decision to stall his momentum. Instead of building on Rich's established reputation and connection with Southern wrestling fans, WCW management relegated him to mid-card status almost immediately. This was a guy who had been a main event star in Georgia Championship Wrestling, drawing huge ratings on TBS and selling out arenas across the South. Now he was being treated like just another wrestler who needed to prove himself all over again. WCW's failure to understand Rich's value was part of a bigger problem with how corporate wrestling approached territorial-era wrestlers. The promotion was focused on pushing newer talent like Ricky Steamboat, Terry Funk, Brian Pillman, and the Great Muta. These guys were getting the spotlight, while veterans like Rich were pushed to the side. It's like WCW forgot that their audience included tons of fans who had been watching Rich for years and would tune in specifically to see him. So here's what happened when Rich got stuck in those mid-card roles and enhancement talent positions. Instead of being featured in meaningful storylines that showcased his charisma and brawling ability, he was being used to make other wrestlers look good. Rich went from being one of the most popular wrestlers in the South to being a guy who showed up to lose matches and help establish newer talent. That had to be incredibly frustrating for someone with his track record. Let's take a look at some specific examples of how WCW wasted Rich's name, recognition, and experience. His involvement with the York Foundation miscast him as a heel when his natural persona was as a fan favorite, completely undercutting what made him special. Keep in mind that this heel turn led to a series of losses that further diminished his impact. He was losing matches to guys like Johnny B. Bad, Big Josh, and Ron Simmons. These weren't competitive matches that made both wrestlers look good. They were squash matches that made Rich look weak. The broader problem of corporate wrestling ignoring regional history was everywhere in WCW during this period. The company didn't seem to understand that wrestlers like Rich came with built-in fan bases and established reputations that could be valuable assets. Instead of leveraging Rich's history and connection with Georgia wrestling fans, they treated him like a blank slate who needed to start over from scratch. Rich did have some brief moments of success during his WCW run that showed what could have been done differently. In 1990, he had a televised victory over Cactus Jack and beat Bam Bam Bigelow via disqualification. These wins proved that fans still responded to Rich when he was presented properly. But then his momentum got killed by a loss to Harley Race at Great American Bash 90, which announcer Jim Ross considered an upset. His partnership with Ricky Morton and the Junkyard Dog to win the WCW World Six-Man Tag Team Championship in 1991 should have been a launching pad to re-establish him as a major player. Instead, the partnership dissolved quickly and became another missed opportunity to capitalize on Rich's name value and connection with fans. Rich's WCW career ended in 1992 with a loss to Vinny Vegas at Clash of Champions 18. That's how one of the South's biggest wrestling stars finished his run with the company, losing to Kevin Nash in one of his early gimmicks. The whole thing represented everything wrong with corporate wrestling's approach to regional legends. WCW's mishandling of Tommy Rich showed they didn't understand their own audience or the value of wrestling history. They had a former world champion with deep connections to their core fan base, and they turned him into enhancement talent. This failure to capitalize on established stars contributed to WCW's eventual problems connecting with wrestling fans who remembered the territorial era. These professional disappointments during what should have been a career renaissance took a serious toll on Rich personally, creating pressures that would soon manifest in ways that went far beyond just wrestling. The wrestling industry's culture of substance abuse became Rich's biggest enemy off-camera. Rich openly admitted to battling alcohol and partying, issues that were intensified by the pressures inherent in the wrestling business. The culture of substance abuse was pervasive during this era, with pills readily available backstage like Halloween candy. One account describes Rich's excitement upon receiving a handful of pills from fellow wrestlers, which shows you just how normal this kind of thing had become in wrestling locker rooms. The demanding lifestyle of a professional wrestler, with constant travel and physical demands, often led to wrestlers self-medicating to cope with pain and stress. This created a cycle of dependency that was difficult to break, and Rich wasn't immune to these pressures. The lack of readily available mental health support made things worse, leaving many wrestlers to struggle in silence. Keep in mind that Rich's career disappointments and the burden of his lost championship affected him mentally in ways that probably made his substance abuse problems worse. Think about it. He had beaten Harley Race for the NWA World Championship, but he couldn't even talk about it publicly because it had been kept secret. That kind of psychological burden would drive anyone to drink or use drugs to cope with the frustration. The consequences of Rich's substance abuse extended beyond his personal life and started impacting his professional trajectory. His erratic behavior, fueled by addiction, made it difficult to maintain a consistent career path and damaged his standing within the industry. This was particularly evident in his later years as he struggled to adapt to the changing wrestling landscape while dealing with his personal demons. Let's take a look at how bad things got for Rich during his worst periods. In 2011, When Rich was in his mid-50s, he was involved in a backstage altercation with independent wrestler J.P. Magnum. This incident highlighted that his struggles with addiction continued into his later years, even as the wrestling business evolved and attempted to modernize. It served as a stark reminder of the ongoing challenges he faced. Rich's multiple attempts at rehabilitation showed that he understood he needed help, even if recovery wasn't easy. He attended a rehabilitation facility called the Greenhouse in Dallas twice within a single year, which demonstrates just how serious his commitment to getting clean really was. Going to rehab twice in 1 year tells you that he was really fighting to overcome his problems, even when it didn't work the first time. The challenges of recovery for someone like Rich were complicated by his entire identity being tied up in wrestling. This was a guy who had been in the business since he was 18 years old. Wrestling wasn't just his job, it was his whole life. Learning how to live without substances while staying connected to an industry that had enabled his addiction required him to completely change how he approached everything. During his time in rehab, Rich engaged in serious introspection, acknowledging the lack of accountability he had experienced in his younger years and the havoc he had wreaked on his own life and the lives of his family. This self-awareness was a critical component of his recovery process because it allowed him to confront the root causes of his addiction instead of just treating the symptoms. Rich's battle with addiction was both deeply personal and representative of wrestling's darker side during that era. His story wasn't unique. It was repeated by dozens of wrestlers from his generation who struggled with similar issues while the industry looked the other way. By 2021, those who knew Rich reported that he appeared lucid and had achieved lasting sobriety, a remarkable transformation that allowed him to continue contributing to the wrestling business he loved. This recovery not only improved his personal well-being, but also enabled him to share his knowledge and experience with the next generation of wrestlers. Rich's journey from the heights of championship glory to the depths of addiction and back to sobriety represents something much bigger than just one wrestler's personal struggles. Tommy Rich's story isn't just about one man's rise and fall, it's about an entire era of wrestling that's been lost to time. The territorial system created legends like Rich who connected with fans on a personal level, but it also created the political chaos that made his 4-day championship reign possible. His mysterious title win remains a symbol of how the wrestling business operated behind closed doors during that period. Most fans only learned about Rich's reign decades later, when DVDs and wrestling magazines finally circulated the story of wrestling's lost champion. Today, Rich continues to train wrestlers and share his knowledge through his wrestling school, proving that redemption is possible even after the darkest chapters. The wrestling world has recognized his contributions through Hall of Fame inductions, including the NWA Hall of Fame in 2008 and the Memphis Wrestling Hall of Fame in 2021.
Next up, One Man Gang. George Gray was born in Chicago in February 1960, but his family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina when he was just 5 years old. His parents thought they were giving their son a better life in the South. They had no idea they were setting the stage for something extraordinary. By his late teens, Gray had developed into an imposing physical specimen, standing 6 feet 9 inches and weighing over 450 pounds. This wasn't just another big kid who happened to be tall. Gray possessed a combination of legitimate size and unexpected mobility that made wrestling trainers take notice. Most men his size were slow and awkward, but Gray moved with a grace that shocked everyone who saw him. He could run faster than boys half his size and had the kind of natural athleticism that coaches dream about finding. Word about the giant teenager started spreading through the wrestling community in the late 1970s. Promoters and trainers heard stories about this massive kid who could actually move, and they knew they had to see him for themselves. Wrestling was built on attractions that fans couldn't see anywhere else. Authentic big men were rare commodities that could make promoters rich if they knew how to use them properly. Gray started training at just 17 years old under Chief Jay Eagle and Darren Rattlesnake Westbrooks in the Carolinas. He made his wrestling debut on the independent circuit, stepping into rings across the Southeast under names like Crusher Gray and Crusher Broomfield. Promoters weren't sure what to call him or how to present him, but they knew his size was special. The early years were a constant cycle of name changes and character adjustments as he worked his way through various territories. He moved from the Carolina Independents to ICW, then through NWA territories, Mid-South, Florida, and even All Japan Pro Wrestling. Promoters would book him for a few shows, see how crowds reacted, then try something different. They called him different versions of his real name, gave him monster gimmicks, and even tried making him a good guy. Nothing seemed to stick because they were all focused on his size instead of figuring out how to make him a complete package. It was in Mid-South Wrestling where everything started to click. During one particularly dominant performance, announcer Bill Watts exclaimed that Gray was a one-man gang destroying his opponents. The name stuck, and suddenly promoters had found the perfect identity for their giant attraction. The one-man gang wasn't just another big man character, it was a legitimate description of what Gray could do in the ring. By the early 1980s, the wrestling world had figured out what they had in George Gray. This wasn't just another big man who would lumber around the ring for a few years and disappear. This was a legitimate giant who could anchor main events and draw real money for any promotion smart enough to use him right. His physical gifts would eventually make him rich and famous, putting him in rings with the biggest names in wrestling history. But those same gifts that made promoters fight over him would also trap him in a cycle of expectations and character changes that he could never escape. Being that big in wrestling was both a blessing and a curse that would define every moment of his career. What happened next would prove just how valuable the right big man could be in the wrestling business. The territory system operated like a collection of small kingdoms, each one fighting to have the best attractions that fans couldn't see anywhere else. Every territory needed their own monster, but authentic big men who could actually wrestle were almost impossible to find. Most wrestlers who had the size to be intimidating monsters moved like they were underwater, while the smaller guys who could really wrestle didn't look threatening enough to be believable monsters. George Gray solved that problem in ways that made territory owners across America start making phone calls. Promoters across multiple territories sought him out because he combined size with surprising in-ring mobility, and he worked high-level programs in Florida, WCCW, Mid-South, and Japan. His work in championship wrestling from Florida proved he belonged in the ring with established legends. The matches with Dusty Rhodes became legendary among hardcore wrestling fans because they showcased two legitimate tough guys beating the hell out of each other without holding back. Their feuds included bull rope and chain matches that were filled with the intensity and physicality that defined the era. The partnership with Ron Bass showed a different side of his abilities when they captured the Florida tag team titles together. Bass was a respected veteran who knew how to work as part of a team, and Gray proved he could share the spotlight while still being the most feared man in any match. Word about his stiff wrestling style and legitimate toughness spread beyond American borders. All Japan Pro Wrestling made the expensive decision to fly him overseas because Japanese fans appreciated authentic, hard-hitting wrestling. He faced top stars like Giant Baba, Genichiro Tenryu, and Jumbo Tsuruta in matches that showcased his ability to compete at the highest level. Teaming with Bruiser Brody and Stan Hansen during his tours enhanced his value and proved his ability to adapt to different wrestling styles. His time in world-class championship wrestling saw him feud with the Von Erich family in matches that became legendary for their intensity. His brutal style and size advantage allowed him to dominate the local heroes, turning him into the most hated man in Texas. The matches with Kerry Von Erich were particularly memorable, and his violent encounters with Bruiser Brody often ended in blood, showcasing two legitimate tough guys going to war. Back in American territories, managers like Skandor Akbar recognized what they had in Gray and built their entire stables around his presence. Working for Akbar in Mid-South Wrestling, the commentary team often referred to him as a one-man gang due to his destructive actions, and the name began to stick. Devastation Inc. was designed to be the most dangerous group of wrestlers in any territory, and Akbar knew that Gray gave him the ultimate weapon that no babyface could realistically match. Territory owners discovered that Gray's presence on a card guaranteed a certain level of interest from wrestling fans. Other wrestlers needed weeks of television build-up and storyline development to draw crowds. Gray just needed to be announced as appearing on the show. His physical presence was so imposing that fans would buy tickets just to see how big he really was in person. The bear hug finishing move became one of the most feared holds in wrestling because Gray's massive arms and chest turned it into something that looked genuinely painful. Every major territory in America wanted to book him for their biggest events. he became one of the few wrestlers who could travel from territory to territory and immediately be positioned in main event storylines without any setup or explanation. He looked the part, he wrestled well enough to carry main event matches, and he had the legitimate toughness that made everything feel real. By 1985, George Gray had established himself as one of the most sought-after big men in professional wrestling. The bidding wars between territories proved that wrestling had found something special, but one promoter in particular saw potential that went beyond just being another monster heel. What happened next would transform Gray from a talented big man into something that would define his entire career. Bill Watts ran Mid-South Wrestling like a football coach who happened to be booking professional wrestling matches. He believed in legitimate toughness over theatrical nonsense and wanted wrestlers who could convince fans they were watching real athletes compete. Watts had been watching George Gray work in various territories and knew he had found something special, but there was still a problem that needed solving. Gray had everything a promoter could want in terms of physical presence and wrestling ability. He was massive, he could move, and he hit hard enough to make opponents respect him. But something was missing from the complete package. Gray looked intimidating when he walked to the ring, but he didn't have the kind of memorable character that made fans remember him weeks after they saw him wrestle. Wrestling in the 1980s required more than just athletic ability to reach the top level. Fans needed characters they could connect with emotionally, whether they loved them or hated them. The most successful wrestlers had personas that told audiences exactly who they were supposed to be before they even started wrestling. Gray needed that kind of character definition to maximize his natural gifts. Everything changed when Bill Watts and the Mid-South Wrestling team developed the one-man gang persona. The name itself came directly from Watts, who watched Gray interfere in matches and assault fan favorites, then exclaimed on commentary, "He's a one-man gang." The moniker stuck immediately and became the foundation for a complete character transformation. This wasn't just another generic monster character with a scary name. They created a complete identity that explained why this massive man was so dangerous and why fans should be afraid of him. The Prison Stripes outfit became the visual foundation of everything one-man gang represented. The black and white horizontal stripes weren't chosen because they looked cool or different from other wrestling gear. They sent a specific message to every fan who saw them. This man had been locked up behind bars with the most dangerous criminals in America, and somehow he had gotten out. Later, manager Playboy Gary Hart would add the mohawk, denim jacket, and logging chain during Gang's WCCW run, further enhancing the character's menacing street credibility. Fans looked at those prison stripes and immediately understood that normal rules didn't apply to this wrestler. Regular wrestlers had to follow the referee's instructions and respect the boundaries of sportsmanship. One-Man Gang's outfit told audiences that he had no respect for authority figures and no interest in playing by anyone else's rules. He looked like he belonged in a maximum security prison, not a wrestling ring. The Ghetto Blaster boombox entrance prop elevated the character from visually interesting to genuinely menacing. Gang would walk to the ring carrying this massive radio on his shoulder, playing music that created an atmosphere of urban danger that many wrestling fans had never experienced in person. The combination of the prison outfit and street-level music presentation made suburban audiences genuinely uncomfortable. Wrestling crowds in the early 1980s were predominantly white and middle class. People who lived safe lives in neighborhoods where the biggest danger was someone not mowing their lawn properly. One-Man Gang's presentation tapped into their deepest fears about urban crime and violence. He represented everything they were afraid of encountering in real life. Packaged as a wrestling character, they had to watch destroy their heroes. The bear hug and power slam were presented as his devastating finishers, made brutal and believable because of his mass and technique. The bear hug gained new meaning when applied by someone wearing prison stripes. Other wrestlers used submission holds that looked like wrestling techniques. When One-Man Gang applied the bear hug, it looked like a violent assault that belonged in a prison yard fight rather than a sporting competition. His power slam became equally devastating because of how Gang delivered it, looking like he was literally throwing people to the ground with violent intent. Wrestling fans started reacting to One-Man Gang matches differently than they responded to other heel wrestlers. They booed other villains because they were supposed to cheer for the good guys. They genuinely seemed afraid of what Gang might do to their favorite wrestlers. The character work was so effective that audiences forgot they were watching predetermined entertainment. The one-man Gang persona transformed George Gray from another big man attraction into a headlining monster who could anchor television shows and major arena events. Promoters across America started calling Mid-South Wrestling to inquire about booking dates because they knew Gang could instantly elevate any card he appeared on. His success in Mid-South had proven the character worked, but the real test would come when he faced the most beloved wrestling family in America. World-class championship wrestling in Dallas became Gang's proving ground against wrestling royalty. The Von Erichs were local heroes who represented everything good about professional wrestling in Texas, and Kerry Von Erich was treated like a combination of a movie star and a professional athlete. In Texas, Gang wasn't just a heel, he was the kind of threat that made the Von Erichs' hometown fans worry. Gang's arrival in WCCW created a problem that nobody in Texas had ever faced before. The Von Erichs were used to fighting heels who relied on cheating and outside interference to gain advantages over the hometown heroes. Gang didn't need to cheat because his massive size and legitimate toughness made him a natural threat to everything the Von Erich family represented. For the first time, Texas wrestling fans were watching their heroes face someone who might actually be able to destroy them. The feuds between Gang and Kerry Von Erich became the foundation of WCCW programming, because they represented a perfect clash of styles and personalities. Kerry was everything Texas fans loved about their wrestling heroes. He was handsome, athletic, and fought with the kind of honor that made children want to grow up to be just like him. Gang represented the opposite of those values, a massive criminal who used his size to hurt people and showed no respect for the rules that governed civilized society. Their matches became legendary among Texas wrestling fans because Gang used his weight advantage in ways that made audiences genuinely worried about Kerry's safety. Most heel wrestlers relied on dramatic selling and obvious cooperation to make their offense look threatening. Gang's attacks looked like real violence because his size made everything he did appear genuinely dangerous. When he pressed his full weight against Kerry during bear hugs, fans could see the smaller man's face turning red from lack of oxygen. The hair versus hair match between Gang and Kerry Von Erich on May 5, 1985, at the Second Von Erich Memorial Parade of Champions, became one of the most memorable matches in WCCW history. Gang lost the match and was forced to have his head shaved, leading him to adopt the mohawk that would become part of his signature look. The stakes were personal and the crowd was electric, because fans knew they were watching something that would change both men forever. The matches with Bruiser Brody elevated Gang's reputation beyond just being another monster heel. Brody was recognized throughout wrestling as one of the toughest legitimate fighters in the business, someone who could handle himself in real confrontations and didn't back down from anyone. Gang faced Brody in chain matches and steel cage matches in late 1985 and January 1986, with their encounters often ending with both men bleeding and exhausted. These violent spectacles proved that Gang could hold his own against wrestling's most feared legitimate tough guys. The blood that flowed during these matches was real, and so was the physical punishment both men absorbed. When Gang and Brody wrestled, fans were watching two men who could genuinely hurt each other if they wanted to, creating an atmosphere of violence that other wrestlers couldn't duplicate. World-class championship wrestling's emphasis on hard-hitting, physical wrestling perfectly matched Gang's preference for stiff competition over theatrical entertainment. The Texas territory had built its reputation on authentic toughness and legitimate athletic competition. Gang thrived in that environment because he didn't need to rely on gimmicks or comedy to get over with audiences. His size and wrestling ability spoke for themselves in ways that made him a natural fit for WCCW's presentation style. Working with manager Skandor Akbar as part of Devastation Inc., Gang achieved top-level feuds and main event status in WCCW through his high-profile matches with Kerry Von Erich and Bruiser Brody. Texas wrestling fans bought tickets to see if their heroes could find a way to overcome his massive size advantage. When he dominated matches, those same fans bought tickets to see if anyone could find a way to stop him. Either way, Gang was drawing money and filling arenas throughout Texas. His presence in WCCW established a blueprint for how authentic big men should be presented in major wrestling territories. Instead of making Gang a comedy character or a one-dimensional monster, the promotion showcased his legitimate wrestling ability while maintaining his intimidating persona. This approach proved that monster heels could be both feared and respected by audiences who appreciated genuine athletic talent. The Texas run demonstrated that one-man Gang had evolved beyond being just another territorial attraction into a legitimate main event performer who could anchor an entire promotion's television programming and live events. His success in the most competitive wrestling market in America had proven something that would soon attract attention from promoters with even bigger ambitions. Bill Watts ran the Universal Wrestling Federation as a hard-hitting promotion that prized legitimate toughness above theatrical entertainment. He wanted wrestlers who could convince fans they were watching real athletic competition instead of choreographed performances. Watts had no patience for cartoon characters or comedy acts that made wrestling look fake. His promotion focused on authentic competition between performers who looked like they belonged in legitimate sporting events. When Terry Gordy was injured earlier in the evening during a show in late 1986, Gang won the WWF Heavyweight Championship by forfeit and held the title for approximately 6 months. This championship run coincided with one of the most successful periods in WWF history, drawing consistent crowds and television ratings that demonstrated his value as a main event performer. The promotion's emphasis on legitimate toughness made Gang a natural fit as champion because everything about his presentation suggested real danger. The title defenses against Hacksaw Jim Duggan became the foundation of WWF programming during Gang's championship reign. Duggan represented everything fans loved about blue-collar American heroes, a tough guy who worked hard and never backed down from a fight. When he faced Gang for the WWF title, audiences were watching two men who looked like they could legitimately hurt each other without breaking character or pulling their punches. These matches felt different from typical wrestling championship bouts because both men used a stiff working style that made every move look genuinely painful. When Gang applied his bear hug finishing move on Duggan, fans could see the strain on both men's faces as they pushed their bodies to the limit. Duggan's comebacks looked equally authentic because his punches and tackles carried the kind of impact that suggested real violence rather than theatrical cooperation. The rivalry with the Million Dollar Man elevated both wrestlers because it paired Gang's intimidating physical presence against Ted's arrogant rich man character. The Million Dollar Man was positioned as someone who thought his money could solve any problem. But Gang's massive size created a threat that couldn't be bought or negotiated with. Fans invested in the storyline because they believed Gang could genuinely inflict serious physical harm on the Million Dollar Man, regardless of how much money Ted threw around. Their matches showcased Gang's ability to work with smaller, more technical wrestlers without losing his monster appeal. Ted's wrestling skills forced Gang to adapt his power-based offense in ways that demonstrated his ring intelligence and versatility. The champion proved he could carry compelling matches against different styles of opponents while maintaining the intimidating presence that made him valuable as a heel. Steve Williams brought legitimate amateur wrestling credentials to his title challenges, creating a fascinating contrast between technical skill and raw power. Williams had competed at the highest levels of amateur wrestling and transitioned that background into a hard-hitting professional wrestling style that impressed hardcore fans. But Gang's size and strength neutralized Williams' technical advantages in ways that made their matches unpredictable. When Williams attempted takedowns and submission holds that worked against other opponents, Gang's massive frame made those techniques look ineffective. The champion's power moves appeared even more devastating when delivered against someone with Williams' legitimate athletic background. These encounters proved that Gang could hold his own against wrestlers with superior technical training while using his natural physical gifts to overcome their advantages. Every title defense during Gang's championship run felt like a legitimate fight because his stiff wrestling style made everything look real. Other wrestling champions relied on dramatic storytelling and obvious cooperation to make their matches entertaining. Gang's approach was more direct and physical, creating an atmosphere where fans believed they were watching genuine athletic competition rather than predetermined entertainment. The WWF's boom period during Gang's championship reign demonstrated that authentic big men could draw money as champions when presented properly. Wrestling fans responded to his credible threat by buying tickets and tuning into television shows to see if anyone could find a way to defeat him. The promotion's success proved that audiences appreciated wrestlers who looked and acted like legitimate athletes rather than cartoon characters. When the WWF was sold to Jim Crockett, Gang returned to drop the belt to Big Bubba Rogers, ending his championship run. This successful title reign had established Gang as more than just another regional attraction who could fill a spot on wrestling cards. He had proven himself capable of carrying a major wrestling promotion as its top performer and drawing consistent money as a world champion. The success had attracted attention from promoters who operated on a much larger scale than anything he had experienced before. Vince McMahon's World Wrestling Federation had become wrestling's biggest stage, and Gang made his debut on May 12, 1987, managed by the smooth-talking Slick. The WWE operated like a cartoon universe where good guys wore bright colors and bad guys had ridiculous gimmicks that made children laugh more than they made them afraid. McMahon had built his national expansion around characters like Hulk Hogan, who represented pure heroism, and villains who entertained audiences with their over-the-top personalities. But even in this theatrical environment, the company still needed legitimate monsters who could make fans believe their heroes were in real danger. Gang's arrival created an immediate clash between his authentic, intimidating presence and the WWE's preference for entertainment over realism. Gang had spent years building credibility as a genuine tough guy who could legitimately hurt opponents. The WWE was a company where wrestlers delivered comedic promos and participated in ridiculous storylines that made professional wrestling look more like a television show than a legitimate sport. The partnership with manager Slick became essential for translating Gang's menacing persona to audiences who were used to more theatrical presentations. Slick was a smooth-talking hustler character who could explain why fans should be afraid of his massive client without making Gang himself look ridiculous. The manager handled the microphone work, while Gang stood behind him, looking like he wanted to destroy everyone in the building. Gang's early WWE matches followed a specific formula designed to establish him as an unstoppable force. The company fed him a steady diet of enhancement talent, unknown wrestlers whose job was to make established stars look dominant. These squash matches became appointment viewing for wrestling fans who wanted to see exactly how much damage Gang could inflict on opponents who had no chance of fighting back. The destruction was swift and brutal. Gang would enter the ring, overpower his opponent within minutes, and leave them lying unconscious while crowds watched in stunned silence. These weren't competitive wrestling matches. They were demonstrations of what happened when normal-sized human beings tried to fight a 450-pound monster. The enhancement talent sold Gang's offense like they were being attacked by a wild animal. His high-profile encounters with Hulk Hogan elevated Gang's status because the champion had to work harder than usual to overcome such a massive opponent. Hogan had built his career on making dramatic comebacks against villains who relied on cheating to gain advantages. Gang didn't need to cheat because his size made him a legitimate threat that couldn't be dismissed with typical superhero heroics. Gang received a flat fee of $5,000 for each match against Hogan, regardless of venue attendance, proving the company valued his presence in these high-profile encounters. Hogan was courteous and generous in the ring, often asking if the planned finish was acceptable before they went out to perform. Even wrestling's biggest star recognized that Gang's cooperation was essential for making their matches work properly. WrestleMania 4 showcased Gang among the elite performers in the company's most important annual event. His participation in the World Title Tournament demonstrated that WWE management considered him a top-tier villain worthy of competing for their most prestigious championship. Gang defeated Bam Bam Bigelow by count-out in the opening round before receiving a bye and eventually being disqualified in the semi-finals against Randy Savage. The incident with the referee after using his gourdbuster finishing move showed that Gang's character had no respect for authority figures. He attacked the official after the bell had already rung, earning a kayfabe fine of $10,000 for his actions. This calculated aggression reinforced his image as someone who operated outside the normal rules that governed wrestling matches. His appearances at major events proved Gang could work effectively in different match types while still being the most feared participant. His role on Andre the Giant's team against Hulk Hogan's contingent at the inaugural Survivor Series positioned him alongside wrestling's most established villains. He also participated in the first Royal Rumble, where he was one of the last two men remaining before Jim Duggan eliminated him. Gang had successfully made the transition from territorial monster to national television star without losing the intimidating presence that made him valuable. The WWE's massive television exposure gave him a platform to showcase his abilities to audiences across America, who had never seen him work in smaller wrestling territories. He became one of the company's most reliable villains, who could be counted on to make babyface wrestlers look heroic. But the success that seemed to prove authentic monsters could thrive in any environment was about to be tested by creative decisions that would change everything. The vignette that aired on September 24, 1988 on WWE Superstars, titled The Deepest, Darkest Parts of Africa, marked the beginning of one of wrestling's most destructive character transformations. These segments featured tribal dancers in African attire, chanting and dancing around fires while building toward the unveiling of Gang's new persona. The production values were elaborate, and the segments were given significant television time, proving that the company was serious about this character change. When the reveal finally happened, wrestling fans watched in disbelief as one-man Gang emerged as Akeem the African Dream. The imposing biker brawler, who had terrorized opponents for years, was now wearing a colorful dashiki and speaking with an exaggerated stereotypical accent that made audiences cringe. His manager Slick explained that Gang had discovered his African heritage and embraced his roots, but the explanation couldn't mask the obvious problems with the character. Critics immediately recognized the Akeem persona as racially insensitive because it reduced African culture to dancing stereotypes and exaggerated speech patterns. The WWE had taken a legitimate 450-pound monster who looked like he could hurt people and turned him into a caricature that made light of an entire continent's heritage. The transformation wasn't just bad wrestling television, it was culturally tone-deaf in ways that made viewers uncomfortable. Gang himself was reportedly shocked when Slick first mentioned the idea to him. He thought his manager was joking when the concept was initially presented. When Vince McMahon asked if he could dance, Gang honestly replied that he could not. McMahon told him to take dancing lessons from Slick to prepare for the new character. The fact that a legitimate tough guy was being asked to learn choreography should have been a warning sign that something was going wrong. Wrestling historians and fans have debated the reasons behind this transformation, but the result was immediate credibility loss that affected everything Gang had built over the previous decade. Years of carefully constructed intimidation evaporated in weeks of ridiculous television segments that made Akeem look like a parody of himself. Wrestling fans had accepted Gang as a monster because his size and demeanor convinced them he was genuinely dangerous. The dancing and accent work made it obvious that everything about his presentation was fake, destroying the suspension of disbelief that made professional wrestling entertaining. The dancing gimmick destroyed everything that had made one-man Gang valuable to wrestling promoters. Fans had invested years believing he was a dangerous criminal who could legitimately hurt opponents. The Akeem character asked those same fans to accept that this menacing figure was actually a jolly entertainer who wanted to make people smile with his dance moves. The cognitive dissonance was impossible to overcome. Even the WWE's initial push of Akeem as a main event heel couldn't overcome the fundamental silliness of the character. The company positioned him in high-profile feuds and gave him television time that other wrestlers would have killed for. But no amount of booking could make audiences take seriously a character that looked like it was designed to mock African culture rather than create a compelling wrestling villain. Wrestling journalists immediately recognized the Akeem transformation as one of the worst gimmick changes in the industry's history. The character represented everything wrong with wrestling's tendency to prioritize cheap entertainment over logical storytelling. Critics pointed out that the WWE had taken a proven draw and turned him into something that insulted both wrestling fans and African culture. The failure of the Akeem character proved that even the most established wrestlers could have their careers completely derailed by terrible creative decisions. Gang had spent over a decade building his reputation as a legitimate tough guy who belonged in main event storylines. a single poorly conceived character change destroyed that credibility in ways that would affect the rest of his career. The transformation from one-man gang to Akeem became a cautionary tale about the dangers of fixing something that wasn't broken. Wrestling promoters learned that authentic monster characters were rare and valuable commodities that shouldn't be abandoned for gimmicks that prioritized comedy over credibility. But the WWE wasn't ready to abandon their investment in George Gray completely, and they would soon attempt to salvage the situation through an unexpected partnership that might restore some of his lost credibility. Pairing Akeem with Big Boss Man as the Twin Towers gave them instant visual credibility and put them into major angles, despite Akeem's earlier damage. Boss Man was a serious character who represented legitimate law enforcement authority, while Akeem remained a dancing stereotype that made fans cringe. The combination of a respected heel character with a failed comedy act seemed destined to drag both men down rather than elevate either one of them. But the combination of their combined weight and legitimate toughness created a physical presence that transcended the individual problems with their characters. Fans who couldn't take Akeem seriously as a dancing African stereotype could still believe that two 400-pound monsters working together posed a real threat to any team brave enough to face them. Both men were managed by Slick, who could focus attention on their intimidating size rather than their character inconsistencies. Their early matches against enhancement teams demonstrated that the partnership had potential beyond what anyone anticipated. When Bossman and Akeem destroyed smaller opponents together, the focus shifted from character work to pure physical domination. Fans stopped thinking about dancing and started worrying about what would happen to wrestlers who had to climb into the ring with nearly 900 pounds of combined muscle and fat. The matches with Demolition on house shows proved they could work as a cohesive unit despite the obvious character conflicts. They feuded heavily with WWE World Tag Team Champions, Demolition at house shows after WrestleMania, initially gaining wins by countout, later losing by pinfall after Bossman would accidentally strike Akeem with his nightstick. These encounters demonstrated they belonged in main event tag team competition, regardless of their individual gimmick problems. Their involvement in the Mega Powers storyline gave them the kind of high-profile television exposure that most tag teams never received. The feud between Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage was the biggest story in wrestling during 1988 and 1989. Having the Twin Towers play a significant role in that angle meant they were working with wrestling's biggest stars during the most important period in WWE history. The handcuffing incident at Survivor Series 1988 became one of the most memorable moments of their partnership. When Bossman and Akeem handcuffed Hogan to the ring post while Savage was being beaten down, they created genuine tension that made fans forget about character inconsistencies. The visual of two massive men restraining wrestling's biggest hero while his partner was being destroyed looked like real violence rather than sports entertainment. WrestleMania 5 positioned them as legitimate main event performers, even though they were working in the undercard. Their match against the Rockers showcased their ability to work with smaller, more athletic opponents while maintaining their monster appeal. Akeem secured the victory by pinning Shawn Michaels with a diving Air Africa finisher after a powerbomb from Big Boss Man, proving he could still deliver when the spotlight was brightest. SummerSlam 1989 kept them involved in major storylines by pairing them with Andre the Giant against Jim Duggan and Demolition. Working alongside Andre elevated their status because fans recognized the Giant as wrestling's most legendary monster. The association suggested that Bossman and Akeem belonged in the same category as wrestling's most established big man attractions. Though they were defeated in that match, every Twin Towers match felt important because their combined physical presence made audiences believe they could legitimately hurt their opponents. Other tag teams relied on quick moves and high-flying action to entertain crowds. The Twin Towers used their size and strength to create an atmosphere of potential violence that made fans genuinely concerned for the safety of smaller wrestlers who faced them. The partnership helped rehabilitate Akeem's credibility by associating him with Bossman's more serious character. Fans who couldn't respect a dancing stereotype could still fear what happened when that same man was working alongside a legitimate tough guy who carried a nightstick. The team dynamic allowed Akeem to benefit from Bossman's established reputation, while contributing his own impressive size and athletic ability. Despite their strong booking and prominent role in major storylines, the Twin Towers never won the WWE Tag Team Championship. This lack of championship success, despite their dominance and high-profile feuds, became a notable aspect of their run that would later contribute to questions about their overall legacy. The Twin Towers eventually disbanded in early 1990 when Big Boss Man turned face and defeated Akeem at WrestleMania 6. The breakup marked the end of Akeem's high-profile run in the WWE and left George Gray facing an uncertain future in professional wrestling. Gray left the WWE in October 1990, thinking his wrestling career would continue at the same level he had always known. He was still a massive, intimidating performer who could work solid matches and draw reactions from crowds. But something had fundamentally changed in how the wrestling business viewed him. The Akeem disaster had damaged his credibility in ways that went deeper than just one bad character. Wrestling promoters now saw him as damaged goods rather than the reliable monster attraction he had been for over a decade. His stints in WCW during 1991 and again from 1995 to 1996 proved he could still perform at a professional level. Gray showed up in decent shape and worked competent matches against established stars. But these appearances felt like afterthoughts rather than serious attempts to rebuild his career. WCW treated him like a familiar name from the past rather than someone who could anchor their programming. The spots they gave him were forgettable and did nothing to restore the reputation he had built before the WWE destroyed his credibility. Independent wrestling circuits and ECW provided work, but these venues couldn't offer the national exposure that Gray needed to rebuild his status as a major attraction. He was working smaller venues for much less money than he had commanded during his territorial and WWE days. The physical demands of wrestling remained the same, but the financial rewards were significantly reduced. Wrestling had moved on without him. The real problem wasn't just creative mishandling or changing business conditions. Something else was keeping George Gray from receiving the recognition his career achievements deserved. His contributions to multiple major wrestling promotions and his role during pivotal moments in wrestling history seemed to count for nothing when Hall of Fame discussions took place. Other wrestlers from his era were getting inducted and celebrated, but Gray's name never came up. Personal struggles compounded his professional decline during this period. Gray suffered a heart attack in 2000, highlighting the physical toll that years of wrestling had taken on his body. Weight-related health issues became more serious as he aged, and the accumulated damage from years of carrying extra bulk while absorbing punishment in wrestling rings started affecting his quality of life. The 2016 Baton Rouge flood destroyed his home and possessions, forcing him to rely on a GoFundMe campaign for basic financial relief. The fundraising effort showed how far Gray had fallen from his days as a main event star, earning substantial money from wrestling appearances. Fans who remembered his dominance in territories and his WWE success contributed small amounts to help him recover from natural disaster. The contrast between his peak earning years and his current financial struggles was stark and depressing. That same year, Gray joined a class action lawsuit against WWE regarding wrestler health and safety issues. The legal action alleged that wrestlers incurred traumatic brain injuries during their tenure and that the company concealed the risks of injury. Gray was one of many former performers who claimed WWE had failed to protect their health while making millions of dollars from their performances. The lawsuit represented an attempt to hold the company accountable for decades of neglecting wrestler welfare. The legal battles over wrestler health and safety were dismissed in September 2018, with an appeal also failing in September 2020. Gray and the other plaintiffs were left without recourse or compensation for their claimed injuries. The court system provided no relief, and WWE faced no consequences for allegedly concealing health risks from their performers. The wrestlers who had built the modern wrestling industry found themselves abandoned by both the companies they had worked for and the legal system they had hoped would provide justice. Many observers and historians argue that wrestlers who sued WWE face obstacles to Hall of Fame inclusion, and Gray's ongoing absence from consideration supports this theory. His omission from the Hall of Fame remains controversial and raises questions about how promotions, lawsuits, and company politics shape legacies. The message seemed unmistakable. Loyalty to the company mattered more than career accomplishments when it came to historical recognition. Next up, Rick Steiner. At the University of Michigan, Rick placed second at the Big Ten in 1983, was an NCAA qualifier, and holds these weren't just participation trophies either. Rick competed at 190 pounds in an era when college wrestling was absolutely brutal. He faced guys who would go on to become Olympic competitors with violence. Rick adapted by learning character work after already having superior fundamentals, which made his learning curve shorter than most rookies who struggled with basic mechanics. Rick started his professional career working the territorial system. He worked for promotions like the American Wrestling Association, International Wrestling in Montreal, and Bill Watts's Universal Wrestling Federation. The pay was terrible and travel was rough, but it was essential for learning the business. What made Rick different from other rookies was his legitimate toughness. When he threw a punch, it looked real because he knew how to throw one properly. His amateur background taught him body positioning and leverage, so his power moves had actual impact behind them. Rick's hard-hitting style quickly earned respect from veterans who had seen countless rookies come and go. While other newcomers were learning basic bumping and how to work a crowd, Rick was already bringing legitimate athletic ability to his matches. His wrestling fundamentals were rock solid, which meant he could focus on learning the entertainment aspects of the business rather than struggling with basic in-ring mechanics. His early tag team partnership with Sting taught him crucial lessons about ring psychology that would serve him throughout his career. In the WWF, Rick teamed with Sting to win the WWF World Tag Team Championship in 1987, demonstrating his early tag team ability. Sting was already developing into a major star, and working with him showed Rick how to pace a match and build crowd reactions. Sting understood how to work the audience emotionally, something that didn't come naturally to Rick given his amateur background. The partnership with Sting also demonstrated how Rick's legitimate wrestling skills could enhance storytelling rather than detract from it. When Rick would take Sting down with a picture-perfect double-leg takedown, it looked devastating because it was based on real technique. Audiences could sense the difference between Rick's moves and the more theatrical offense that other wrestlers used. His amateur credentials gave everything he did in the ring an air of authenticity that was hard to replicate. Rick's approach to professional wrestling was methodical and workmanlike, much like his college wrestling career had been. He showed up prepared, did his job professionally, and gradually improved his entertainment skills while maintaining his athletic credibility. This combination made him different from typical entertainment-focused wrestlers who relied mainly on charisma and character work. Rick brought actual athletic ability to support whatever character he was portraying, separated him from wrestlers who were just playing tough guys. Rick didn't need to act intimidating because his background spoke for itself. Other wrestlers knew he could handle himself in any situation, which earned him respect in locker rooms throughout the territory system. Rick's reputation as a credible performer made him valuable to promoters looking for authentic talent. The foundation Rick built during these early years would prove essential, but his biggest breakthrough was still ahead of him. By 1989, circumstances would align to create the most successful partnership of his career. Rick's breakout moment came when he defeated Mike Rotunda for the television championship at Starrcade 1988, marking his transition away from the Varsity Club. This victory positioned him perfectly for what would become his most important partnership. When Rick joined forces with his younger brother Scott in 1989, something special was brewing. Scott Steiner had been working as a singles wrestler since turning professional in 1986. He was 3 years younger than Rick and had a completely different personality. Where Rick was more reserved and workmanlike, Scott was flashy and athletic. Scott could do things in the ring that seemed impossible for a man his size. He was doing Frankensteiner moves off the top rope when most big men could barely manage a basic body slam. The contrast between the brothers was obvious to anyone who watched them work. The challenge of putting these two very different personalities together as a team wasn't lost on WCW management. Rick had established himself as a solid, dependable wrestler who could work with anyone. Scott was the more naturally gifted athlete who sometimes let his ego get in the way. Family bonds don't automatically translate to professional chemistry, and there were real questions about whether these brothers could make it work as partners. They're fabulous Freebirds for the NWA World Tag Team Championship. The title change aired on TV November 18th. The Freebirds were veteran heels who knew how to work a crowd and had held championships all over the country. Michael Hayes, Terry Gordy, and Jimmy Garvin had been wrestling together for years and were considered one of the top teams in the business. For the Steiners to beat them in their first major championship opportunity was a big statement. What made the victory even more impressive was how the brothers worked together during the match. Rick used his amateur wrestling base to control the pace and wear down their opponents with technical moves and power holds. When Scott got tagged in, he would explode with high-impact offense that caught the Freebirds off guard. Scott's athleticism combined with Rick's methodical approach created a dynamic that other tag teams couldn't match. The Steiners developed a unique combination that played to both of their strengths perfectly. Rick would handle the mat wrestling portions of matches, using his college wrestling background to ground opponents and control the tempo. His takedowns and suplexes looked devastating because they were based on legitimate technique. Scott brought the spectacular moves that got crowds on their feet. He could hit a belly-to-belly suplex from the top rope or launch into a Frankensteiner that defied physics. Their early chemistry surprised a lot of people in the wrestling business. Tag team wrestling requires precise timing and an almost telepathic understanding between partners, and the Steiners seemed to have this understanding from the very beginning of their partnership. Their signature double-team combinations came together naturally during these early matches. What really set them apart was how they complemented each other's strengths in the ring. Rick's power moves looked more impressive when Scott followed them up with high-flying offense. Scott's athletic spots were more effective when Rick had softened up opponents with his grinding technical style. They weren't just two individual wrestlers working in the same match. They functioned as a cohesive unit that was greater than the sum of its parts. The brothers also brought legitimate intensity to their matches that other teams couldn't replicate. Both of them had real athletic backgrounds and genuine toughness. When they got angry during a match, it didn't look like acting. Their family connection added an emotional element that resonated with audiences who could see that these guys really cared about each other's success. This partnership would revolutionize tag team wrestling by showing that technical ability and spectacular athleticism attaining performers at the same time. Their championship victory was just the beginning of what would become one of wrestling's most successful partnerships. This success would soon take them far beyond American wrestling rings, where they would face challenges that tested even the most accomplished teams. New Japan Pro Wrestling had a reputation for being one of the most demanding wrestling environments in the world, with strong style expectations and Japanese audiences who could spot fake tough guys from a mile away. The Steiners' amateur credentials and precision made them a rare foreign team who earned consistent respect there. The cultural barriers facing American wrestlers in Japan were significant. Many American wrestlers who had found success in the United States discovered that their entertainment-focused approach didn't translate well to Japanese audiences. The fans in Japan wanted to see real athletic competition, not just theatrical performances. The Steiners' first tour of New Japan revealed just how well their combination of legitimate athleticism and innovative offense would work in this environment. Rick's amateur wrestling background immediately earned respect from Japanese wrestlers and fans who valued technical credentials. His takedowns and ground control looked authentic because they were based on real wrestling fundamentals that translated across cultural boundaries. Scott's athletic ability impressed Japanese audiences who appreciated spectacular moves when they were executed with precision and timing. His Frankensteiner from the top rope wasn't just a flashy spot move in Japan. It was seen as a demonstration of superior athletic ability that required genuine skill to perform safely and effectively. They won the IWGP Tag Team Championship twice and main evented big Tokyo shows, the kind of success that proved they were legitimate on a global stage. The IWGP Tag Team Championship was considered one of the most prestigious tag team titles in wrestling because of the quality of teams that had held it. Previous champions included some of Japan's top wrestlers and carefully selected foreign teams that had proven themselves worthy of the honor. Their critical acclaim reached its peak with their match against Hiroshi Hase and Kensuke Sasaki, which earned Wrestling Observer's Match of the Year recognition in 1991. This wasn't just fan appreciation, it was industry acknowledgement that the Steiners had mastered the art of working in Japan's demanding wrestling environment. What made their matches special in Japan was how they blended American power wrestling with the technical precision that Japanese audiences demanded. Rick would use his collegiate wrestling skills to control opponents on the mat, wearing them down with legitimate holds and positioning. This methodical approach appealed to Japanese fans who appreciated the psychology of wearing down an opponent systematically. Their Tokyo Dome performances showcased the innovative double-team maneuvers that would become their trademark. The Steiners developed sequences where Rick would set up opponents with power moves that positioned them perfectly for Scott's high-impact offense. Their timing had to be perfect because Japanese audiences would notice if moves looked choreographed or unrealistic. One of their most effective combinations involved Rick hitting a power slam or suplex to stun an opponent, then immediately moving into position to launch Scott into a top-rope Frankensteiner. The sequence required precise coordination and split-second timing. Rick had to gauge exactly how much impact his move would have so that the opponent would be in the right position for Scott's follow-up. The Steiners also refined their finishing move, the Steiner screwdriver, during their time in Japan. Rick would lift opponents into a vertical position while Scott climbed to the top rope. Scott would then grab the opponent and drive them down in a pile driver motion, while Rick provided additional leverage and impact. These high-risk sequences became signature elements that Japanese audiences came to expect from their performances. Japanese wrestling fans appreciated that both brothers brought legitimate athletic credentials to their performances. They weren't just entertainment personalities trying to look tough. Rick's college wrestling background and Scott's natural athleticism created a combination that Japanese audiences found credible and exciting. Their success in New Japan carried significant weight throughout the wrestling world because of the promotion's reputation for featuring only the highest quality performers. Other promoters took notice when American wrestlers could not only survive but thrive in Japan's demanding wrestling environment. This global success had established the Steiners as a truly international force, but their proven ability to adapt to different wrestling cultures was about to face its ultimate test on wrestling's biggest stage. In December 1992, the Steiners left WCW and made a move that would test everything they'd built. Jumping to Vince McMahon's World Wrestling Federation, they debuted on WWF TV that same month and appeared on the first episode of Monday Night Raw on January 11, 1993. This wasn't just another career change. World Wrestling Federation was wrestling's biggest stage, and the brothers had to prove their hard-hitting, athletic style could work in an environment that demanded different skills than what had made them successful elsewhere. The pressure to succeed in the WWF was enormous. McMahon's company was the pinnacle of professional wrestling in terms of exposure and financial opportunity. Wrestlers who succeeded there could become household names and earn money that dwarfed what they made anywhere else. But the WWF also had a track record of taking successful wrestlers from other promotions and completely changing what made them special in the first place. The challenge of adapting their style to WWF's presentation became apparent immediately. WWF matches typically followed specific formulas that emphasized character work and storyline development, alongside wrestling ability. The company wanted performers who could deliver promos, sell merchandise, and connect with mainstream audiences who might not appreciate technical wrestling nuances that worked well in other promotions. Rick and Scott had to figure out how to maintain their athletic credibility while working with fans could follow, but they also had to showcase the athletics never figured out successfully. Their immediate impact surprised even WWF management when they became two-time WWF World Tag Team Champions, notably defeating Money Inc. for the straps, and proved their tag formula could work on the national stage. Money Inc. were established heels with Ted DiBiase's veteran presence and IRS's technical skills, so beating them cleanly established the Steiners as legitimate contenders right away. The Steiners' second championship reign proved they weren't just a flash in the pan. They held the titles for several months and defended them against top teams throughout the WWF roster. These championship runs demonstrated that their style could work in the WWF environment when properly presented. Their notable feuds with the Head Shrinkers showcased how well their legitimate toughness translated to WWF programming. The Head Shrinkers were portrayed as savage wildmen who used brutal tactics and seemed immune to pain. Most teams struggled against them because they couldn't match their intensity. The Steiners had no problem trading hard shots with Samu and Fatu, and their amateur wrestling backgrounds helped them control matches even when things got chaotic. Their WrestleMania 9 match against the Head Shrinkers was underrated and showed how physical they could be on wrestling's biggest stage. The feud with the Quebecers provided different challenges that highlighted Ric's technical skills. Jacques and Pierre were smaller, more agile wrestlers who relied on quick teamwork and underhanded tactics. Ric's power advantage was obvious, but he had to use his wrestling fundamentals to cut off their speed and prevent them from using their numerical advantages effectively. Ric's power moves created dynamic matches within the WWF system because they looked devastating without being overly complicated. His belly-to-belly suplexes and power slams had real impact that translated well to television. Scott's athleticism provided the spectacular moments that WWF audiences expected, particularly his Frankensteiner from the top rope that never failed to get crowd reactions. The brothers developed new double-team combinations that worked well for WWF's presentation style. They would set up elaborate sequences where Ric would position opponents perfectly for Scott's high-flying moves. These combinations looked impressive on television and helped differentiate them from other teams on the roster. Behind-the-scenes tensions were developing that would ultimately end their WWF run prematurely. Ric felt Vince McMahon wasn't following through on promises, and they were unhappy with booking and money issues. Despite their championship success, the brothers believed they deserved better treatment and more prominent storyline positions. Business disputes over these creative and financial concerns led to their 1994 departure. The Steiners felt they had proven themselves worthy of main event status, but weren't with what the Steiners wanted for their careers. Ric would take the lessons learned about character development and mainstream appeal from this WWF experience back to WCW, where he could apply them with more creative freedom. His time in the WWF had shown him what worked on a national stage, and he was ready to use that knowledge to reinvent himself completely. When Ric returned to WCW, he was ready to prove he could be just as dangerous on his own. Ric built a singles identity using the dog-faced gremlin to translate his amateur credibility into a memorable character while keeping the in-ring psychology real. The transition from being half of a successful team to establishing yourself as a singles competitor is one of the hardest things to do in professional wrestling. But Ric had the tools to make it work. The dog-faced gremlin character that Ric developed was unlike anything else in wrestling at the time. He would come to the ring barking like a dog and wearing distinctive face paint that made him look genuinely intimidating. The character wasn't just a gimmick, though. Ric's barking entrance served a psychological purpose because it unnerved his opponents and got the crowd involved immediately. This amplified his legitimate athlete image rather than replacing it. His face paint design was simple but effective. Ric would paint his face in a pattern that resembled a snarling dog or wolf. The paint job wasn't elaborate like some wrestlers used, but it was memorable and fit perfectly with his aggressive in-ring style. When Ric barked at his opponents during matches, the face paint made him look genuinely wild and unpredictable. Ric's Michigan Wolverines gear connected him to his amateur wrestling background in colors and logos that reminded audiences of his college wrestling credentials. This wasn't just nostalgia either. The Michigan gear reinforced that Ric was a legitimate athlete who had earned his toughness through years of real competition. Ric was a multi-time, three-time WCW World Television Champion, a title that proved he could carry singles TV matches. The television championship was defended regularly on WCW's weekly television programming, which meant Ric had to carry matches and storylines by himself on a consistent basis. Most of the previous TV champions had been established singles stars, so Ric winning the title was a big statement about his individual abilities. What made Ric different from other television champions was his legitimate toughness and amateur wrestling background. Previous champions often relied on character work or entertainment value to get over with audiences. Rick brought genuine athletic credibility to the title that made his matches feel more competitive and unpredictable than typical TV championship defenses. Rick's feuds showcased his versatility against different opponent types. Cactus Jack tested Rick's toughness in hardcore brawls where both men were willing to take real punishment. Vader was a power test that required Rick to use his amateur wrestling fundamentals to ground a legitimate super heavyweight. The Giant was a size and match structure challenge that showed Rick's ring psychology when facing someone with a massive reach and height advantage. The matches between Rick and Cactus Jack were particularly brutal because both men were willing to take real punishment to make their feuds look legitimate. Rick would use his amateur wrestling skills to ground Cactus Jack and wear him down with submission holds. When Cactus Jack would fight back with weapons or hardcore tactics, Rick would respond with power moves that looked devastating. Rick's legitimate toughness allowed him to credibly battle giants because his wrestling fundamentals were so solid. When Rick would take down someone like Vader with a double-leg takedown, it looked believable because he actually knew how to execute the move properly. His power moves had real impact behind them, which meant he could hurt bigger opponents even when giving up significant size advantages. His amateur background gave him leverage and positioning knowledge that helped him look competitive against much larger opponents. Rick knew when to use his speed advantage and when to try matching power with power. His wrestling experience taught him how to structure matches so that size differences became part of the story, rather than different opponent styles made him incredibly valuable to WCW management. He could have a technical wrestling match with a smaller opponent, a power battle with someone his own size, or use his fundamentals to control larger wrestlers. This versatility meant Rick could be plugged into almost any storyline and deliver a credible performance. Wrestling was about to enter its most explosive period, and WCW would need performers who could adapt to rapidly changing circumstances while maintaining their credibility with increasingly sophisticated audiences. Rick stepped into this role perfectly during wrestling's most explosive era. As wrestling exploded into mainstream popularity during the Monday Night Wars, WCW was locked in a ratings battle with the WWF that changed everything about how wrestling was presented on television. Monday Night Nitro was competing head-to-head with Monday Night Raw, and both companies were throwing everything they had at audiences to win the war for viewership. Rick's position as WCW's reliable mid-card performer during wrestling's hottest period made him incredibly valuable to the company. While the spotlight focused on main event stars like Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, and the members of the New World Order, WCW needed wrestlers who could work consistently and help fill out their expanded television programming. Rick was exactly the type of performer they could count on. The challenge of staying relevant as WCW focused on bigger stars and storylines was real for wrestlers in Rick's position. The company was signing expensive free agents and pushing storylines into the constantly changing storylines and politics of the Monday Night Wars. Rick remained focused on his job and delivered quality matches regardless of the circumstances surrounding him. But even Rick's steady professionalism couldn't prevent the personal drama that was building within his own family. The foundation of his greatest success was about to crumble in the most painful way possible. The Steiner brothers' reunion in 1996 should have been wrestling's feel-good story, but family drama was brewing beneath the surface. After their WWF run ended in 1994, both brothers had been working separately for WCW. Rick continued his singles career while Scott was doing his own thing as a singles wrestler. When they decided to reform the Steiner brothers in 1996, fans were excited to see one of wrestling's greatest tag teams back together. The Steiner brothers' 1996 return to WCW came at a time when the company was experiencing huge growth because of the Monday Night Wars. WCW was signing big names and creating major storylines to compete with the WWF. Having the Steiner brothers back together seemed like a smart move that would give WCW another established team to work with during their expansion. Their initial success after reuniting showed that the magic was still there between the brothers. They picked up right where they left off. using the same double-team moves and chemistry that had made them famous in the first place. Rick's power combined with Scott's athleticism still created a dynamic that other teams couldn't match. Fans who remembered their earlier run were happy to see them working together again. The growing tension between the brothers started slowly but became more obvious as Scott began developing his Big Poppa Pump persona. Scott was spending more time in the gym and developing a much more muscular physique than he had earlier in his career. He was also becoming more arrogant and self-centered in his promos and interviews. The changes weren't just physical either. Scott's personality was shifting in ways that created friction with Rick's more straightforward approach. Scott's transformation into a muscle-bound heel happened gradually over several months. He started flexing more during allowed him to fully embrace the Big Poppa Pump character that would define the rest of his wrestling career. He could be completely selfish and arrogant without having to worry about how it affected his partnership with Rick. Scott seemed to enjoy playing the bad guy and being booed by fans who had previously cheered for the Steiner brothers. The split affected both of their careers in significant ways. Rick had to prove he could succeed as a singles wrestler without Scott's athletic ability to complement his own skills. Scott had to show that his new character could draw money and maintain fan interest without the credibility that came from being part of a legendary tag team. The 1998 breakup marked the end of one of wrestling's greatest tag teams permanently. Unlike other famous teams that would reunite for special occasions or nostalgia tours, the Steiner brothers were done for good. The personal nature of their split made any future reconciliation unlikely. Rick would have to reinvent himself once again, but his reputation for handling difficult situations was about to be put to the test in ways that had nothing to do with what happened in the ring. Wrestling locker rooms have always had their own culture and hierarchy, and Rick's amateur wrestling credentials put him at the top of that pecking order. The guys who could actually fight usually ended up commanding respect, and everyone else fell in line below them. Rick's legitimate background meant he was genuinely respected by other wrestlers who knew he could back up anything he said or did. The backstage culture in wrestling during the 1990s was rough. Guys were constantly testing each other and trying to establish dominance. Practical jokes could turn nasty real quick. Arguments over spots on the card or money could escalate into physical confrontations. In that environment, having legitimate fighting skills was like having a safety net. Other wrestlers thought twice before messing with someone who could actually handle themselves in a real fight. Rick's amateur background gave him confidence in situations where other wrestlers might back down. He had spent years competing against other trained fighters in college wrestling. Getting roughed up or having someone try to intimidate him wasn't anything new. Rick knew what real toughness looked like, and he wasn't impressed by guys who just talked a good game. The travel life was full of pranks and wild moments that showed the locker room culture Rick navigated. In shoot interviews, Rick described incidents like wrestlers egging each other's cars and ripping shirts off managers during backstage chaos. These weren't just harmless jokes either. The prank-heavy environment could get out of hand quickly, and wrestlers needed to establish where they stood in the hierarchy to avoid becoming targets. Rick is credited with standing up to big-name stars like Goldberg and Kevin Nash in reported locker room stories. Accounts vary, but the common thread is Rick's rep wasn't intimidated by their star power or reputation for being tough. The heated situations with larger opponents revealed how Rick's amateur background gave him confidence even against much bigger wrestlers. His wrestling training had taught him that technique and conditioning could overcome size advantages. Rick approached these confrontations like he would any other situation. He wasn't going to be bullied just because someone was bigger or had more political power. Technique, conditioning, and experience in real competition made Rick more than a character. He was someone who could handle himself if a rehearsal turned real. Other wrestlers viewed Rick as one of the few guys who could actually back up his tough guy image. In a business full of people pretending to be tough, Rick was the real deal. Wrestlers knew that if they pushed Rick too far, they might end up in a legitimate fight that they couldn't win. Rick's approach to backstage conflicts was straightforward and professional. He didn't go looking for trouble, but he wasn't going to back down when someone tried to push him around. Other wrestlers appreciated that Rick didn't abuse his toughness or use it to bully people who couldn't defend themselves. He just wanted to do his job and be left alone. These reported incidents affected Rick's standing in the locker room by establishing him as someone you didn't want to mess with. With bigger stars. This reputation protected him from the kind of harassment and politics that could destroy other wrestlers' careers. Rick's legitimate fighting ability made him a bridge between sport and entertainment in ways that other wrestlers couldn't match. He brought real athletic credibility to his matches while understanding the entertainment side of the business. This combination made him valuable to promoters who needed someone who could work with anyone and handle any situation. His reputation for toughness would prove essential as the wrestling business entered a period of massive change and uncertainty that would test every performer's ability to adapt. When WCW collapsed in March 2001, Rick found himself without a major platform as WWE bought the company's assets, but didn't pick up his contract. The Monday Night Wars were over, and wrestling had changed forever. Rick had to figure out what to do next in a completely different landscape than the one where he'd built his reputation. Rick's continued WCW career through early 2001 saw him working in the cruiserweight and hardcore divisions more frequently. This was a big change for someone who had spent most of his career as a heavyweight wrestler. The cruiserweight division featured smaller, faster wrestlers who relied on high-flying moves and technical wrestling. Rick had to adjust his style to work with opponents who were much lighter than him, while still making matches look competitive. His work in the hardcore division showed a different side of his abilities. Hardcore wrestling involved weapons, extreme stipulations, and more violent content than traditional wrestling matches. Rick's legitimate toughness served him well in this environment because he could take punishment and dish it out believably. He wasn't afraid of getting hit with chairs or going through tables if it made the match better. The challenge of adapting to wrestling's changing landscape became obvious as WCW struggled to find its identity during its final months. The company was trying different approaches to compete with WWE's Attitude Era programming. They experimented with more adult content, brought in celebrities, and constantly changed storylines. Rick had to adapt to these changes while maintaining his own character and wrestling style. Rick's 2003 WWE return during the brand extension gave him another brief chance to work for wrestling's biggest company. He had short programs with Test and Rob Van Dam before leaving later that year as the company moved in different directions with their programming. After leaving WWE, Rick worked Japan with New Japan and Pro Wrestling Noah, appeared for TNA in 2002, 2003, and 2006 through 2008, and focused on independent shows while transitioning into training the next generation of wrestlers. His move into training wrestlers at his Michigan facility represented his commitment to passing on knowledge to young performers who could learn legitimate techniques, along with the entertainment aspects of professional wrestling. Rick's amateur wrestling background and professional experience made him valuable as a trainer. Young wrestlers could learn from someone who had competed at the highest levels and understood both the athletic and entertainment sides of the business. His facility became a place where aspiring wrestlers could get real training from someone who had proven himself in every major wrestling environment. The lasting impact Rick had on the wrestling business went beyond his own career accomplishments. He showed that legitimate athletic ability could coexist with entertainment value in ways that influenced how wrestling was presented. His role in pioneering modern tag team psychology influenced how teams worked together and developed double-team moves that are still used today. Rick's championship accomplishments tell the story of a wrestler who succeeded at every level of the business. He is an 8-time World Tag Team Champion in WCW, 7 with Scott and 1 with Kenny Kaos that was acknowledged for continuity purposes. He is also a 1-time WCW United States Heavyweight Champion and a 2 WWF World Tag Team Championship. Reigns with Scott proved their success could translate to wrestling's biggest stage. The recognition of Rick's career reached its peak when the Steiner brothers were inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame class of 2022. This honor acknowledged their contributions to wrestling history and cemented their legacy as one of the greatest tag teams ever. The induction represented official recognition from wrestling's big throughout their careers. Rick's transition from active competitor to trainer and local wrestling legend showed how legitimate athletes could find new ways to contribute to the business even after their in-ring careers ended. His influence continues through the wrestlers he's trained and the techniques he's passed down to new generations of performers. The combination of amateur credentials, professional success, and genuine toughness created a unique legacy that bridged different eras of wrestling history. Rick proved that certain qualities never become outdated, no matter how much the business changes around them. Looking at Rick's complete career, the numbers tell the story of wrestling's ultimate tough guy. He's an 8-time WCW World Tag Team Champion, 3-time WCW Television Champion, WCW United States Champion, 2-time WWF World Tag Team Champion, and IWGP Tag Team Champion in Japan. The 2022 WWE Hall of Fame induction with Scott made it official. The Steiner brothers are legends. Rick showed that legitimate athletic credentials and entertainment value don't have to be separate things. His amateur wrestling background gave him credibility that couldn't be faked, while his character work proved he understood the business side too.